Good morning. I declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 24-25 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land in which we meet and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. The committee has fixed Thursday the 19th of December as the date for return of answers to questions taken on notice. The proceedings today will begin with corporate matters and general questions of the climate change, energy, the environment and water portfolio. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Any question going to the operation of financial positions of the department and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about how and when policies were adapted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, as Chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Before we go any further, can I ask that somebody shut that door, because the sound of that outside door banging is going to not help us here. Thank you.
Good early decision. Excellent, Chair.
I would now like to welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Assistant Minister for Trade, representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure I'll be very disappointed to learn.
Very disappointed. Mr David Fredericks, the Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Mr Fredericks, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, so before we do commence into this fun session of corporate matters and general questions, I remind senators that this part of the program relates to matters concerning central departmental administration such as building services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when the specific programs are considered in subsequent sessions. Excellent. We will start with Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr Fredericks, for your appearance today. I just wanted to follow up on the open letter that was signed by public servants relating to Gaza. I think you were asked and answered a question on notice about that. From what I understand, a total of 8 staff identified themselves as employees of your department who signed that open letter.
So, Senator, I'll ask the Chief People Officer to take up your questions and we'll see where we go.
Thanks, Mr Fredericks.
Linda McGrath, Chief People Officer. So the department reviewed the list of signatories and identified those 8 as having listed the department or a title similar to the department, such as Federal Public Servant Environment Sector. And then we also cross-checked against our employee list to determine the Act, and that was as at 19 June.
So you identified 8 that were portfolio employees. And what was the most senior level of those staff?
I don't have the levels at hand, but they were all what we would consider junior employees.
So not SES staff?
No, there were no SES staff.
Okay. And was guidance provided to these employees by yourself or other parts of the department after it was learned that they signed this open letter about their obligations under the APS Code of Conduct?
Yes, that's correct. All of those 8 employees were contacted and reminded of their obligations as public servants, and including being provided with the APSC social media guidelines And we also did communications to all staff through departmental newsletters as a reminder.
And was any other action taken with respect to these 8 employees?
There was one employee who had spoken directly to the media, and they were just had an additional conversation to remind them of the importance of public servants being perceived as impartial, and reminders about the department's approach to media inquiries. That's it.
Okay. And have you had any communication with the Australian Public Service Commission about your handling of this subsequent to the general guidance they issued to departments?
My staff often talk to their APSC about our approach, so I think I'd have to take that on notice whether we directly ask them about the letter, but it would be normal for us if we had any points of clarification to contact the APSC.
Okay. And did you form a view on whether the signing of this letter was consistent with the APS values and code of conduct?
We deemed it as something that would be appropriate to have a conversation and a reminder with the staff involved, and we took into account factors such as the seniority of the staff involved in considering whether it would be a matter that would be referred for code of conduct.
So would it be correct to say that you wouldn't expect these particular employees to sign a similar open letter again? You would consider that an aggravation?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they've been counselled, these employees, reminded of their obligations under the code of conduct. I presume with a view to expressing your opinion that signing such a letter is not consistent with those values. Could I ask if they were to engage in a similar campaign against government policy again, would we expect more severe disciplinary consequences?
So, Senator, can I assist on that one? So, of course, we'll always judge each case on its merits. So there's a degree of the hypothetical in what you're asking, but it's a legitimate question. So I think I could say in the generality, whenever a department like ours approaches a situation like this, we would consider previous conduct. So it is relevant. It's not everything.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fredericks. That was it for me, Chair. I think my colleagues...
Oh, yes, we'll go to Senator Duniam.
As well.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I wonder, is this the right place to ask about costs accrued to the Commonwealth for the Nature Positive Summit?
It probably isn't. It would be better. It would. Well, let me put it this way: it would be better if you asked it in outcome 4.
Right.
Sorry, outcome 2.
So that outcome
outcome 2 at 4 o'clock.
Outcome 2, they'll be able to tell me about costs of artwork and numbers
Yep.
of staff, etc. Okay, I'm not going to get pushed back.
And we're
here.
good to go on that when you get there. Yep.
Sure. Okay, I'll hold you to that.
Yep.
We'll go back to the Environmental Defender's Office then. That's the right place here, yes?
Yep.
So, last time we caught up on the 29th of May, I just wondered if we've had any further reporting from the EDO around your agreements with them and any further grant payments that have been made, if there have been any payments made.
So let's deal with grant payments first. I'll get
Sure.
our CFO to deal with that one.
So Robert Hanlon, Chief Finance Officer. So since the last hearing, the second progress payment was made on the 27th of June for $1 million.
How many million? Sorry.
1 million.
1 million. Thank you.
The next progress report was due on the 31st of October, which has been received and is being assessed.
Okay. All right. So that's the only progress report since the 29th of May, is the 31 October
That's
report?
correct.
Okay. And the only payment is the 1 million
That's correct.
on the 27th of June. When is the next progress payment due?
The 30th of November.
End of this month. Okay. And then the next report?
The next report after that would be period going from 1st of October to end of December. So I don't have the exact date, but it'd be January, February would be the
Sometime
next.
in the new year. Okay.
Correct.
All right, that's fine. So are there any further changes made to the funding agreement or how funding was allocated since we caught up in May at estimates?
No, there hasn't been.
No, so it's as at any changes made following the review post that
So
messy affair.
at the last hearing, you'll remember that we did agree with them to insert 2 more clauses
Yes.
into their contract. Yes.
Okay. Can you remind me what those clauses were? Sorry.
I can. So the first one was the guarantee must ensure that its personnel, working and legal practitioners comply with all applicable state and territory laws governing the legal profession, including by maintaining certification under the Community Legal Centre's Australian National Accreditation Scheme and ensuring that all its Australian lawyers hold a current practising certificate. So that was the first amendment. The second amendment was the grantee must notify the Commonwealth immediately on becoming aware of any disciplinary proceedings or orders made by a law society or other professional body against the grantee or its personnel engaging in legal practice in Australia, or any adverse comments or findings in a decision made by a court, commission, tribunal, law society or like professional body regarding the conduct and performance of the grantee.
Okay, and so the report that you received at the end of October would cover off on those matters?
Correct.
Okay, so to your knowledge, it only being a few business days old, you don't know whether there's any issues raised in that?
Not that I'm aware of, certainly.
Okay, all right. But you would be by now if there were any red flags, you'd think?
So the Business Grants Hub would do the assessment, so we would wait for their assessment. If there was any red flags that they were concerned about, they may contact us in between, but generally it's once the assessment's been made.
Sure, okay, all right. A while ago, it wasn't the last estimates, but I think perhaps the one before, we might have raised it last time as well, around foreign sources of funding for the EDO, and you were going to, I think you took on notice that whether any advice had been sought from Home Affairs. Have you done that?
So in the first instance, we contacted the Business Grants Hub. So they advise that they only engage with Home Affairs where programs may be particularly vulnerable to national security risks. If there were any red flags raised during the assessment phase, they refer to the National Security Engagement Area to determine the risk and which agency they would refer the applicant to. This program did not raise those type of concerns.
Okay, and so following us raising questions, there was no further interest on the part of this department to seek further investigation of that?
So I didn't contact Home Affairs. I did have a look on the website to determine if there were any red flags, and I couldn't see anything from the donations. Not an expert, clearly, but there was nothing in there to suggest that there was any concern.
So you interrogated on the website the donations received by the EDO, did you, Mr.
As far as I can, they're reported in their annual report.
Yes. And so there are a number that aren't disclosed, which of course there are reports come from overseas, which was the basis of the question. So I wonder, is that not a cause for concern and therefore seeking further investigation on the part of Home Affairs?
So there is nothing that I've seen or been advised of that would lead me to contacting Home Affairs.
So no further action taken or intended to be taken? Okay, have there been any complaints received by the department about the EDO?
Not that I'm aware of.
Will you take on notice whether any have been received?
Can do.
Thank you. If I can move to travel, please, for the department. And if we can look at official travel between the months of July and December of 2023, where it was claimed that, if I can get confirmation of this, 154 trips costing $1.4 million. Is that accurate?
Excuse me, Senator, it's Louise McCulloch, Deputy Secretary. Can I just clarify, are you talking about international travel or domestic travel?
I am talking about overseas flights costing $859,440 and hotels $145,000 and a further $145,000 on domestic travel. So it's a mix.
Senator, can I just check? Are you able to give us a source?
Yeah, sure.
For that, just so we can make sure we're adding them with you?
An article by Linda Selmalis, dated the 22nd of September 2024 in the Sunday Telegraph newspaper, entitled "Climate Bureaucrats Accused of Billowing Carbon with $1.4 million of Trips in 6 months." So I'm just seeking the veracity of that. No. Are you familiar with that article?
I am. I don't
Yes.
have that with me, unfortunately, Senator. I have the current expenditure. I don't
Sure.
have reference to previous years.
Okay. What is the current? Well, and so when you say current, that is the quarter we're in, or have just
This
concluded?
financial year, so
This
1
financial
July
year.
24 to 30 September 24. Domestic travel, $1.9 million. International travel, $402,000, for a total of $2.3 million.
And Senator, I'd just like to clarify, that's departmental officials,
Yes.
that's not ministerial travel.
We'll come back to ministerial, no problems at all. So domestic for a full year was 1.9.
No, that's for this financial year,
Yes.
1 July to 30 September.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So 1 July to 30 September. Oh, in this of 2024, in a, sorry, 3-month period.
Correct.
Right. Have you got a breakdown by division within the department of how that money was expended?
Let me just check for you, Senator. I don't believe so, but I can take that on notice.
If you,
I only have it at the whole level. I can tell you the number of travellers, the trips, at a department level, but I can't tell you that.
number of travellers and trips, did you say?
Yes, I can tell you that if you like.
Yeah,
Senator.
sure. Why not?
So trips, so just to clarify, with a trip, if you were to have 2 legs on a journey, that's 2 trips, so it's not counted as one. So a return flight that had 2 could have up to 4.
Could be 4 or 6 or yep.
So the number of trips domestic is 6,651. And international 436.
436.
And just as I pointed out, particularly with international travel, there's often many legs.
Yeah. Yes. For not all heading to New York. Okay. And number of travellers, did you say?
So this is the total accumulative, 2,390.
And
Domestic, 160 international.
and 160 international, did you say? Okay. And so when you say cumulative, that is, so an individual that travels from Canberra to Broome, and there might be 3 legs in that, that is still just one traveller. You don't...
That's one traveller,
Sure.
and that'd show up as 3 trips.
3 trips, 1 traveller. Okay.
One way, so return 6. It's just the way it's recorded in the system. And when I say 2,390, if you've travelled more than once, you're counted more than once in the 2,390.
Okay. All right. And just in terms of then, and we'll come back to ministerial, but so that is flights you've taken us through. Can I ask for accommodation or hotel costing?
I don't have that breakup with you. I'll have to take that on notice.
So do you have an overall figure of what travel, which I assume
That's the
would...
numbers I gave you. That includes accommodation.
So the $1.9 million is not just for flights.
It's travel.
That's travel.
Correct.
So the $1.9 million includes hotels, right?
Yep. And
that wasn't
car-
clear
and
before
car
because we
hire,
talked
if
about
that's
trips
applicable.
within. And car hire,
If that's applicable, yes.
if applicable. Okay. And in terms of other incidental costs, that's built into it as well?
Not travel allowance. So we operate on credit cards, so that wouldn't include those.
So travel allowance isn't paid. The department pays for flights, accommodation and incidentals are covered on a card.
And then staff use their credit card for their allowance.
Okay. And the credit card costs are built into this 1.9 and $402,000?
I'd have to check that. I don't believe it is, but I can check the team behind me.
So to repeat
I'll
for
take
the
it on
poor...
board, Senator.
Okay, if you could, I'd appreciate that. What was the total credit card expenditure for the financial year we're talking about? Or for the 3 months, rather, we're talking about?
Certainly. Might have to take that on notice, Senator.
So we
I
don't
thought I
have...
had that figure with me. I'm sure I've got it somewhere, to be honest.
Happy to give you a minute or two to find it.
I think my colleague's going to help me out here, Senator.
That's fine.
Michelle Crowther, Branch Head Financial Management. Were you after current financial year, Senator?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Our total expenditure through credit cards is $8.95 million.
8.95 million. Are you able to tell me how much of that relates to the travel component?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
What else do we spend or use credit cards for if we're spending nearly $9 million in a... So is this the same 3-month period we're talking about, the June to September? Yeah,
Yes.
Okay. That's a lot
sorry,
of money.
I do actually have the breakup for travel. So corporate travel is through the diners corporate, so the whole of government arrangement, is 2.5, and through the there's been a change in providers, so through our corporate NAB cards as well, there's been a further 1.5. So 4 million all up is credit card related. The rest is related to in line with whole of government policy, payments under $10,000 are generally put onto credit cards. So it would be general supplier expense.
Sure, like stationery, for
Correct.
example. Or, okay. So $4 million related to travel through those two...
Yep.
Sorry, can I just correct that? It's 2.4 million on travel.
Sorry.
With what Ms Crowther is referring to is the credit card provider changed from diners to NAB, and that number the 1.4 million relates to all transactions, not travel.
Okay, so working backward from $8.95 million spent in a 3-month period, 2.5 certainly is related to travel, or 2.4, whatever figure it was, close enough. 1.5 million through NAB, the new provider, relates to all expenses. Yeah. Is there a portion of that related to travel?
I don't believe so, Senator. It should be separate because we've captured that as through the diner system. But I can take that on notice. That would also equal the numbers that I gave you just previously, the 1.9 plus the international travel.
Yeah, okay. So all the travel... So hang on. So are the fares paid for on credit cards as well? Is that
correct?
Why? Right. And so my question around use of credit cards beyond the flights and hotels was incidentals, because we don't pay travel allowance. I just have the aggregate figure. So of that portion, I'm trying to figure out how we break down the 2.4 million into its constituent elements.
So I can take that on notice, Senator.
Sure. Okay. All right. Well, we'll come... Oh, do we do the carbon offset with our flights? We don't pay for that?
No, so we use a whole of government travel, which at the moment doesn't have carbon offset.
Okay. Has anyone in the department calculated the emissions related to travel from this department?
Yes, I'll just get my colleague, Ms Mann, to come up.
Sure.
We can give you the figures from the whole of government reporting.
Sure. And then we'll come back to ministerial travel, but you've got to come back to
It's just you, Senator.
Oh, great, okay. I won't be long then. You have something there. And if you Hello.
Good morning, Senator. Jill Mand, Branch Head of Property, Infrastructure and Physical Security. As reported in our annual report 23-24, the total emissions for domestic commercial flights was 2,090 tonnes.
For the department?
That's correct.
Alone, yeah. And so international?
International isn't currently required to be reported on. That's a sort of evolving policy area within the Department of Finance.
Does the Department of Climate Change, etc., compile its own data on its carbon emissions with flights or not?
No, we don't. The reason why we don't, Senator, it is genuinely whole of government. So if you remember, the international flights are done through the finance panel and whole of government processes. I think, if I remember correctly, Senator, I'll take this on notice if I get this wrong, the Department of Finance is currently working on a whole of government international travel policy, which will pick up this issue of emissions for whole of government international flights and the sort of issues that you're touching on. So I think we're all waiting to see what Finance come up with.
Sure. Okay. We'll ask them when they expect to have that done. That's fine. If I can then move to ministerial travel. So for the same period, the expenditure covered by this department for support of ministerial travel?
So, Senator, ministerial travel is handled by Department of Finance.
So no costs covered to support the ministry in any function anywhere?
Not in our figures, no, sir.
Okay. So when you identified that it was just for officials, the travel earlier, is there any ministerial travel that you'd ordinarily support?
Not in the department's figures, no.
So I'm just interested why you delineate between them earlier on.
Between what, sorry?
Well, you talked, when we were talking that 2.4 figure, you said that's just for officials, not for ministerial.
That's right, because ministerial travel is booked through the Department of Finance.
So I assumed off the back of that there must be something else here, but we'll just go to the Department of Finance for that. If we can go to advertising, are there any current advertising campaigns being administered by the department?
So Michelle Croker, Head of Division Portfolio Strategy. We do not have any current advertising campaigns at present.
Okay. Are there any planned between now and the end of the financial year?
I'm unable to comment on that.
Okay. Do you want to take it on notice, perhaps? Are there any budgeted? Yes. Is there any budgeting set aside for advertising between now and the end of the financial year?
In terms of advertising campaigns?
Yes.
Yep. We don't have any budget set aside.
I beg your pardon?
We do not have any budget set aside for campaigns.
No budgeting for, okay, advertising campaigns or communication strategies?
So we do as a department we do other advertising. For example, we do non-campaign advertising. Mm-hmm. So that information-based, for example, they can include public notices about grant funding applications, recruitment, advertisement and tender notices. So we do have funding to undertake those activities.
Okay. So just to help you, so I think implicit in your question is the campaigns that are done through the cabinet process that you're aware of from your time in government, which are sort of campaigns. I'm very confident that we don't have any budget provided for any such campaign in this department.
All right, that's fine. If I can then move to staffing. So I would just be interested in an as at nearest date number of staff in the departments.
So by head count, as at 30 September 24, we had 5,410 staff.
And what was the May 2022 number?
I don't have the May 22. I've got August 23. Oh, so May 22. So September 22 was when the department formed. Just give me one moment on that, Senator. I've got that by ASL, not by head count.
Do you have an ASL?
So maybe what I could do, if you want August 23, does that go?
Yeah, August 23. Let's do that.
So because I've got head count for that. So as at August 23, actually, apologies, I've only written that down for ACT-based staff. Give me one sec, Senator. We had ASL, I'll give you September 22 ASL.
Yes.
Is 2,827.
Okay. Do you have a September 24 ASL?
I do. I've got, it was head count. I've just read the wrong thing. So that head count number was 2,827 as at September 22. So that's when the staff transferred to the department.
So head count 2827 in September of 2022. Okay.
And September 24, I've just read out.
It was 5410.
I don't believe I might have to take on notice last year's unless my colleague has that.
I have the number for as at 30 June 2024.
That's all right. We've got the September one, so I think we're okay. And just a breakdown between ACT-based staff and external.
Certainly. And I can compare this to last year if that helps. So as at 30 September 24, ACT-based staff was 3,384. That's a reduction of 94 staff from August 23, which was the last estimates reporting that I had. That roughly a year ago. So we had 3,478 at that stage. Our staff growth outside of the ACT over that period from August 23 to September 24 is 612, including those 94 that transferred outside of the ACT.
And those 94 were associated with a particular division, or was it across?
Just across.
Okay, all right. And mainly in... Oh, I'm not even going to go there.
They're across all the states. I can tell you the state numbers if you're interested.
You and I have had this discussion before. I've had it with some of your colleagues. We have committed ourselves to really trying to increase the footprint of DQ.
Oh, yes, yeah. No, I was going to ask about what sort of locations outside of ACT. We're talking Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, but it'll be all over the place, I'm sure.
It's genuinely every state.
Yeah. Any in Hobart?
Absolutely.
Yes. Oh, good. All right.
Hobart's the second largest.
But is it?
It is.
That would explain the emails I keep getting at home, but I'm joking, Secretary. No one has written to me from your department, except under pseudonyms. Again, I'm joking. So support for the special envoy on the Great Barrier Reef. Can I ask here on that, or do we deal with that?
I think we'll just have to take that on notice, Senator.
Sure.
It would fall within
Outcome 2.
outcome 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, are we good?
All right. Well, I'll deal with that in
Outcome
outcome
2,
2. That's fine. I'll come back to that. And that's corporate for me. So,
Senator Cadell.
Very housekeeping ones. Mr Fredericks, found out SES performance agreements and assessments happen. Have you had one this year or in the last 12 months?
So there's a system that the Public Service Commissioner and the Secretary of PM&C run, which is, in general terms, each year I'm required to agree with them a performance agreement for the year ahead, and I'm also required to provide a report on my performance the year past. You have to forgive me on dates, but I think it's around about May. I have a sit-down conversation with the Secretary and the Commissioner where we go through performance past and performance future. And I should say as well, those agreements are also provided to my ministers so that ministers have an understanding of it. And I should add also that the conversation that happens between myself and the PM&C Secretary and the APSC Commissioner is also informed by the two of them speaking to my ministers as well. So it's quite a good system. Like, it's not over the top, but it's proper accountability, and it is relatively new, to be fair.
That's all. Just that process was just want to go through that. Now, quickly, if you want to move this into outcome 1, I'm happy with that, but it doesn't reflect government policy per se on this. But
Senator Cadell,
Yep.
we will move formally to 1.1 when you've finished with corporate.
Okay, thanks very much.
We're not going to blur the lines here.
Okay. In an article in the Australian 20 September 2024, Rosie Lewis wrote an article about progressive climate fear of nuclear as support takes hold. In that, Minister Chris Bowen, he cited departmental analysis to critique the coalition's nuclear energy proposals. What resource was put into that?
So, Senator, that if we can take that in
That's
outcome 1,
yep.
That's been traversed in other committees,
Okay.
and it's a proper question.
I'll move it in one-to-one on fine, Chair.
Great. So that does conclude the examination of corporate matters for the department. We will release that aspect of the program.
Thank you very much.
And I would now ask officers related to Outcome 1, Program 1.1, Reduce Australia's Greenhouse Gas Emissions, to come forward. Ross, are we starting with you?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, are we ready to go? Senator Cadell. Over to you.
Question you may not have heard before in the last 2 minutes. On the 20th of September 2024, this question relating to the modelling of coalition nuclear policy. What assumptions were made by the department? It says, can you confirm the figures that the minister says of supply gaps between 49 and 18% by 2035? What assumptions were made to come to those things, and how much time was put into that modelling?
So, Senator, can I just intervene in one set for you, Chair, for your consideration? So, strictly the Senator's question is in program 1.2 rather than 1.1. That said, if it's convenient for the committee, it's up to you. All my officials are here for 1.1 and 1.2.
Okay.
Up to you.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Yep.
If you want to blur the lines.
We might jump around a bit, but it's you know, a lot of these issues run into each other, I think.
Okay, fair enough.
Good morning, Senators. So I'm Duggan, Deputy Secretary, Energy Group. So, Senator, you started the question by talking about modelling that the department had done. Just to be very clear, what the department did was a set of calculations for the minister based on a set of assumptions that were provided to us. So we haven't done any modelling, any analysis of a nuclear policy, simply have performed some calculations on request.
Okay, who provided the assumptions to you? Was it Ministerial Office or was it external?
So the assumptions were provided to us by the Minister's Office to undertake those calculations.
So Minister Bowen provided assumptions that he wanted you to calculate an outcome from, but you did not test those assumptions or have any work on that?
So, Senator, they were provided by his office. I don't have any visibility of Minister Bowen's direct involvement in providing those assumptions, but yes, they were provided to us by his office.
Okay. So has there been any formal request outside of those calculations made to has there been a bigger request to model anything or investigate anything or do some work investigating the coalition policy at this stage?
No, Senator, there's been no request that's come to the department to model the opposition's policy.
Okay, so that was it. You were given a set of assumptions, you did some calculations, you handed it back.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, I'm happy with leaving that as it is there, that's fine. Minister, that's the calculation of the coalition policy. So what is the total system cost of Labor's various policies for the 2030 target of 82% renewables?
Well, it's a pretty reckless line of questioning, I'd have to say. The reason that the department had to be given a set of assumptions is that we're still waiting.
My question's on.
We're still waiting. We're still waiting, aren't we?
This is nothing to do with my question. Nothing to do
for
with
any detail from your team about this, about your which nuclear power plants, where would they arrive? What is the time frame? I'm just responding to the last line of questioning.
What is the total system cost of Labor's various plans of 82% renewable by 2030?
Well, we'll see if we can provide you with some more information about that.
Yeah, Senator, I can help you here. So AEMO in their integrated system plan publishes system build costs out to 2050. So they're the ones that are often referenced. So I can provide those costings to, which is consistent with the government's 2030 target, but also net zero by 2050. Is that the total system cost that? Yeah, so the way they look at it, so if you look at the discounted upfront capital costs of all new generation storage and transmission assets that need to be built between now and 2050, consistent with the net zero, the figure is $142 billion.
Sorry?
$142 billion.
$142 billion. Is that the total system cost? As defined in economic and electricity build-out, is that the total system cost you're working on?
Yeah, so as I said, Senator, so that includes all the upfront capital costs, all the new generation, all the storage, all the transmission assets between now and 2050. So that in a sense is the total discounted, so in net present value terms, what the total system cost would be through that period. Of course, what that doesn't include is the fuel costs, for example, to go with, for example, there's still some gas peaking technology in the system by that stage. It doesn't include the costs in that regard.
Does that include the cost of ACCUs, of the cost of capital, discounted capital for loans? Does it include carbon offsets? Does it include greenhouse offsets? Does it include capacity investment scheme benefits?
So it does include, in a sense, the cost of the foregone emissions. So there's emissions valuation that goes into the integrated system plan, and over that period, that's expected to be of benefit to consumers in the order of about $3.3 billion over the period.
It does include that as a discount?
That's my understanding, Senator, but I'll have to take that on notice because, again, I'm going off memory on that one, but I can come back to you on notice.
Given the fact, and we're going back through that's AEMO's costs, has the department looked at that analysis and made its own value judgment, made its own belief system, tested the assumptions of that and tested the validity of the AEMO numbers?
Yeah, so Senator, we put a lot of effort into looking at the AEMO's integrated system plan. As I said, it's the one that is consistent in terms of the generation build-out with the government's emissions reduction policies. Worth highlighting here that, in the period to 2050, we will have a very large share of our existing generation capacity will retire, so it will need to be replaced by A technology. What the integrated system plan maps out in the step change scenario is what's assessed to be the lowest system cost pathway. So the cost that would be lowest for consumers to achieve net zero by 2050. So the figures that I read out around that system cost are lower under that scenario than they would be under the alternatives.
Okay, but you haven't tested the validity of the costings. You just think that's the lowest. Your work is subject to that. You believe that's the lowest pathway.
I would make the point, Senator, that the integrated system plan undergoes a very vigorous external testing exercise.
But has your department done it?
Yes, we do. We interrogate it very, very carefully.
Okay. So how much, Minister, of that $148 billion will be government funded?
What's you're in a position to assist me there?
So that's the total system cost. So as I said, 142 billion, Senator, not 148. So the expectation would be almost that entire amount would be private sector funded. The reason for that is at the moment government policy assists really in two fundamental ways there. One is through the capacity investment scheme, which provides a revenue underwriting scheme to get projects to financial close. But all the financing is provided by the private sector and there's no policy to change that. The other is by providing low-cost concessional finance for the transmission build-out. But again, that's low-cost financing, the benefits of which are passed through to consumers, but on the basis of private sector proponents. And where there's state ownership of energy assets, provide lower-cost finance through to those state owners. But again, no Commonwealth government ownership or funding, with the exception, of course, of, as you know, talking later on today to Snowy Hydro Limited, Marinus Link would be another alternative. But outside of those two examples, there's no additional government capital spend that we would anticipate at this stage.
Okay. On the 2030 target, the 82%, we've had different conversations over the years about the projection and the step change and everything like that. Are we on target to achieve that by 2030?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I mean, as we've discussed in previous estimates, I mean, 82% absolutely fundamental to the government's commitment to 43%, which of course is consistent with the government's commitments under the Paris Club to keep temperature rise within reach of 1.5 degrees Celsius. So 82% was established as an ambitious target. And I think I've given evidence before that we didn't expect it to be a linear pathway. We knew that as we transitioned towards 2030, that the government's investments, but also what was, I guess, as the private sector gained clarity about the transition pathway, that we would see an acceleration. In recent times, we are seeing evidence of an acceleration. So when we look at what AEMO projects in terms of additional capacity we need by 2030, in terms of generation, it's about 6 gigawatts of utility scale generation and storage that we need per annum, and it's about an additional 3 gigawatts of rooftop solar per annum. And what we saw what we have seen so far this calendar year, so to about mid-October, is about 9 gigawatts worth of utility-scale solar, wind and storage reach financial close, and the Clean Energy Regulator is expecting to see another 3 gigawatts of rooftop solar added. So again, that gives us some early confidence that we are starting to see that acceleration that we're going to need to see us through to 82.
But we're behind now, aren't we? We have to accelerate or we're not going to get there.
Oh, well, we do need an acceleration, that's correct. And as I said, I think we're starting to see that now, Senator.
So in your modelling, your different scenarios, and you have modelling on whether we're going to reach this 82% target, don't we? We've established that in the past.
Yeah, so we do watch this very closely. We monitor all different aspects of this. The primary, when we look at this annually with respect to the emissions projections, they're scheduled for release before the end of this calendar year, and that'll provide our latest assessment of the track towards 82%.
Okay, so in your modelling, are there models where we don't make 82?
Certainly not our central case scenario. We are modelling and we have reasonable expectations that we are seeing that acceleration we need. So, yeah, our central case is that we hit 82%.
Are there models that we don't?
Not that I'm aware of, but my colleague might be able to help me out here.
So we can say with certainty we will reach it?
We can say with certainty that we think that the conditions are in place to see the acceleration that we need to get to 82%, and our central case modelling scenario is that we do reach 82.
Okay. Beautiful. Haven't emissions increased over the last 2 years?
It's a question for our climate colleagues.
Thank you, Senator. Kush Leno, Acting Deputy Secretary. So the latest estimate of Australia's emissions, it's actually 28% below 2005 levels, and that's in the year to March 2024. So that is 0.6% below the previous year. And again, some of the largest sectoral reductions since 2005 is in fact the electricity sector, which is down 23%.
So we're down 0.6% over 2 years, is that correct? Or
so that was from the last inventory report. So we do that on a yearly basis.
Yep.
So it's sort of we look at know, the annual decreases.
So over the 2 years of this government, what's the net?
I'll just check whether we actually have that figure or whether we need to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Senator.
Give me 2 inventories ago. That'd be fine.
Yeah. So, Kath Rowley, Head of Division for Emissions Reduction. The emissions are reported on an annual basis, and our official inventories are reported with some lag time because it takes quite a deal of time to pull the data together and do the QA for official inventory reporting. However, we do report more recent data through quarterly updates. And if I draw on the data from our quarterly updates, then the emissions in terms of the trend year to June 2022 relative to the year to June 2024, emissions are slightly higher, 0.4% higher in the year to June 2024. They've gone from 438.4 million tonnes to 440.8 million tonnes. This is largely due to the impacts of COVID-related restrictions on the transport sector. And so, as you can imagine, due to COVID restrictions, transport emissions stepped down quite substantially through 2020, 2021, 2022. They've now returned essentially to their pre-COVID levels. It's quite a different trend observable in other sectors. So, for the electricity sector, stationary energy sector, fugitives and industrial production and product use, industrial processes and product use, they've all reduced by 2% over that period of those 2 years. Waste and land sector emissions have been flat over those 2 years.
Okay. I'm happy to rotate for the time being.
Well, I might just have a quick follow-up question there. How does you say that some of those issues are related to COVID? What do those numbers look like when we look at our emissions compared to 2019 before COVID? If we look at that broader trajectory, what does that give us?
Sure. So I'm Alana Pentinier. I'm the branch head of the National Inventory Systems and International Reporting branch. Emissions during the COVID period were lower. So immediately before that, in the year to December 2019, emissions were at 490.8 million tonnes. And in the year to June, I think as Ms Rowley said, they were 440.8 million tonnes. So that's a 10% reduction on the year to December 2019. Electricity is down really substantially in that difference, so it's down by 15%. Fugitives are down by 16%. And the LULUCF, so the land sector, had a bigger sink at that time. Ag has been up since 2019, and the other sectors are relatively flat.
So, Senator, if I could just summarise. So, over the last 2 years, a very small increase, 0.4% at the aggregate level, almost exclusively due to the impact of that transport recovery from COVID-related restrictions. Relative to the pre-COVID period, Australia's emissions are 10% below on our latest preliminary estimates from the quarterly report.
Great, thank you.
Clarification on that. You just said June 24. I haven't seen them published. They've been published in the last little bit, or...?
So those numbers are published as preliminary numbers in the March 2024 quarterly report. Will be updated when we do the next quarterly report.
Thank you.
Yeah, so they were published a couple of months ago, so they're available on our website. Yeah.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Senator Waters.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're all keeping well. Thanks for your time. I have some questions about the December 2023 update of Australia's national greenhouse gas inventory. In particular, the methodology. It seems there's been a revised methodology for land use in particular, and that has magically resulted in progress on targets going from 25% below 2005 levels to 29% below 2005 levels due to that accounting change. So I just have some questions about the process of and the rigour of that accounting change. So what third parties did the department consult to peer review those methodology changes?
Yes, so the department worked with third parties who were experts in both sort of the science of in emissions accounting for land use and land use change, which is part of our normal process. So we go through an extensive process of internal and external quality assurance. So I might step back just a moment, actually, if I could. So there were 3 substantial changes to the way that we did the land sector accounting in that inventory report. So that was included in the inventory report that was provided to the UNFCCC in April of this year, and then they flowed through to the quarterly report for December for 2023. One of the changes was an additional year of climate observations from 2022, and because that was from the La Nina period, it deviated quite substantially from the average. A second change was that we made improvements to the modelling of crop and grass yields, as well as the modelling of perennial and annual grasses within FullCam, and FullCam is the model that we use to work through the emissions implications of land changes.
Could you to intercede, Hansard, could you just turn the microphone up a little bit, please? So you said crop and grass, and what was the second component again, please?
Perennial and annual grasses.
Thank you.
And so we adjusted those, the modelling to better reflect local climate. And then the third change was that we adopted emissions factors for crop residues in the agriculture sector using the latest IPCC guidance. So that updated IPCC guidance had improved representation of Australia's climate zones. It separated out wet and dry climates, and so we flowed that through to the inventory. So in terms of what that means in terms of methodology changes, so the changes to introduce additional climate information it's not a methodology change, it's just an inclusion of new data. In terms of the cropland and grassland modelling, we had external experts in inventory reporting and soil carbon modelling, and in terms of obviously the UNFCCC guidance, we applied that guidance.
Sorry, could you just be nice and clear?
Sorry.
The bells.
So in terms of the the application of the IPCC guidance. That was guidance that had already been prepared. This will all also be reviewed by international experts. We anticipate next calendar year as part of the UNFCCC process under the Paris Agreement.
And if I could just clarify, Senator, so your original question was like around peer review or external review. All of the changes that were reflected in the December 2023 quarterly were as implemented in the official 2022 National Inventory Report, which was submitted to the UNFCCC in April of this year. And the peer review or external review process for our inventory actually occurs as part of the UNFCCC processes, so that hasn't happened yet.
Yes.
That happens after
So
every
that will
country's
happen next
lodged
year.
their inventory. It's reviewed by UNFCCC and international experts, and the results of that external peer review will be published once that's completed.
Okay, thanks for that. So I've got some follow-up questions just on that second process whereby we make the change and yet it's not verified until next year by the UN. How is it that we can bank the savings before it's even verified?
Every year, our inventory represents our best estimate of emissions based on the latest available data, science and methods that we have available, including advice from the international community through the IPCC guidance. And so our inventory represents our best estimate. That's what we lodge with the UNFCCC. And the numbers that we report publicly and in this committee relate to what we've reported. And every year, the inventory is subject to an independent review through the international processes. The results of that are public. And as far as I recall, there's often been very minor corrections or adjustments made through those processes, but no significant revisions to our numbers as lodged.
That's correct.
Okay, and are you anticipating that this time around there would be similarly minor potential tweaks, or is the change that's been made, particularly in relation to the crop and grass yields and the perennial and annual grasses, is that potentially a bigger methodological change?
No, I wouldn't say so. I think we're anticipating the same sorts of feedback. We're confident in the changes that we've made, as we always are. We go through a very careful process internally, and so we're not anticipating any particular feedback from the UNFCCC on this.
So this has happened several times, I can infer from your language?
Yeah, so the inventory has a process of continuous improvement. That's one of the requirements of the Paris Agreement, and it has been for a long time. So we have, for example, an active research program with CSIRO who are doing field studies and other sorts of analysis to help us make sure that our modelling of the emissions impacts of various land changes are as accurate as they can be. And so as we get more information and as we sort of refine it, we bring those into the inventory through that annual process, and then it's reviewed internationally as well.
Okay. Sorry, Senator, if I could just add one thing, because the numbers go up and down, and so you referred to the results from the December 2023 quarterly showing that emissions were 28% below 2005 levels on our latest estimate. In our most recent quarterly, the March 2024 quarterly, as a result of updated data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics on beef herds, we like to call it found more cows. They updated their estimates of beef herd sizes, and those numbers are higher than the previous numbers estimated. And so actually we've flowed those changes through in the March 2024 quarterly, and our latest estimate is now, because the whole time series adjusted upward, so our latest estimate is now that Australia's emissions are 28% below 2005 levels rather than 29%. And that's a result of, again, taking the latest available data and flowing that through our inventory so that it represents our best possible estimate of our emissions.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful context. So just a few more specific questions. You mentioned that you had some internal experts review in addition to the UN process? So just sticking with that domestic review, who do you get to do that?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. If you could please do so. And are they the same folk that you always use, or is it new people this time? You know, any change?
I mean, I think it's fair to say that we use a range of experts depending on the topic that we're looking at. So, as I said, we have like an ongoing research process that we do with CSIRO, but there are other experts who bring particular expertise.
Okay.
So,
if you could on notice provide me with just the detail of how you select those people to do that crucial work. And so just coming back to the UN process, so I understand that we've submitted it. You said it went in April and it'll be verified or checked or something next year. How do they do that verification process?
So essentially they assemble a team of experts that review Australia's biannual transparency review, which will include their inventory, and so they look through and check in some detail the methods that we have published about how we've calculated our emissions and provide feedback about that.
And is that ever made public, their feedback?
Yes, those reviews are published on the UNFCCC website.
So we can find preceding ones if we go looking. Okay,
yeah,
thank
that's
you.
correct.
That's helpful. Can I ask now?
If you're going to go on to another topic, can we rotate?
This is still about land use. Oh gosh, 10 minutes already.
Yeah.
This might be quick.
Okay.
But it's still about land use. Thank you. So the greenhouse accounts showed the land sector reductions for 3 years from 2020 to 2023 as exactly the same reductions each year. How is that possible?
So, Senator, are you referring to the quarterly? No?
I don't know. It's just the 3 years from 2020 to 2023, and it's an annual figure, so I presume that it's replicated. You would hope that the quarterly reports say the same thing as the annual report.
If we could just clarify, it's the emissions from what in particular? Sorry, there's lots of different categories.
So this is the whole land?
I've got land sector reductions in toto.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct, Senator.
September quarter, 16.09646674. December quarter, 16.096466, and March quarter, the same.
Apologies, Senator. So just to clarify, it's emissions per quarter rather than 3 annual figures from 2020. Sorry, I thought that you were saying that the annual figures were the same.
Sorry, I correct myself. It's the quarterly figures.
Yes,
so why are they exactly the same? So same principle, just different parameters.
So I think as Ms Rowley said, we sort of report our emissions through 2 key sets of publications. We do the annual inventory report, which is how we officially report on our progress to the UNFCCC and Paris processes. We also, to provide sort of more recent and up-to-date information, provide the quarterly report. The quarterly report brings in additional data or information where it's available, but the process for estimating land emissions is very complicated and time-consuming, and we can't do it every quarter. So we take the most recent estimation of land emissions and hold it steady until we have the next.
Okay, I understand. All right, thank you. I definitely have lots more questions, but happy to rotate. Thank you very much. Senator
Sharma.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to continue on the emissions inventory detail, if I could, please. So I was just going through some of your statistics on the website, the greenhouse gas inventory. So our Paris Agreement inventory emissions, my reading of the figure that we reported in 2022 is 432.6 million tonnes CO2 equivalent. Is that correct for 2022?
Sorry, can you say that number again?
Yeah, sure. It's just the Paris Agreement inventory emissions on your greenhouse accounts website. We've got it at 432.6 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent for the 2022.
Apologies, Senator. We're just checking if we have those numbers here. We
I think
tend to focus on the quarterlies because they are the latest estimates rather than the inventory. I think I would need to take that on notice to check. But if you've got it from the website, then that is our official source and our official figures.
Yeah, home emissions inventory is Paris Agreement inventory.
In which case, I think that you're on firm ground there.
So I just wanted to check the Paris Agreement inventory reporting is the same methodology as used in the quarterly greenhouse gas accounts.
Yes,
The
that's
comparable
right.
figures.
Just noting the things that I mentioned to Senator Waters. So there are some things that we cannot update as quickly as for the quarterly estimates, and so we hold over. We use different data where it's available, but some data doesn't become available except annually. So, for example, facility emissions that are reported through the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme, that's sort of an annual process, and so we need to use different activity data for the quarterly than we do in the inventory, but the methodologies are the same.
And if I could just one further clarification, sorry. Where we do get new information that can readily be brought in to the quarterly, then we do that. And so, for example, I referred earlier to the updates to the estimates of beef herds and the consequent increase in agricultural emissions. And in our most recent quarterly, we adopted that new time series from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So our latest estimate of emissions in 2022 is different to that published in our National Inventory Report, which might be accounting for some of the difference in the figures that you're hearing. We do try and bring in new information where that's possible to be done in the quarterly cycle.
Okay. So, but I'm on firm ground saying our annual emissions were 432.6 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent in 2022, right?
As reported in our National Inventory Report, it's not our latest estimate.
Okay. Which is how much below our 2005 levels in 2022? I've got it at 29%.
So in our 2022 National Inventory Report, the figures reported were 29% below.
Okay. And now, as I understand, our latest, from the latest quarterly accounts, the total emissions in the year to March 2024 were 440 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent.
Yeah, and we have also revised the estimates for the year to June 2022.
But can I just get you to confirm that figure's correct? March 2024?
Yes, we cited it earlier.
440. Okay, so it's increased from 2022 to 2024 then?
As we stated earlier, yes.
So I've got about a 1.85% increase from 432 to 440.
And unfortunately, Senator, there you're comparing two numbers that are not directly comparable. And as I said, in the latest quarterly, we have incorporated new information on beef herd statistics.
You've retrospectively revised the 2022.
We revised the whole time series in accordance with UNFCCC rules so that the numbers remain comparable over time. If we only changed the most recent estimates, then every year would not be comparable to the previous years.
Okay.
And so on our latest estimate, on the June quarterly figures, which is the latest estimates, then emissions in the year to June 2022 were 438.4 million tonnes, slightly up from our National Inventory Report figures because of the effect of that revision in beef herd figures.
Okay. So we've still seen an increase from June 2022 to June 2024, though, but of 0.4%, which you cited in your opening remarks, rather than the 1.8% I calculated.
Right.
Okay. So in terms of progress towards meeting our Paris emissions reduction targets, we're still at, what, 29% or slightly less, 28%?
So our latest estimate is we are at 28% below 2005 levels. And as I said earlier, the trends at the sector level are quite different. And so we're seeing reductions since June 2022 in electricity, in stationary energy, in industrial processes and in fugitive emissions. But we have seen a significant increase in transport emissions, reflecting that shift from the relaxation of COVID-related restrictions.
But if I just look at the yearly figures under the Paris Agreement inventory emissions reduction table, I see a reduction from 2017 to 2018 to 2019 to 2020 to 2021 to 2022. I see continued reductions year on year, but the last 2 years we've seen emissions increase. So, and obviously these years before COVID, we're seeing reductions as well. I'm just puzzled as to why emissions seem to be flatlining at best.
Yeah. And I think that's because of the trends that I've explained, which is we saw with COVID and particularly with the restrictions on the economy and particularly on transport, a very big, unusual reduction in transport emissions between 2019, 2020. That reduction continued through 2021 and 2022. And since those restrictions have been relaxed, we're seeing transport recover just to the pre-COVID levels, which is where they are about now, even as we have seen other sectors of the economy continue that trend decline that we were seeing previously. And so this is where it's difficult sometimes to distinguish the trend from the noise. And we see noise with COVID being these short-term disruptions, and we see the trend through the long term. Our emissions projections are probably the better document to look at when we're thinking about how are Australia's emissions trending over time, taking account of things like the government's policy reforms over the last couple of years. And in terms of emissions projections, our estimates for emissions in 2030 have improved from the 2021 emissions projections, which indicated a reduction of 30% by 2030 under the policies in place at that time. In our most recent emissions projections, the 2023 projections, we estimate that emissions will be 37%, so 30 to 37%, an improvement in the baseline scenario, and a reduction of 42% in the with additional measures scenario, which takes account of the renewable energy target and
I'm
the
just conscious we're short on time,
reforms.
so I just wouldn't mind asking a few more questions. What's our current 2030 target?
It's 43% reductions on 2005 levels by 2030.
How much less or how many fewer million tonnes of CO2 equivalent do we need to be emitting by 2030 versus now? So we're at 29% now. We need to get to what, sorry?
43% below 2005 levels by 2030. That's our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, and it's legislated under the Climate Change Act.
Okay. So how many? So we're at 440 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent now. What do we need to get to?
Sorry, Senator, I'm just finding that.
Just having that.
So it's 351, is it? The target is 351.
Yeah. The target is, on the 2023 emissions projections, 351 million tonnes. We would need to take on notice the tonne figure based on the latest baseline estimate of 2005 emissions, based on all the latest estimates.
So
ballpark 351.
So we need to save, what, 90 million tonnes CO2 equivalent over the next 6 years? So we're talking, what, 15.5 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent per year for the next 6 years? I appreciate this might not be linear. Do our current projections have us meeting that? You said our current projections have us, what, 37% down on 2005 by 2030, which is short of our target.
Yeah, so just on the budget basis, so our target is expressed both as a point-in-time target and also a budget basis. So on a budget basis, the baseline scenario in the 2023 projections had us 1% above the emissions budget, and the with additional measures scenario had us 1% below that budget basis. And I think, as Ms Rowley said before, the baseline as a point in time had us at 37% below 2005 levels, and with additional measures had us at 42% below 2005 levels.
I'm struggling to see how we start reducing, given emissions have been flat for the last 2 years, how we start shaving 16 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent per year from now until 2030 when, I mean, you've cited a whole number of reasons why emissions have been flat, but I don't understand what changes.
So there's a few things that change, Senator. First is that the government's pursuing policies to achieve 82% renewables by 2030, and so measures like the Rewiring the Nation and the Capacity Investment Scheme are anticipated to substantially accelerate the deployment of renewables, and they'll provide generation as coal-fired generators exit the system. That reduces Australia's emissions, and that's taken account of, particularly in the with additional measures scenario from last year's
electricity
projections.
generation is about, what, 25 to 30% of total
It's
emissions?
about 33%, I understand, roughly at the moment, and it's projected to reduce very substantially over the period to 2030. In addition, we're implementing now, and are just at the end of the first year of compliance of the safeguard mechanism reforms, which puts binding emissions limits on more than 200 of Australia's biggest industrial emitters. And so their emissions limits ratchet down at roughly 5% per year. That's projected to contribute, in net terms, 50 million tonnes of abatement by 2030 under our 2023 projections. And then third thing to note is the fuel efficiency standards, which were legislated earlier this year and which enter into force in January next year, are going to accelerate the improvement in the the emissions intensity of new vehicles coming into the Australian market, and that will contribute further reductions in the period to 2030.
Yeah, just one.
Rotate the call.
All right. If I could say one final question. When's the next greenhouse gas quarterly inventory out?
Due out at the end of this month.
Would we expect to start seeing these reductions flow through by that greenhouse gas quarterly inventory, or when do we expect the needle to start to turn?
So the projections is probably the best indicator of the sort of forward expected reductions in emissions, and some of those policies, the safeguard policy in particular, is expected to see really substantial reductions later this sort of decade, in the latter half of this decade.
Yeah. In the latter half of the decade?
No. So Senator, as I've said, there's short-term disruptions to the economy, and there's long-term trends, and the next quarterly will show, both at the aggregate and the sector level, what those trends are and what those short-term fluctuations are doing. So, as I said, transport post-COVID is a significant disruption, and so it makes it hard to speculate exactly what the aggregate numbers are. But at that sector level, particularly in energy, we are seeing reductions.
Right. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Cox. Senator Cox, are you there? I believe you have some questions.
Can I ask some questions in relation to the safeguard mechanism? Is that in the right outcome area?
Yes. All good, Senator. We just need to change a couple of personnel.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, good to go.
Thank you. I know that there's been a lot of conversation just then about the emissions targets. Can you just let us know whether there is an action plan based on the current targets, and are there any interim targets or some type of goals, measurements and milestones along the way?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So Edwina Johnson, Branch Head, Safeguard Mechanism and Carbon Leakage Review. So that's right, Senator. As part of the Safeguard Mechanism reforms, there were targets legislated, and so they were a decadal net emissions budget of 1,233 million tonnes from 1 July 2020 to 30 June 2030. Also, 100 million tonnes net emissions in 29-30, and that gross emissions would decline on a 5-year rolling average compared to previous years. And so they're all legislated targets, and we report against those when, for example, the Minister amends the safeguard rule. He needs to be satisfied that the rule amendments comply with those legislative targets, and so we publish each time the rule is amended, publish tracking against those targets.
Who's providing the tracking, Ms Johnson, in relation to those?
Thank you, Senator. So that's it's a combination of both my team, Ms Pentony's team looking forward, as well as we draw on the data from both the CER and then also the inventory.
Given that the safeguard mechanism has been referred to supplying strong levers to drive the on-site abatements particularly for industry. But essentially, particularly in states like my home state of Western Australia, there's conversations around the monitoring of emissions, particularly for some of the newer projects, I suppose you would call them, in the pipeline. Are any of those currently ones that fail to meet the current targets?
Thank you, Senator. I might just take a step back and explain. So we've set the 4.9% standard decline rate that Ms Rowley referred to earlier. So we set that on a basis to assure ourselves that those legislative targets that I mentioned will be met. And so that takes account of both existing facilities and increases in production at those existing facilities, as well as new entrants. And so we've taken account of the projects that we're aware of and consider likely to come on board this decade as we talk about those decadal budgets. And then we've added in a reserve to ensure ourselves that if there's higher than expected increases in production from either new or existing facilities, that we're still able to meet those emissions reduction targets. As at the latest rule amendment, the reserve stood across that emissions budget period at 16 million tonnes. And so we have both baked in assumptions about the sort of new projects that I think you're referring to within the base figures, as well as built ourselves in a reserve to give ourselves that additional assurance.
So, Ms Johnson, your reference to the facilities is the 215 that are responsible for the 28% of current emissions for Australia. Is that correct?
That's broadly right, Senator. So in the 22-23 financial year, there were 219 facilities covered, and that's right. So when I spoke about existing facilities, they're the ones I meant, and then we're anticipating new facilities will come on during the decade. And between both my area and Ms Pentony's area, we take account of those as we think about the progress against the targets.
Right. It's been recently reported that the safeguard mechanism is compromised in relation, particularly for mining development projects, in relation to the diesel fuel tax credits. And it talks about how we should actually be having a credit to encourage industry to decarbonise some of their operations rather than having a compromised diesel fuel tax credit that's about the government providing a tax credit for diesel use on private roads. Is the review that's due in 2026-27 going to capture that?
Senator Shane Gaddis, head of the Net Zero Industries Division. That's a matter for Treasury, so taxation matters would normally be considered by Treasury. We're not doing any work to consider whether or not the review will consider the diesel or the fuel tax credit scheme in 2026.
So has the department provided any advice to Treasury in relation to that?
To the 2026 review on fuel tax credits?
Yes, that's correct.
No.
Do they intend to, or is that something that...
I think it's fair to say, Senator, 2026 is a fair way away, and we're not ready to start the terms of reference for the 2026 review at this stage.
Given that I suppose my issue is that we continue to say we're trying to send a signal to industry to reduce their emissions in order to meet our climate emissions, and particularly the 4.9% each year that have been set by your government, yet we're not doing the policy work to inform a possible way in which we can improve tax credits to encourage industry to do that. Is that what you're saying?
Just one clarification, Senator, and then I'll pass to Ms Johnson. We'll have more detail about that matter. We're the public service. We don't represent the government, so we're here to support either government. So just to clarify that, we're independent. And then Ms Johnson may have some...
That's great. I can probably hear from the Minister then. Sorry, I can't see your name tag from where I'm sitting.
Mr Gaddis.
The camera's not. Thank you. Yeah, if the Minister could possibly answer that then, rather than the public servants.
What I heard, Senator Cox, was you ask the official a policy question. which of course he's not in a position to answer, and he outlined why. All I can say is that I think the Prime Minister's indicated this is the view of the government. There is changes in relation to the diesel fuel rebate are not something that is being considered by the government. If there's questions more broadly about the diesel fuel rebate, that probably is a question for Treasury, but there is nothing I can say beyond that.
Thank you. I think Ms Johnson was going to give
Thanks,
that time.
Yeah, I'm happy to give you a sense of how we've designed the safeguard mechanism to create that material incentive for on-site abatement, which the Act requires. And so that's really about the certainty that on-site abatement provides facilities. As you know, the ACCU price is something that moves, and so really we've designed it so that facilities are incentivised wherever possible to undertake on-site abatement. And so our projections, the 2023 projections indicated that on-site abatement would represent 78 million tonnes to 2030 under the safeguard mechanism, and then an additional 181 million tonnes between 2030 and 2035. And so we do think that there is that incentive there to undertake activity to bring in place on-site abatement wherever possible for these facilities. And so we'll be carefully tracking that over that decade as well.
Thank you, Ms Johnson. Can I quickly just ask a question around the proposal from, and I've got an example of Black Mountain's fracking project in the Kimberley, and within their application, it's been reported that there's discrepancies around the way that they report their climate emissions. It's been noted that there were only one environmental survey that makes a submission that in fact are contrary, because there's actually two surveys that have been conducted. What is the department's approach in relation to how they assess those, but also against the safeguard mechanism? What are their checks and balances in relation to ensuring that they are actually going to meet their emissions targets?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So there's really two aspects to that question. The first is any both state-based environmental approvals, and then if it's a project that's captured by our Commonwealth environmental approvals, then that part of the question is probably really best directed to our colleagues in Outcome 2 as to how they consider in terms of environmental approvals. When we think about the safeguard mechanism, any project that starts that emits over 100,000 tonnes Scope 1 emissions each year will be automatically captured by the safeguard mechanism. And the Clean Energy Regulator has in place a really rigorous set of reporting requirements and monitoring and verification, as well as compliance and enforcement provisions to ensure that those project emissions are appropriately captured under the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme, and then managed in accordance with the safeguard mechanism obligations. And so there really are those two aspects that whatever a facility has put in its environmental approvals, regardless, it will then, if it emits over 100,000 tonnes Scope 1 emissions a year, it will be captured by the safeguard mechanism, and the Clean Energy Regulator has a range of sort of compliance and enforcement mechanisms that it can put in place to ensure that those emissions targets as set under the safeguard mechanism are met.
We'll need to rotate the call, Senator Cox, but I'm happy to come back to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much for your time this morning. I've got some questions about the expert methane reporting panel that Minister Bowen announced on the 26th of August. I'm interested if the panel members have been appointed other than the lead, Professor Cathy Foley.
Thanks, Senator. So I'm Alana Penchenier, lead the National Inventory Reporting and National Inventory Systems and International Reporting branch. So we're still working through the terms of reference for that panel, and that will give us some insights into the sort of range of expertise that we'll need for panel members. It's got quite a complicated set of issues that it will need to consider, and so we want to make sure that it's got all the that the terms of reference are appropriately balanced to make sure that it's an achievable outcome, but also covers all the issues that need to be considered.
When will the terms of reference be completed?
That will be a decision for the government.
Have terms of reference been provided to government?
We've been working on terms of reference, including in consultation with the chief scientist.
Has that been presented to government yet, or not?
Not for a decision at this stage.
When do you expect to have that work done in the department?
As I say, we want to make sure that we have the terms of reference right, and so we're working through that, and I don't have a particular time frame at this stage.
Why is it taking so long if the Albanese government acknowledged sort of 18 months ago, I think it was March last year maybe, that they said that methane is a big problem, that we're going to have a look at it? Why are we now scrambling on terms of reference?
So the government, the minister asked the Climate Change Authority to look at methane estimation as part of the CCA review. That review reported, I think, in December of last year. We have been working through carefully the government response to that review, including looking at including commitments around the expert panel, and now we're going through the process of working through what the expert panel will need to consider.
If I could just add, Senator, Kath Rowley, Head of the Emissions Reduction Division. The government response was released in July, but the government's actually been taking action to to improve Australia's arrangements for methane emissions reporting and transparency relating to that reporting all year. So I don't think it's fair to characterise our work as scrambling. The government's already made changes to the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme to phase out the use of Method 1, which is the least technically sophisticated method for fugitive methane emissions from coal from open-cut mines, for mines covered by the safeguard mechanism. We've already introduced an additional
when do
Method 2.
When do they come into effect?
So the phase-out will apply for largest safeguard producing coal mines from 1 July 2025, and then for the remaining coal mines covered by the safeguard mechanism from 1 July 2026.
And why, given the safeguard mechanism is the biggest emitters, 100,000 tonnes a year, why are you now delineating between safeguard mechanism mines?
Why did we phase it? Yeah, so the Method 2, which is the method that we expect those mines will need to move to, is quite a complicated and sophisticated method, and it requires safeguard facilities to undertake detailed sampling and then build a model of the coal seam of the mine that they will be extracting.
Yeah.
That is going to require specialist expertise, of which there is limited in Australia, and so the phase-in approach was to make sure that we could direct those expertise to the biggest, most material mines in the first instance, with the other mines to follow thereafter.
But even the smaller mines, I imagine, are owned or have some sort of ownership by multinationals who are subject to far more stringent methane reporting in other jurisdictions.
So I guess I can't speak to what they're doing for other jurisdictions, but in the context of the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme, that's a legislated mandatory system. It's very prescriptive, and so we made a judgment, I guess, that we wanted to make sure that the biggest, most material mines had access to the experts that they need in Australia and the sort of the specialist skill sets that they need to be able to build their models and transition across. And so we prioritised those mines, with the other mines to follow shortly afterwards.
And if I could add to that, Senator, the suggestion that other countries might have much better systems than Australia's is, I'd be interested in the basis of that claim. As far as we're aware, the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme that we have is one of the most technically sophisticated schemes of its type in the world, including in relation to fugitive methane emissions estimation, where we have direct measurement, which is mandatory for all underground mines. We apply the highest IPCC, if I could just finish, we apply the highest IPCC method tier, which is the most technically sophisticated method for open-cut coal mines, and we're currently the only country in the world to use this advanced methodology. and the IPCC's highest method tier is also used for oil and gas extraction, and Australia is one of only 8 developed countries to use such methods. So we think that our system for estimating and reporting on emissions, including fugitive methane emissions from coal and gas extraction, is very strong, and following the CCA's recommendations and the government response, we are working to further improve it, including by commissioning new science to continue to improve both Australia and international understanding of the emissions from those activities.
Thank you, Australia. I take your point, but you'd know better than most, if not any, that the issue in Australia is not underground. We know that they're reporting on those things, and often that's a big safety issue, and so there's a real imperative around that. The issue is some of these big open-cut mines, which have extraordinary fugitive emissions, which we're starting to see on methane satellites, and will have a very material impact on our inventory.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned we're not moving fast enough, given the pace at which we need to move this decade and the impact that these fugitive emissions will have. You know, a far bigger impact in the sort of critical decade from methane than from CO2, as you know.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I'd note one of the things I just referred to there was our handling of fugitive emissions from open-cut coal mines. So, as I said, we use the highest IPCC method tier for open-cut coal mines, and we're the only country in the world to use that advanced methodology. In addition, the changes that I was saying the government has already implemented in relation to the Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme following the CCA's review are to phase out the use of Method 1, which is the less technically sophisticated method for fugitive emissions from open-cut coal mines, and so this is an area that we are taking. We have an active work program.
No, I commend the government on the commitments. I'm just really keen to see that it's sort of delivered, and on the sort of delineation between safeguard mechanism facilities, which I'm concerned about, because my view is that if you are one of the 215 captured in the safeguard mechanism, you're on the hook. I'm interested if you consulted or did any work looking at whether or not international experts could be brought in to Australia by multinationals who own these companies to actually ensure that this happens sooner rather than a sort of phased approach.
Yes, so we consulted with a range of people in Australia
So the
government went through a public consultation process where we articulated what we were proposing to do with those amendments. There was, I think, a fair bit of feedback both from industry and from other organisations about the then proposal to phase out Method 1, and on the basis of the feedback that we received and the government's own analysis, we concluded that doing it in a phased way was the most appropriate way to get the most robust estimates of Australia's methane emissions from open-cut coal mines.
And that process is subject, because it's a regulatory arrangement, to a regulatory impact assessment where we look at the costs and the benefits, including both the compliance costs but also the benefits to Australia from having improved emissions reporting, and that's all on the public record in the associated policy documents.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your work on this and look forward to seeing it continue. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Darman.
Thanks. Maybe just one follow-up on this issue that you've just been talking about. Can you just take us through what are the levels of uncertainty and challenges in using satellites for measurement for emissions from particular facilities? So, for example, how they account for weather, clouds, local winds, and if there are differences with the emissions at a particular time, and how you account for all the emissions over a year. And are the rates of fugitive emissions constant, basically?
Thanks, Senator. Yeah, so it is quite a complicated space, and I suppose also a rapidly evolving space. So we've been monitoring sort of new atmospheric approaches for estimating methane emissions for a few years now, and that initially focused very much on the use of satellites, but increasingly there are new technologies, including sensors that are mounted on planes, on drones, ground-based sensors and those sorts of things. And so you have this sort of growing range of estimation approaches that broadly bring together some kind of technology that detects or senses methane in the atmosphere. That will need to have a sampling regime to sort of that it's used for. That's coupled then with modelling, which has a range of inputs. So as you said, things like wind speeds and things, because you're looking at methane in the atmosphere, which is moving around. And all of those things together, as well as you say, the conditions in which they're used, will influence the degree of confidence that you have about any particular estimation. And so that's why the work of the expert panel will be so important, so they can sort of systematically work through each of those things and look at what we know about the technologies at the moment, the sort of different circumstances where they might be more or less applicable. So, for example, satellites don't work well when there's cloud cover. They can't detect methane over water, whereas, drones and planes will have different but, other limitations as well. So the expert panel can look at all of those things and provide advice to government. And importantly, they can also provide advice on what additional research is required or what additional sort of improvements in technology might be required to make best use of those technologies. I might just mention as well, so the government has also committed to a research study that would look at a controlled release of methane in a way that simulates an open cut mine and then test these various measurement approaches against that controlled release. So in a circumstance where you know what the methane is, you can kind of see how accurate different technologies are. And that study will also consider sort of how things like weather might impact on those accuracies.
Thank you. And Ms. Rowley, I think you mentioned that Australia this is a world first in terms of our approach, I think. So what work is being done in collaboration with other countries such as IMEO in this area?
Yeah, so Australia is a member of IMEO and I sit on their implementation committee. They're doing a range of studies as well, including sort of point-based controlled release studies, so where you sort of have a single source of methane and that will be detected by different technologies. The advancement from the study that Australia has committed to is that it will be the first of its kind that we're aware of that is simulating an open cut mine, and that is really important because open cut mines are very difficult to measure emissions from. I think you mentioned before the amount of methane they're emitting varies over time. It's a very diffuse source. And so they're quite complicated to estimate emissions from, and you can't use the sorts of technologies that you can use in, say, underground mines.
Thank you.
And sorry, if I could just note for the record, IMEO is the International Methane Emissions Observatory.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Josh. Just a question for you while you're here, Mr. Rowley. We mentioned earlier in questioning about the pathway to the 82% reduction target and coming slightly under, but additional measures meeting there. You mentioned the emissions, vehicle emissions reduction scheme. In previous estimates, you added those extra emissions to get to the 82%. Given the negotiations, that didn't cover the original scope. They dropped the emissions by about a third on that. Does that affect your calculations to getting to the 82 now? Because we were where we were plus that equals 82. We've now done a trade-off on the emission scheme. Does that make us fall short now?
Thank you, Senator. I think you're referring to the 43% emissions reduction target rather than the 82% renewables target.
Yeah, my fault.
In relation to the outlook, you're correct to say that when we did the 2023 emissions projections, the design of the new vehicle efficiency standard wasn't yet complete. We incorporated in the with additional measures scenario, not in the baseline, the estimates based on what was under consultation at that time. and the final design of the scheme was different. And so in our 2024 emissions projections, we will take account of the final design. Because it's now legislated, that will appear in the baseline scenario of the 2024 projections.
Right.
And you're right, as it was noted in the regulatory impact assessment released by our colleagues in the Department of Infrastructure, Transport and many other things, the estimated abatement from that policy in 2030 moderated slightly. It went from 6 million tonnes in 2030 to 4 million tonnes in 2030 in a national aggregate level.
About a third, yeah.
And so it's a small reduction in the abatement from that measure. A number of other things have changed over the course of the last 12 months, and so our 2024 projections will give our best estimate of 2030 emissions given current policies and the current international outlook.
Has anything else moved from additional to baseline now other than that one?
The capacity investment scheme, its expansion was, again, a work in progress when we did last year's projections, and so the 82% renewable energy target was included in the with additional measures scenario, but not in the baseline. This year, it will be included in the baseline, given the progress in the policy reforms.
So if 82% is in there in full, I'm noting some delays in things going forward. What happens if we don't get to that 82%? Is then the 43% calculation also wrong?
So the 43% is a legislated emissions reduction target, and so that's fixed regardless of.
But what happens if we don't meet it? What are the
progress
consequences if we don't meet it?
Of the 82%?
Of the 43?
Of the 43? Well, we would be. We would not have met the legislated emissions reduction target, and we would not have met our nationally determined contribution. But it's a hypothetical, Senator. So.
But are there contracted? Are there any contracted or otherwise problems or consequences for penalties for Australia if we don't get that 43%?
So Australia has not contracted with anyone to meet the 43% target.
So I'm a naughty boy. I haven't cleaned my room. Nothing happens.
I might leave it.
Sorry, maybe I can come in here. I mean, this is about the commitment of all countries to the Paris Agreement. So
I understand what it is. Are there consequences?
And target of this government. So there are, of course, consequences in the sense of setting targets, good faith commitments. Highest possible ambition is actually what's required under the Paris Agreement.
So consequences.
Well, there are
there international consequences to the Australian
if collectively we don't meet the goals of the Paris Agreement?
Are there financial consequences to Australia if we don't meet them?
Well, there's, I guess there's considerations in terms of what would investment look like. Previously, there were concerns in terms of where Australia was heading, the lack of capital attraction that was coming into this country. So there are always a range of factors in terms of.
But there's no specific link.
No, there's not a financial penalty under the Paris Agreement. That's not the way the Paris Agreement works.
So to get to 43, we are now relying on the entire 82% renewable thing in baseline. We're now what? So if we don't get there, we don't meet 43. Is that under the new baseline scenario?
Senator, I'd characterise it a different way. The government's committed to 43% reductions by 2005 levels, and that's our legislated target and our Paris Agreement commitment. In addition, the government's implementing a suite of policies and measures right across the economy to achieve that target. The 82% renewable energy target is an important contributor to that policy suite, but it's not the only measure. When we do the emissions projections, bringing it back to that, we assume that policies are implemented as per the government's commitments and legislation and other kind of actions taken, including investments. And we don't run alternate scenarios assuming that official policies are not met. That's a long-standing practice, and it's been the same over the course of the last 20 years.
Okay.
Just to follow up on that, so you say no alternative scenarios are modelled, so we don't, because under the safeguard mechanism, there's a financial penalty for a business that doesn't make the required reduction in each year or whatever measure of time it is. So there has been no modelling done on anything other than full success and full adherence to the profile of emissions reductions.
Senator, I'd note that the 2022 emissions projections had a baseline which did not include the safeguard mechanism, and so that took account of the current trends and then looked at what the safeguard mechanism reforms might do in the with additional measures scenario. In the 2023 projections, the safeguard, having been legislated and in implementation, was migrated into the baseline scenario. But the emissions projection still produces quite a bit of detail about the safeguard mechanism's impact on the relevant facilities and sectors. And so it looks at what the kind of trends are and where we think the abatement will come from, both on-site and through the use of eligible credits. And in the 2024 projections, again, the safeguard will be in the baseline scenario.
What are the scenarios that are outside the baseline still as additional measures when you've released this report? So if we're moving vehicle emissions into baseline, we're moving this into baseline, what still sits in additional measures? What programs?
The 2024 projections are still being finalised, and so we have not yet got the final settings for all of the scenarios.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
But they will be published by the end of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. And just a follow-up. When we talk about the implications of not reaching targets, there would be, I think you sort of touched on this, the implications in terms of how we're seen internationally and our credibility. Would that I would imagine that would be quite a significant driver to achieve those targets, because of course investment in Australia is really important from overseas, but also our credibility on the national stage, which is, I know people have worked very hard to improve that in the last couple of years.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I think a number of statements that you made are absolutely correct in terms of what does that mean for Australia's standing, critical factors in terms of investment. So in maybe just as one point, in setting the 2035 target and the next set of nationally determined contributions, we know that these are very critical signals that also are sent to the investment community. And so you have to think about what's the investment plans for the country. And what we didn't touch upon actually earlier was also the very significant investments made under the government's Future Made in Australia package. And the net zero transformation aspects of that really do look at the comparative advantage of Australia and the economic opportunities. So I do think understanding economic impacts, which are also positive, and where and how that draws in the investment capital are sort of critical to the considerations that the government is giving to what it does now, but also into the medium to longer term.
So maybe a slightly bigger impact than not cleaning your room. We will take a break now and we will return at 7 minutes past 11. now return to program 1.1 and 1.2 combined as we had previous to the tea break. And we'll start with Senator Waters.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hi folks, I've got methane accounting questions to start off with. Thanks very much. So in March of 2022, the government signed the methane pledge to reduce methane by 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. But according to our greenhouse accounts, our methane levels are higher now than they were in 2020 and also higher than when the Minister signed that pledge in 2022. So can you run me through, please, what actions have been taken or will be taken that will see us meet that pledge in just 6 more years?
Thank you, Senator. We might start with the global methane pledge and then turn to domestic measures.
Okay.
Good morning, Senator. David Higgins, Acting Division Head, International Climate and Energy. Thank you for the question. As you rightly point out, Australia is a signatory to the global methane pledge. There's 158 at last count. The pledge is a collective commitment. It doesn't require individual participants to reduce emissions by any prescribed level.
Doesn't sound like much of a pledge.
That may be the case, but it does speak to the intent to galvanise support for and a focus on methane emissions reduction, which was the underlying objective and the motivation for the call. So Australia continues to be a participant in it, along with the other 158, but it doesn't require us to take on a specific national reduction target.
Okay, but we did in fact sign saying that we would reduce methane by 30%. Surely there's some level of compulsion to adhere to that, whether it's legal or otherwise?
So no, that isn't what signing the pledge requires. It's about a focus on methane emissions reduction where that is best focused. In Australia's case, that doesn't require us to reduce emissions by 30%. It requires us to focus on methane emissions reductions where there are opportunities and
to what extent? To any extent?
Not to any specific extent, and to also contribute to global focus on methane emissions reduction, including through approaches in the developing world, including where there are opportunities to reduce methane emissions significantly at relatively low cost.
Okay, so we have to focus on it, but not reduce, but we can tell other countries to reduce. Is that what you just said?
The pledge goes to the notion that methane is an aggressive greenhouse gas. It is not something that has had the necessary degree of focus in the international realm, according to the proponents. The pledge was around increasing that focus on methane emissions reduction, and in Australia's case, the government chose to join the pledge because it recognises that methane is an important climate pollutant and recognises the need to focus on methane emissions reduction, but it doesn't require the government to reduce methane emissions in our domestic system by any particular amount.
So is the government committed to reducing domestic methane by 30% by 2030?
It has not taken on a prescribed target with respect to methane emissions reductions. It is indeed, along with other greenhouse gases, something that there is a degree of focus on, and Ms Rowley talked about some of that before the tea break.
Okay, yes, I was listening before the tea break. Thank you. So I'm just a bit confused. I thought we'd signed up to reduce methane, but it sounds like we're actually not signed up to do any such thing. Why did we sign then? What is being done? What is the commitment to reduce methane by when? Is there one?
So under the Global Methane Pledge, there is not. It is an aspirational collective target to focus on methane emissions reductions over the period to 2030, but it is not, and nor has the government taken on a specific methane emissions reduction target under that pledge.
Okay. Is there any commitment under any other pledge, or do we have any commitments nationally to reduce domestic methane emissions?
So what we have, Senator, is action. So to give you a sense of what the impact of a pledge like that has on our domestic system, which I think is the crucial thing for us, would you mind if Ms Rowley would just give you a bit of an answer to your first part of your question? What has the government done since signing that pledge?
But I might also just get that first, well, what was actually a subsequent question. Do we have any commitments to reduce methane? Yes,
Senator, our national emissions reduction target relates to all greenhouse gases covered under the Paris Agreement.
Yep.
So methane is included in, and reductions in methane emissions will contribute to achieving our 43% emissions reduction target. We don't have sector or gas specific targets. We have a national aggregate target, and so methane is counted as part of our national inventory. It's a significant share of our national emissions, and our emissions reduction target relates to all sectors, all gases.
Okay, and that's the target that you said you're on track to not quite get to 43. Best case scenario, you'll get to 42. Worst case, you'll get to 37, which I think was the result of your earlier responses. Is that right?
So I wouldn't characterise the scenarios that way. I would say that the 2023 emissions projections baseline, which included all of the policies which had been fully implemented to that point, got us to 37% by 2030. And the with additional measures scenario, which added policies that were then under consultation, like the or further development, so fuel efficiency standards and the capacity investment scheme as part of the 82% renewable target, that got us to 42%. And we'll do the next round of estimates of projections to be published by the end of this year. But coming back to your original question of what's happened, so some of the key reforms that do bear upon Australia's methane emissions include the safeguard reforms, because many of the emissions covered by the safeguard mechanism are methane emissions, and so the safeguard facilities emissions baselines includes their methane emissions, and those baselines ratchet down by, as Ms Johnson was explaining earlier, 4.9% each year.
Yes.
There's also
can't they buy unlimited offsets in relation to methane emissions? Under safeguard?
The safeguard does allow the use of both safeguard mechanism credits, which come from other safeguard facilities, reducing their emissions to be below their baseline, as well as emissions from, credits from the Australian Carbon Credit Unit scheme. They're eligible units to be able to be used for safeguard compliance. That's correct.
So I'm not confident that you'll see methane reductions there. So tell me about some of the other things.
Senator, if I could note that under the Australian Carbon Credit Unit scheme, some of, again, a significant share of emissions reductions come from reducing methane emissions from waste facilities, including landfills. And so we are seeing emissions reductions of methane from both the safeguard through the on-site reductions that occur at safeguard facilities, and through the Australian Carbon Credit Unit scheme through eligible activities under that program. The government's also has the Resources Methane Abatement Fund and the Powering the Region Fund, which have awarded more than $40 million to develop and demonstrate technologies to cut methane emissions from the coal industry. The Net Zero Resources Sector Plan, which is currently under development, is considering stakeholder perspectives on opportunities and approaches to reduce methane emissions from the resources sector more broadly.
But without an actual target for reduction for that specific gas?
And no, as I said, our target is national and it covers all gases all sectors.
Not specifically methane?
No.
Okay. Is there a need for a methane-specific target, given we've signed up to a pledge that on first blush sounds like we have committed to reducing it by 30%, but it turns out that pledge was meaningless?
I think that what matters for climate change is the aggregate greenhouse gas emissions that the atmosphere sees, including all gases including methane, of course. And so we won't get to net zero if we don't reduce our methane emissions.
Indeed.
But equally, we will not get to net zero if we don't reduce our carbon dioxide emissions, our nitrous oxide emissions, and our other synthetic greenhouse gases.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Cathy Foley, the Chief Scientist, reviewed methane measurement regimes, and she's confirmed what other independent analyses have also found, that we are in fact drastically under-reporting methane emissions. I'd like to know how that will impact the safeguard mechanism.
Sorry, Senator, can you just repeat that question? Did you say Dr. Foley has already reviewed?
Yes.
Can I just ask what you're referring to?
I have a link here, and I'm afraid I can't give you that detail.
So Dr. Foley has been appointed to chair an expert panel to look at new measurement approaches to methane.
Yes.
But I'm not aware of her having reached any conclusions about that.
Okay, well, I can look that up, but nonetheless, other independent analyses have found that methane is generally unreported, which is clearly one of the reasons why we now have a methane panel. So I'd like to know what implication, if any, that will have for how safeguard baselines or any other policy lever will be, how will that affect those things?
I might just start with the initial point, and then my safeguard colleagues might like to add. But I don't think that it's correct to say that we have an expert panel because we are dramatically underestimating our methane emissions. Just to note that it is,
how will that affect the safeguard?
that there are new technologies emerging which might support different and better emissions monitoring over time, and the expert panel is going to be taking a look at what they do, how well advanced those technologies are, and to what extent, if any, those technologies might be helpful in improving our estimates of Australia's emissions over time. And so we can't assume the outcome before the work's been done. We are commissioning scientific research to better understand those technologies, and the insights from that will inform international practices with respect to emissions estimation and reporting, as well as then flowing through from changes in international guidelines, how we estimate emissions in Australia, where that's relevant. But with respect to the changes and how that might affect safeguard, I'll refer to my colleagues.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So as we've heard this morning, beginning from 1 July 2025, safeguard mechanism facilities that produce more than 10 million tonnes of coal will need to transition off Method 1, and then other safeguard mechanism facilities from 1 July 2026. And so therefore, Senator, the impact of the changes on the safeguard facilities emissions is not yet known until they actually move to those Method 2 method, and so that will be from 1 July next year, and so then really it's the 25-26 reporting period is the first time that we'll receive that impact from those facilities that have moved at that point. And so whilst we've had some discussions with such stakeholders on where the safeguard baselines should change and how we would go about doing those, it really is important that we have the data to get a sense of the change at the facility and aggregate level to give us a sense of really working through that issue. And so we're in a slightly tricky position at the moment where we don't know the direction and scale of those changes at that aggregate level to allow us to sort of provide advice on how and whether baseline should change. But it certainly is something that we are really conscious of and watching very closely.
Okay, so if the baseline changes, just one quick follow-up, if the baseline does change, what happens if they've exceeded that baseline because they've been under-reporting? Will they have to pay the penalty, or will it be forgiven?
Senator, I think at the moment that is a hypothetical question, except as far as to say that once a baseline is set, then compliance is required against that.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Rennick.
My question is in regards to contracts for difference, and in particular I would like to know how much the federal government intends to subsidise these contracts for difference through AEMO.
Senator, if you mind, we'll just pause. We need a bit of a change of personnel for this.
Sure.
Senator.
How are you going?
Can I just clarify, so your question is specifically about the capacity investment scheme?
Yeah, so it's the contracts for difference, the long-term energy service agreements. Basically, yeah, ITESA, the innovative contracts. Yeah.
So both the Commonwealth and New South Wales have agreements with AUMO Services Limited for the provision of effectively revenue underwriting support. So the Commonwealth's instrument is the capacity investment scheme. You referred to the LATESAs.
Yep.
That's a New South Wales run scheme that's also administered by AUMO Services. So very happy to answer questions about the Commonwealth.
So how much is the federal government underwriting that scheme?
In volume terms, the federal government's committed to underwriting 32 gigawatts worth of renewable and generation and storage
gigawatts.
capacity. That's correct.
Right, so the average, so what's the cost of that in dollar terms?
So the cost isn't disclosed in the budget papers for the reason that having disclosed the total volume, disclosing the cost would then give you a sense of what the average price would be per gigawatt, and effectively that would prejudice the competitiveness of the negotiations were we to publish a figure which, well, effectively, as I said, what we need to see is highly competitive auctions with the private sector going through the price discovery process and bidding in at the lowest possible price.
But isn't this taxpayers' money that you're using to underwrite renewables?
So it sits as a contingent liability on the Commonwealth's balance sheet. So if electricity prices were to fall to a level, wholesale electricity prices will fall to a level below what an individual proponent had put forward through their tender arrangement as the price, the strike price that they are bidding in at in order to receive revenue underwriting support, then there would be an implication for the Commonwealth Government in terms of payments that would need to be made under those contracts. But at the point where the contracts are set, as I said, it's a contingent liability, it's a balance sheet.
Okay, why should the taxpayer have to underwrite the private sector for renewables, given that we're constantly told by the government renewables are cheaper? Why does the federal government, maybe you can answer this, Minister, but why does the federal government taxpayer have to underwrite privately owned energy providers?
Well, I think I might let Mr Duggan answer on the detail about what the mobilising principles are under the CIS and the way that the incentives are structured to deliver the fastest possible rollout of the lowest cost.
But why would renewables need incentives, given that they're already cheaper?
Well,
I'd call it a subsidy, wouldn't you?
I'm going to take the approach for these estimates, Senator, where you'll ask questions which you're entitled to ask, and I'll answer them, and you won't interrupt me.
Well, this is Senate estimates for senators to ask questions and for ministers to answer them.
There you go again. As I indicated, the principle here is to achieve the lowest cost, the highest possible volume of the lowest cost form of electricity. And I would have to say that the last 2 years of demonstrated improvement in new generation capacity coming into the grid does contrast with the previous government's hands-off-the-wheel approach. We are determined to do what is required to maximise the utilisation of low-cost generation. Mr Duggan can talk to you about the details of how the scheme works and how the contracts for difference provide that incentive.
I understand how it works. I wanted to know the cost. So let's go to that issue. Why do you think that the taxpayer, the Australian taxpayer, shouldn't be made aware of the risk in terms of their dollars as to how much they're going to underwrite this generation capacity?
Well, I think taxpayers are aware.
Well, they're not aware because they've just heard then that we're not being told.
Well, as I said, if you want to shout over the top of me, and that's fine, but you won't get answers to your questions.
Well, I'm not getting answers now. I just asked the question.
Right, Senator Rennick. ask your questions and then please allow the Minister to answer them. It is up to the Minister how he chooses to answer the question. You can continue to question him if you would like further information.
4 gigawatts out, 1 gigawatt in. That was the result of a decade of people sitting on their hands in terms of energy policy. This government has, and I think we've traversed some of this detail this morning. I'm not sure whether you were listening or not. Mr Duggan's in a position to be able to go through the detail. A significant amount of new capability coming in. Now that requires government leadership. It requires government action. It is anticipated that the cost that is attached between now and 2050 of achieving the government's targets will largely be met by the private sector. But I'll let Mr Duggan.
Well, no, that's fine. I'll leave it at that. I'd like to move on to my next question, if that's all right. Thanks, Chair. The new data from Cornwall Insight has projected that the Australian national energy market will increase its solar, wind and storage capacity by more than 150 gigawatts by 2043. That's 4 times greater than the maximum output of the national energy market on any given day of 35 gigawatts. How is it possibly cheaper to be building 4 times potential capacity, given that we know wind and solar have a capacity of 25 to 30%? Wouldn't it be, how can you just claim that it's cheaper to build 4 times the amount of capacity for renewable energy than it is for baseload energy, whereby you get 90% capacity?
Yeah, no, thank you, Senator. So the AEMO projections are that we're going to see a very significant increase in overall electricity demand going forward. The reasons for that are obviously a growing economy, but also the least cost pathway for many sectors to decarbonisation is through electrification. So we are expecting to see a very significant increase in the size of the electricity grid over the period that you referenced. AEMO, when it looks at what are the various technology choice options available to Australia in order to deliver the supply of electricity needed to meet that demand, based on costing work that is done by the CSIRO on the various alternatives, they come to the conclusion that the lowest cost option for consumers is renewable energy to replace the retiring coal-fired power fleet, supported by various firming technologies, so batteries, gas technologies, pumped hydro technologies. That combination delivers the lowest system cost, and through the lowest system cost, ultimately the lowest prices.
But we've already identified a number of flawed assumptions with that CSIRO modelling, whereby they've excluded all the capex up to 2030. So, and I should add also that back in 2017, they predicted it was going to cost $1 trillion, and then 5 years later, despite costs increasing, they then scaled it back to $500 billion. So their level of consistency and accuracy needs to be questioned. But that doesn't come to the heart of, you're projecting, well, you know, the industry forecasts are you're going to build 150 gigawatts of supply when we've only got demand of 35 gigawatts. So isn't that an issue in the sense that we're building all these transmission lines, solar panels, wind turbines, because the sun isn't always shining and the wind isn't always blowing? So that's going to add an enormous cost to energy prices, isn't it?
So I think, Senator, just to understand the question, I thought what I heard from you was quoting today's demand and a future investment need. Obviously, when you're looking at balance and you're looking at reliability in the sector, you need to be comparing apples with apples. So you need to be comparing the demand at the point over the productive life of those new generation assets. And so that's what motivates investors, because they see an opportunity, because they see...
Well, demand isn't going to increase by a factor of over 4-fold in the next 18 years.
In fact, AEMO's scenarios do have demand increasing, in fact, more than doubling under their step change scenario, and rising up to 4 times under the...
What, in the next 18 years? So you're predicting a population increase?
Over the next 25 years.
So what are you predicting it to be by 2043, 2045? Demand?
Electricity demand? I don't have those figures in front of me, Senator, but I'm happy to provide them.
Because I should add, that 35 is on a big day. The average output's about 23 gigawatts. So you're building a lot more capacity for what you need in demand. But anyway, I'll leave that as a statement. I'll move on to the next question.
Well, we need to rotate the call, Senator Rennick, but I'm happy to put you on the other end of the list.
Can I have one more question quickly, please?
Very quick.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I appreciate it. I note that the current Albanese government has lent $100 million to Ampol for 200 stations, 200 charging stations, which works out at $500 $1,000 per charging station. Could I please get the details of that loan and what the collateral is? So is Ampol going to underwrite, in particular, is Ampol going to underwrite the entire $100 million, or is that the taxpayer that's going to actually wear that cost if it doesn't get repaid?
Matthew Ryan, Land and Transport Branch. Senator, I think the one you're referring to is an ARENA grant, the Ampol one. So I think ARENA's on the agenda, so the question, you should direct it to them.
They're technically up at 12:05.
Right, okay, cheers.
If it's the one I think it is, I think it's ARENA.
It's ARENA, it's not CEFC?
I think they're on the agenda as well, so...
They are. They're directly after ARENA.
Yep.
Right, okay. I guess then I'll direct this question to you, Minister, as a question of policy. Yet again, why are we actually subsidising... I mean, Ampol makes a lot of money. It's a private company to actually install charging stations. Shouldn't they be doing that themselves?
Well, I think it would be better if we had this discussion while the detail was able to be provided by the relevant agency. If it is, as you've described it, on the face of it, a loan from one of those special investment vehicles, it's not a subsidy. It is the government providing a loan, and as you know, these funds are also capable of providing equity injections. The point, Senator Rennick, is to make sure that people who have electric vehicles, that the uptake of charging infrastructure out there is as strong as it can be, that we incentivise the smartest, highest tech there so that consumers have the best choice in front of them, and that we drive down costs for householders who have electric vehicles. It is in the national interest, and it's in the interest of consumers to have the lowest cost private transport options available to them, and that's what the government supports.
So, Senator Rennick, we are moving on now. I'm happy to put you on the back of the list. You've had well over your 10. Katrina Billick. Senator Billick.
Thanks, Chair. I'm really interested in knowing where we're going with the electricity prices and what sort of trends there are at the moment, and also what's happened to the wholesale prices in the past few years and what extent that's been reflected in the most recent default market offer.
Senator, do you have a specific question, or would you like me to give you an
Well,
answer?
I suppose the question is, can you tell me about trends in electricity prices and what's happened to the wholesale prices in the past few years, and to what extent that's been reflected, as I said, in the most recent default market offer?
Yeah, no,
Thanks.
thank you, Senator. So in 2022, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we saw global energy prices increase quite significantly. We saw that in Australia. So what we saw in terms of wholesale electricity prices, for example, in the national electricity market, is that they increased to average around $200 per megawatt hour in 2022. The government, as you may recall, intervened at that point, and through a couple of measures, one being putting a cap on gas prices, the other putting a cap on coal prices. The reason for that was it was those commodities that were driving the increase in wholesale prices. So the intent was to get to the cause, and to, by putting a $12 per petajoule cap on gas, $125 per tonne cap on coal, it had the immediate effect of reducing wholesale electricity prices, which, as you know, feed in to the calculations of the default market offer. Since that time, so we saw then wholesale prices fall from an average of $200 a megawatt hour in 2022 to an average of $93 a megawatt hour. Earlier this year, we had a number of what AEMO refers to as high price events, where we had, for a period, very cold conditions in the east coast of Australia, and we had a period of a paucity of wind, the combination of which saw prices higher in late July, early August. But since then we've seen them moderate. So wholesale prices for September came down to $57 a megawatt hour, and that, if we think going forward, futures markets would have them remaining broadly $100 per megawatt hour in New South Wales, Queensland and South Australia, and about $65 to $70 a megawatt hour for delivery in 2025, 2026. You asked, Senator, about what are the implications of these wholesale prices for the default market offer. So what we've seen is for the current financial year, the default market offer was reduced by the Australian Energy Regulator in a number of their jurisdictions. So in New South Wales, the standing offer price fell from, for an average household from $2,106 to $2,095, so a fall of 11.
Sorry, what was the figure it fell to?
2,106
and down to
$2,095, so a fall of $11. In Victoria, we saw a fall from $1,755 to $1,655, so a fall of $100. We saw some increase in Queensland, so I'll give you that figure, 1,969 up to 2,053. But then when you take into consideration the energy bill relief provided by the government, $300 per household, expanded this financial year to all households, we have bill relief per annum for 2024-2025 of over $300 for New South Wales. So a New South Wales household is paying $300 less if they're on the standing offer this year, $400 less in Victoria, and about $216 less in Queensland. And then you add to that, so Queensland, for example, has its own energy bill relief, an additional $1,000, so the decrease there in Queensland is quite significant.
Thank you. There was an assessment done by the Office of Impact Assessments. I think it was the Capacity Investment Scheme Policy Impact.
Yep.
Are you able to explain to us the expected impact of the policy on the wholesale prices and what were those projected impacts?
So I might get...
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Matthew Bryan, Head of Office of the Capacity Investment Scheme. So that analysis published on the Office of Impact Assessment website, page 24 and 25 details the impact on prices of the Capacity Investment Scheme compared to business as usual, so a world without the Capacity Investment Scheme. Under all modelled scenarios, the increase in renewable penetration that the Capacity Investment Scheme drives is expected to reduce the marginal cost of generation and lead to reductions in average wholesale prices. Under the BAU scenario, modelled wholesale prices reduce slightly over time from today's elevated levels. After allowing for increases in network costs, the impact on retail costs may be broadly neutral, but likely to vary across the states with the potential for small increases or decreases depending on the context. In contrast, under the Capacity Investment Scheme, the accelerated rollout of renewables is modelled to reduce wholesale prices by 10 to 20% versus BAU by 2030. Even allowing for increased network costs, these could be expected to result in lower retail costs compared to a BAU situation. Of course, these estimates over the long term are subject to uncertainty and are dependent on the effective implementation of the scheme.
Mr Mazurs, did you want to add anything?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Davies.
Thank you very much. I've got a question about the stance on pumped hydro. And specifically in January 2023, the Prime Minister confirmed his government's backing of the Queensland Burdekin pumped hydro project, and he was quoted at the time of saying he looked forward to having further discussions with the Queensland government on that project. Were any discussions forthcoming?
So, Senator, prior to Queensland entering into the caretaker period, prior to their election, we were in discussions with the Queensland Government about how we could utilise the Commonwealth's existing instruments, so in particular the Capacity Investment Scheme, Rewiring the Nation, to support an acceleration of renewable energy investment in the Queensland context. So yeah, we were having discussions, and of course a relevant consideration in those discussions was the previous Queensland Government's energy policy, and pumped hydro, of course, was a big part of their policy.
So given you were in those discussions prior to caretaker, which I appreciate, were the Queensland Government providing you with updates on the design and the business case around that project?
So they did provide us with information on all the projects that were relevant to the discussion. I'd describe it as being sort of at a relatively high level. We didn't receive a detailed business case on that specific pumped hydro project, Senator.
Was there any point in time where the department was made aware that the specific Pioneer Burdekin pumped hydro project it looked like there would be cost blowouts and timeline blowouts?
Well, again, Senator, I mean, we didn't really have a baseline business case in order to determine, what would be a reasonable timeframe or what would be a reasonable cost. So, yeah, we're not really in a position to be able to then assess developments in that project and whether they were on track or not, because, again, we just really didn't have the baseline.
Well, the Queensland Government had a baseline, a $12 billion project to be delivered by 2035. Were you working towards that original proposal, and were you given updates as to how realistic that original proposal was?
Yeah, so we weren't, the level of discussion didn't get into, the details, specific details of costing or timeframe on that particular project. It was, the basis of the negotiations was really about how the Commonwealth in general could support Queensland's energy transition. It didn't progress to the point of supporting any individual project.
So you weren't getting individual project information, access to business cases or interim reports on projects?
Certainly not for that particular project, that's correct, Senator.
But on other projects in Queensland?
Yeah, so we were also in discussions with the previous Queensland Government around the potential to support transmission rollout in Queensland, and there we were engaging at a higher level of detail than we were on the pumped hydro projects.
So I just on the pumped hydro, and I just want to clarify, at no point, because I note the original final design report was meant to be submitted to the Queensland Government by the end of 2023. Obviously that was delayed and wasn't forthcoming until as recently as last week. So at no point in time were you briefed that that particular project was likely to be commercially unviable, or that the detailed analytical report was going to be delayed from December 23?
Yeah, Senator, my recollection is that we weren't given that level of detail around this particular project.
So the focus has mainly been transmission line rollout across Queensland?
Yeah, more advanced. In the Queensland context, there are some specific projects that potentially through AEMO's integrated system plan present themselves as being actionable, and so that gives us a reasonable basis on which to have a more detailed discussion around transmission with Queensland. So that, yeah, fair to say it has been more detailed on that side.
And have you also been having discussions about the wind projects in Queensland, particularly across the areas that have actually considered very environmentally sensitive?
So, Senator, we in the energy group, the support for generation capacity is through the Capacity Investment Scheme. We don't engage directly with state governments around specific projects. If it's a question around environmental assessment, that will be outcome 2.
Outcome 2.
Yep.
Okay, I'll cede to my colleagues if there's...
Well, we might go to Senator Waters and then come back to your colleagues in a moment.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, folks. Some questions now about community batteries. There were 56 sites that were committed to community batteries. Can I get an update, please, on that program and how that's been rolling out? Hello.
Certainly. It's Kirsty Gowans, Head of Division for Electricity. So the $200 million community batteries for household solar program is progressing and is set to deliver more than the target of 400 batteries. This is a program under the government's Powering Australia plan. The Business Grants Hub is delivering a $29 million program which will deploy the community batteries in 58 locations. And those are the locations, Senator, that were described in the context of the May 2022 election. Mm-hmm. The ARENA, or the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, is administering the remainder of the grant funding. That's $171 million, and it will be delivering batteries in 342 locations. So this is a 4-year program from the 22-23 financial year and completing in the 25-26 financial year. So at this stage, under the program delivered through the Business Grants Hub, which is the program that is in the departmental context, not in the ARENA context, there are 9 community batteries that are operational. Yeah. 8 of those are under the Business Grants Hub and another one under the ARENA program. 55 of the 58 locations have a battery funded. Of those 8 are currently operational. There are more expected to be operational by the end of this year, and then a very significant acceleration in opening in the early part of next year.
Okay. What are the locations, please, of the 9 that are operational?
Okay. So one of the batteries is in Cabarita, Narara, North Epping, Warriewood, Bondi, Edwardstown, McGill. I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think another in Camaray. And I'm not sure, Senator, about the ARENA battery, but I could take that on notice, or that could be directed perhaps to ARENA.
Thank you. So, sorry, you didn't say Marybeck or the Melbourne City Council South Bank location?
Okay.
What status are those 2 at?
My understanding is that the South Bank battery is essentially ready to be commissioned. Sorry, Senator, what was the other one that you said?
Marybeck Council.
Marybeck, hang on. I've just got to check my list. I've helpfully written every second page upside down. I'm not sure which. Marybeck may have another name. I might have to have a look for Marybeck.
Thank you, if you could please. And when you say ready to be commissioned, what has to happen next for it to
be turned on?
Yeah.
Generally, the network connection has to be finalised in order for the battery to be energised. So of the stages of planning for the community battery, there's an initial stage of community engagement, and then following on from that, site selection, and then the necessary approvals that go with the selection of the site, at which point the battery can be constructed, and then the final stage is the network connection, and then obviously the ribbon cutting and energisation.
Great. And that Melbourne City Council South Bank project is at that connection?
It is, and expected to be commissioned by the end of the year.
Okay, by the end of the year. Great. And if you wouldn't mind just finding that Marybeck one too, I'm interested in where that one's at.
Yes, I will.
I will just take a moment to say that we are on this outcome for about another 15 minutes. If we could if senators could think about what questions they might be able to put on notice, that would be very helpful.
Excuse me.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Okay,
I don't have that one on my list.
Take that on notice.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Just quickly on the capacity investment scheme, that's intended to deliver 32 gig of capacity by 2030. I'd like to know, please, how much will be written in contracts before April next year?
Matthew Bryan, Head of Office, Capacity Investment Scheme. So you're asking what value or how many megawatts will be written into contracts by April?
Yep.
All right, so we've got a tender live at the moment, which is due to finish in December. So that's for 6 gigawatts. There's a tender that's already been completed in SAVIC for 1 gigawatt. And there was another trial in New South Wales, which Commonwealth funded 500 megawatts. So that should be 7.5. And then there's the WA tender, which should finish in April, which is another 500 megawatts, so 8 gigawatts.
Okay, so that's only a quarter of the way there.
Yeah.
Why so slow?
Well, that's very fast, really, when you think of it. So that's the first auction. The auction's in 6 months. So 1/6 of the scheme of a 32 gigawatt target.
When is the 32 meant to be delivered by 2030? Are you, and you'll only have 8 done by April?
That's right, April 2025.
Okay, thank you.
And just in addition to that, Senator, so then just released the market briefs for the November tenders, which between them will tender for another 10 gigawatts, and they will be concluded in the middle of 2025. So on top of the 8, you'll have another 10 done by the middle of 2025.
So I think it's a 3-year scheme, 3 years of auctions. In the first 12 months, we will have commenced the tenders for over half of the scheme.
Okay, sorry, the 10 gigawatts concluded by 2025, do you mean contracts signed?
Contracts
signed.
but
Despite caretaker kicking in at the latest in April, how will you manage that?
Because the tender proceeds through caretaker. So the incoming government would have to sign the contract, so it would be a decision for the incoming government whether they sign the contracts. But the tender process, once it's approved by the government of the day, commences to completion.
Okay, thanks. Great. Now, can I just quickly ask in relation to some safeguard methodologies? There's been, unfortunately, a lot of coal and gas projects approved since safeguard mechanism came into force. And some of those changes require the emissions of those new projects to be communicated to the Climate Minister. So I'd like to know when that's happened, please, for which projects. And I'll have a list, but it might be quicker if you just tell me, because I fear there's only one.
Thank you, Senator. And there's been, there was one in August 2023, which I think was spoken about in the previous group of Cronum, exactly. Yep. And then there were 3 which were approved on the 24th of September 2024. So that's the Narrabri Underground Mine Stage 3 Extension Project, the Mount Pleasant Coal Optimisation Project, and the Ashton Coal Operations Ravensworth Underground Mine. So they were all, as I've said, approved by the Minister for the Environment on the 24th of September 2024. The notifications were sent both to the Minister, to the Minister for Climate Change, the head of the Climate Change Authority, and also Mr. Fredericks, the head of this department, on the 8th of October 2024, with an amended notification sent just about a date change on the 10th of October 2024.
Okay, and are those notifications available online?
No, they're not public, Senator.
Oh, why not?
That's not part of the agreed process.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I guess I'll keep asking you from here on in, so thank you for that.
And we'll need to rotate Senator Waters.
Thank you. Can I just have one final question on that particular issue? So you've got 4 projects in total that were referred out of many more that were approved. I understand that the WA government has just amended its laws so that their EPA doesn't have to consider the impacts, emissions impacts of new projects, and their reasoning is because they say Safeguard does that, but in fact, as we know, Safeguard only covers Scope 1, and that's only for 100,000 tonnes, and it's only if the proponent doesn't provide an emissions estimates, the Environment Minister can't tell the Climate Minister what their is because they haven't been told. So have you had any communications with the WA EPA about why they've changed their approach and whether they should in fact go back to their original approach?
Thank you, Senator. So we've been talking to both the policy agency in the WA government but also the EPA over the course of the reforms. In terms of this change, because it was a policy change, we were, as a courtesy, officials from the WA Policy Department informed us. They rang us about 4 hours before they put that change into their parliament. So we weren't consulted on it, but we were informed. And we continue to work with all states to consider the complementarity of the safeguard mechanism with state policies. But yeah, we had no involvement in that WA decision.
Did you advise them of the limits of the safeguard coverage?
So we've been working, I don't know if they've been asking us, as many states do, what likely baseline settings will apply for specific WA projects, and we've given them our best understanding of the likely baselines.
Okay. All right. I think the Chair's winding me up. Thank you.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you. I want to go with some of the offshore wind programs at the moment, find out where the different zones are. So the first question is, between going Hunter, Illawarra, Bunbury and Southern Offshore, where are the licence proposals at? Where are we at feasibility on each one?
Senator Shane Gaddis, Head of Net Zero Industries Division. I'll just wait until Mr Murphy comes to the table. Can you just talk me through which order you want to go in?
Whichever order you're coming. Alphabetical is great.
Well, we could go in the order in which they've been processed. So Gippsland, obviously, we're through the licensing process there, and there's 12 feasibility licences issued. The next one off the rank was, I might go to Mr Murphy, he's got his notes in front of him now.
Hunter would be next one.
So in the Hunter, the Minister announced a preliminary decision on the 20th of June 24 to grant a feasibility licence to one applicant.
Yep.
And that's then subject for an opportunity for other applicants to make submissions which are under assessment by the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Registrar.
Yep.
In the Southern Ocean, the Minister's similarly, he's made a preliminary decision to grant a feasibility licence to the Spinifex offshore wind farm project, and that's also, as a preliminary decision, is going through the future actual regime of the Native Title Act, and so traditional owners have an opportunity to comment on that proposed decision. In the Illawarra in New South Wales, that area was declared on the 15th of June and feasibility licence applications closed on the 15th of August. Those applications are currently being assessed by the Offshore Infrastructure Registrar.
Okay. Bunbury?
Bunbury was declared on the 30th of August 2024, and the feasibility licence application period for proposed projects is open until the 3rd of December.
Okay.
Also, Senator, I've got Bass Strait.
I've got it, yep.
So, area in northern Tasmania, north of Bell Bay, was proposed on the 24th of October last year. The public consultation ran through to January 24. The department's gone through and analysing. We received 270 submissions, and we're just preparing the documentation required to support a decision on whether to declare the area or not.
Okay. With the interaction between offshore and onshore wind, is there a differentiation when we talk about the projections to 82% renewable? A difference in where they say that this is what wind's going to bring between offshore and onshore? Is there an allocation how much offshore should be contributing by 2030?
So, I mean, the main thing there, Senator, is that offshore wind is just starting, and, you know, the earliest projects are proposed to reach construction operation would be around 2030. So the offshore wind's unlikely to contribute to the 82%.
Okay, I agree with that, but is there any calculation where, is it included in the calcs at the moment that offshore wind will be contributing prior to 2030?
So, Senator, Mr Duggan might be better to take that question.
So, again, using as one set of projections for how you get to 82% by 2030, AEMO's integrated system plan under the step change scenario would have zero offshore wind contributing by 2030.
Okay. Offshore wind. When you talked about the consultation that goes out, you mentioned a few dates there. Who writes the questions in the consultation that goes out? Is it the department? Is it the regulator? Is it the minister? Who? Because I noticed some changes of questions over time for community consultation.
So the department prepares the consultation material. We've certainly learnt as we've gone, and there's been changes throughout the process on the way that we have consulted in each of the 6 areas.
Okay. So it's the department's... I noticed in Bunbury, for example, there was no longer a question as there was in Hunter and Illawarra, are you supportive of the offshore program? Was that a department? Was there ministerial correspondence about that, or was that entirely departmental?
All of our... I think in developing our communications products, we do have discussions with the Minister's office. But ultimately, we also work with our communications area on trying to finalise those things. We're very cognisant of the purpose of the consultation, which is to try and identify the issues that are of concern, both positive and negative, to the community. And we're, to be frank, less worried about the total numbers that come through that consultation process.
Specifically, has the Minister's office, following from that, has the Minister's office or the Minister given direction, recommendation or request around specific questions in your consultation?
I've taken on notice.
Okay.
It's quite a long period here, Senator, as we've gone through and learned through the process. And Mr Murphy pointed out, we're making sure that the Minister has a really good representative sample of the sorts of things which are compatible and not compatible with the zones that we're engaging on. So you will have seen at the end of each of the consultation processes, the shape of those zones changed substantially, and that's reacting to the feedback we get through the process. So it's not necessarily designed to be a survey on whether or not people like or don't like offshore wind. It's to identify those issues that people have concerns about and allow the Minister to change the shape of the zone to offset some of those issues that people have raised.
Okay. Have you taken that on notice, if there has been? If the answer is yes, can you tell me what those changes requested, required or otherwise are as well? So follow up on that on notice.
Yep.
In offshore wind, we're changing that. I'm looking at Bunbury, the latest one. We've gone through the other two. 88% of community members had concerns about the environmental impact. I know you're not talking about, you know, the type you're looking for quality of submission other than just numbers of submission. What weight is given to, you know, such a large weight of people having concerns over those in favour?
So I think, you know, you can look at the quantity of submissions as an indication of the concerns raised, but then some of those submissions are made by associations that represent thousands and thousands of people. Yep. There was a CSIRO survey in New South Wales. It was Australia-wide, but it included, I think it was, you know, something like 6,500 people surveyed, including in the Hunter and Gippsland, and it showed support for offshore wind was well over 80%, including in areas where the offshore wind is proposed. There was also a study done by University of Western Australia that showed, again, surveyed people.
But is that reflected in the submissions we're talking about here?
So what it shows us, Senator, is that the submissions tend to, they're not representative, so they're attracting, where people don't support the project, they seem to attract a higher number of negative submissions.
So
So to answer your question,
I was
Senator,
saying how you weight it, so you dismiss it as what you're saying because you don't think it's representative.
No, I think your question, to be fair, Senator, your question was one of the decision maker. So what weight did the decision maker give to each of those? We couldn't answer that because we're not the decision makers. So we compile all of this information for the minister, the process, the exhaustive process we go through, all of the issues that have been raised, including from he consults with his peers, so other Commonwealth ministers, they might also raise environmental concerns or other issues. We package that up into a brief, and then he, as the decision maker, applies the appropriate weight that he sees fit to the decision. Often he asks, well, in all cases, he's asked us to reduce the size of the area to deal with some of those concerns that are raised. So we couldn't answer a question about what weight the minister gave to any particular part, but we can tell you that the briefing process is exhaustive, the consultation is exhaustive, and all of the issues have generally been ventilated because you can tell by the number of submissions, and we go through the types of things that are raised. You have a very good sample of the community concerns for the minister to consider.
We heard evidence earlier today that as soon as something is government policy or it's passed, when it goes into calculations, it is the gospel truth. It's what's calculated at 100% of the government assumptions. With offshore wind, we're seeing more and more groups pull out of, OceanX has just pulled out of Illawarra, we've seen other groups pull out of other sites. Is there ever a chance where your department is sitting there looking at it and said, we are unlikely to achieve these goals now because the group's pulling out or not going forward in different zones or pulling out of the process?
Can I just test? So in that scenario, so OceanX didn't pull out of Illawarra, they didn't apply for the Illawarra round, and that was in June, so it was a long time ago. These companies will make commercial decisions based on whether or not they've been successful in another round or they think they might be more successful, because there's only so much capital they can deploy into the zones. The Commonwealth Government doesn't have targets for offshore wind, so...
But it fits into the overall, AEMO's got a plan where it's not post-2030 offshore wind's coming on board.
So we are doing the foundational work now, Senator, to go through and test the feasibility of offshore wind in a range of different zones. In some of those zones, the state government has also made a decision that it is very feasible and they're going to back it in. So in Victoria, for example, there's a range of targets and auctions coming. We're doing the early works in the other states to allow those kinds of auctions and those kinds of policies to develop.
Okay.
Yep. It's on the objections question.
Directly relevant.
Quick one.
Yeah, but it is when you refer to it being the gospel truth of what we include. We do annual reviews, so, you know, if the facts change, our projections do change as well. So just to be clear, that is always subject to ongoing
Only
review.
if they have changed, not if they could change.
I think, Senator, that what happened there when you asked that question was that people at the table and myself allowed a towering mischaracterisation of the evidence that was given this morning to go past because it was so self-evidently obvious that you were claiming a thing that had not been established. In fact, the evidence that you've been given thus far goes to the government's efforts to explore the feasibility of offshore wind, and as Mr. Duggan has indicated, that is designed to contribute to the post-2030 environment. I suspect that's why Mr. O'Brien, when the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021 was in the Parliament, said it will help deliver a more reliable, affordable energy system, helping keep the lights on and helping prices go lower. I think that's why he said that. It is harder to square, though, with his subsequent assertion this year, after I think some of the coalition backbench must have got to him. My message to the Albanese government is one that they should rescind the declaration of the Hunter offshore wind zone. This is more chaotic, reckless energy policy activity from Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Dutton. But I'll allow you to keep characterising the evidence that's been given thus far as you like, and might jump in from time to time when it gets too much.
Thanks. The other characterisation of that is, of course, we could see the incompetence of this government on things like delivering Snowy, doubling of budget, delivering of time frames.
That's Mr Joyce's project.
Well, it was going well.
Mr Turnbull's project.
Yeah, it was going well when we had it. Excuse me, Chair. I'm asking
honestly,
my question.
That is
Here
the
we are
project
seeing the incompetence of delivery of government.
The Morrison
and you want to
and Abbott
categorise
Turnbull
that.
catastrophe.
I will ask my question. Thank you, Senator.
Utterly,
Thank you, Minister. I'll ask my question.
Utterly,
if you
and is
want to come
only
in
now
and
being rescued.
I'll say this.
Only
Given
now
the
being
incompetence of this government in delivery in all sense, including the gas peaker now being diesel.
Senator Cadell.
Go right ahead. If you've got a question about Snowy 2.0, go right ahead.
Can we?
It's your government's bungled project.
All right. Let's keep it civilised.
Thank you very much.
Because no one can hear the points you're trying to make while you're shouting at each other.
Apparently, I let him can talk, but this minister won't let me talk.
Come on. Let's all just listen to each other.
A little close to the bone, I think.
But so, if you have a question, Senator Cadell, and then I'm going to rotate the call.
I think we had another answer from Ms Munro that was interrupted. And then we had, yep. No, you're fine.
Okay.
That was a follow-up question.
A follow-up question just on the point that Mr Murphy raised about submissions and the assertion that potentially people who are concerned about a project may be more disposed to make submissions. And then Mr Gaddies spoke at length about the briefing that is provided to the minister across the board. I'm just a bit concerned that that attitude spills into the briefings because I know, and I'm pre-politics, I've participated in a lot of these submission projects and inquiries, and I just think that that attitude to, as Senator Cadell sort of quite rightly asked, well, do you just dismiss them then because you're making assumptions about people's inclination to make submissions? And I think a lot of people put a lot of time and effort into making these sorts of submissions, particularly when they're individual submissions and they're not click here submissions. So I just want clarity that it doesn't form part of the briefing, that attitude is not reflected when it goes to the minister.
So, Senator, I'll give you that clarity. So I think you know this department well, Senator, in all of our ways, and I absolutely stand by the objectivity and professionalism of my team and of the advice that they provide. And can I say, Senator, that in many ways the proof of the pudding is in the eating, because you have heard evidence that as a result of the department and then ultimately the minister giving the proper consideration to input that we receive, which we want, we need it, it helps us make the good decisions, it helps us give the best advice. The result of the professionalism of that process and our approach to it has changed the ultimate boundaries of each and every one of these projects. So I think the community can be assured that when they engage in these processes, they're treated respectfully, professionally, and ultimately they are powerful. And in this instance, those consultation processes have changed government decisions.
Thank you. Thanks.
Senator Waters. Just a few follow-up questions. I might need the previous officers on safeguard calculations. Excuse me. You mentioned the Narrabri underground coal mine that was just ticked off, whatever it was, 6 weeks or so ago. Thanks very much for joining us. In the documentation that was lodged with the New South Wales Independent Planning Commission, it says that even after they stop mining, which is scheduled to be 2045, that the company estimates that the mine will keep releasing 1 million tonnes of methane for another 20 years. So my question is, how is that treated under the safeguard mechanism?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So the emissions notification that we spoke about earlier does include emissions for Scope 1 from 2024 to 2064, accounting for that period. The mine closes in 2044, and then there's the 20-year period afterwards that the emissions notification and therefore the emissions projections pick up. Now, of course, under safeguard mechanism, all baselines are automatically set at zero in 2049-50. And so if those emissions are still above 100,000 tonnes Scope 1 from 2049-50, the facility will need to manage those and will have a compliance obligation to get them back to the baseline of zero. So it would need to either reduce them in some way through technology at that period or manage the difference.
Okay. Despite the fact that they've closed the project, they'll have those ongoing obligations.
Well, that's right, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And if they can't, do they just pay a fine?
Well, I guess, Senator, I mean, it is a long way out. It would depend on the arrangements in terms of use of safeguard mechanism credits, for example, or Australian carbon credit units at that point, as to the compliance options for that period from sort of 2050 onwards.
Okay, but they'd still have that obligation. They'll acquit it in, a potential variety of ways.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Will the emissions projection report that's being released next month factor in WA's expanding gas plans? Excuse me.
Thanks, Senator Ilana Pencheny, the branch head of the National Inventory Systems and International Reporting Branch. We're working through our projections that will be released later this year at the moment, but we base them on the latest available information we have to us.
Okay, so does that include the legislative changes that we just talked about, where they're removing climate oversight on new gas projects?
So,
how will that be factored in?
As I say, we're working through the process at the moment. I suppose I would just note that in the 2023 projections, the overwhelming impact that you saw in those relevant sectors came from the safeguard rather than from other policies at the state level. But as I say, we're working through the projections for this year at the moment.
Okay. So will WA's emissions be upgraded to go up after those legislative changes?
So the projections will include our best assessment of emissions across all sectors, including the ones that would be impacted by the WA changes. I guess what I'm saying is that the safeguard mechanism is like far and away the biggest impact that you see on emissions from that sector.
Okay, thank you. And if we've got other states that extend coal plants, for example, like, say, Victoria and New South Wales, what will that do to the 2030 targets, given that they're hanging on electricity sector reduction?
So when we prepare emissions, like when we prepare the projections, when we're looking at emissions from coal production, we take a view about what the likely demand of coal is going to be, and then we look at the facilities in Australia and look at what their production might be, and where there's a gap between anticipated production from known facilities and the demand, we assume that unspecified coal mines come online to meet that demand. So there is sort of, the projections don't depend heavily on the specific mines that are currently underway. They, if there is projected additional demand, we assume projected additional supply to meet that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have for the time being. Thanks for all your help.
Thank you. If that's now, Senator Rennick, I believe you're here for the agencies and not. Sorry, Senator Roberts. Pardon me.
I quite often get that, and Jared quite often gets the other reverse.
Yeah.
I've got a question of the department, if possible, on energy.
Go ahead. But we are over time, so if you could be brief.
It'll be very quick. Thank you for appearing today, and thank you, Chair. As simply as possible and as specifically as possible, what do the people responsible for outcome 1 at the Department of Climate Change, Energy and the Environment and Water do? What is your basic accountability? Especially in regard to energy.
Did you say outcome 1? It's in many ways.
Department, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. In many ways, Senator, I can't do any better than our corporate documents, which is our.
How long is that?
Very short. It's the outcome that we are held to account for by the Parliament and ultimately by the ANAO, which is support the transition of Australia's economy to net zero emissions by 2050, transition energy to support net zero while maintaining security, reliability and affordability, support actions to promote adaptation and strengthen resilience of Australia's economy, society and environment, and take a leadership role internationally in responding to climate change.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what I was after. What is the total salary package of everyone at the executive?
The corporate questions were at 9 o'clock this morning. We've released the corporate people.
I'll put these on notice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, I will release outcome 1.1 and 1.2, and thank you all for your time this morning. And we will ask the Australian Renewable Energy Agency to come to the table as swiftly as possible.
That's right. This is Chris Harris. This is our chief operating officer.
Okay, if we could be as swift as possible, that would be lovely. If you're leaving, please do so. Okay. Welcome to Mr. Darren Miller, the Chief Executive Officer. Would you care to make an opening statement?
No, Senator, nothing today.
Thank you very much. We'll go directly to Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Solar Sunshot, straight up. Can Arena confirm if any foreign-owned companies or foreign-linked companies have applied for round 1A of the Solar Sunshot program?
Senator, we're still working through the applications, so I'm not able to confirm anything at this stage.
When do the applications close?
They will close later in December. I think the 10th of December, round 1A applications close.
Are there mandated local requirement contacts as part of that program?
Senator, not local content as in the literal sense, but we have significant community benefit principles that are embedded in the framework of that program, which do look at local opportunities, jobs, economic activity and the like.
But there's no local content requirement as long as they put community benefits?
Correct.
Okay. Have there been discussions or has there been interest from foreign-owned companies?
Senator, to my knowledge so far, just thinking through the list in my mind, the vast majority would be Australian companies. There's probably a dozen that are in our pipeline right now, and I think most of those, if not all, would be Australian companies, but I'd need to go and check and report back to you once the process is more public.
What is is this like new coalition hostility to overseas investment position? What on earth is going on?
I'm sorry for talking while you're interrupting, but I'll go ahead if that's okay.
Well, you asked a question. I'm entitled to ask for some clarification. Is this the objective of this piece of policy?
Yep. Is
to secure the world's best manufacturers manufacturing in Australia, whether it's Solar Sunshot or other aspects of Future Made in Australia. If that is indeed the line of questioning, the level of sovereign risk presented by an alternative Dutton government is pretty extraordinary. Is there anybody else you want to tell not to bother knocking in terms of delivering Australian jobs?
Sorry?
Is there hostility to...
Can we rotate the call potentially from the Minister who wasn't asked a question?
Well,
do you want to come and sit on this side?
Go for your life.
That'd be great.
Extraordinary.
Well, if you want to go there, yeah. I wasn't going to go there, Chair, but I will now, thanks to the invitation off the Senator. My concern is this, that you sent Minister Bowen and you sent Prime Minister Albanese up to the Hunter Valley. You stood in front of the Liddell Power Station. You spruiked this program and said what a great thing, how the comparative advantages we have to manufacture solar panels in the Hunter Valley. The company has since laid off approximately half of its staff. They have gone cap in hand to AGL seeking money to build the shed. They are talking about now assembling solar panels in Australia rather than manufacturing them. They're talking about buying the components and bringing overseas. So when I see world's best practice, when I see taxpayers' dollars going to promote overseas business, I am going to ask questions. It is not about a fear of overseas businesses. It is about promoting overseas businesses and your government using taxpayer dollars to fund overseas businesses. I wasn't going to go there, but you opened that door. So thank you for flying your 2 private jets up to the Hunter Valley to make an announcement about a company that is incapable as it stands to go through what you're talking about. So if I want to investigate that, I will ask questions of the department, and I will ask how many overseas are, and I'll ask how many overseas companies are buying products from overseas to build in Australia, so you can say proudly manufactured in Australia when it is not the case.
Why do you keep talking Australian capability down? Why are you so hostile to Australian manufacturing? What is it about the sort of disinvestment Dutton approach that is so attractive? You used to be, the last government, at least Scott Morrison talked about Team Australia. At least he talked about it. He didn't deliver much. You guys are not, you've lost your way.
I'll take those questions in order. What have I got against Australia? Nothing. What do I see about Australian best practice? I don't, but when I hear these best practices not being followed through, when I hear taxpayers' dollars going to shell companies for rent seekers, for hands out, who can't even afford to build the shed that you say will be world's best practice, this comes to the incompetence of execution of this government. Best intentions don't go when you fund companies that can't get it done.
You're just willfully misunderstanding and being dishonest about the underlying policy here.
Okay.
The policy here, what it does is deliver a effective subsidy when manufacturing occurs in Australia. That's what is going on here. There is no risk. There is only benefit. It is the right call. And as if that is the difference between this government out for the Australian interest, working to deliver investment, and the job shedding, investment shedding approach that we saw from the previous government. That's what we will do. If we see projects proceeding in Australia, they will only get a benefit from this government when they manufacture here. That is the point.
Okay.
Willfully misunderstood by you and your colleagues.
So on that, Mr Miller, that's the undertaking. If solar panels are put together, not manufactured, components aren't put. If I buy my panels from overseas, if I buy my metal from overseas, if I buy all my electronic components from overseas and assemble them in Australia, you can't fund it under that. They have to be manufactured in Australia. Is that correct?
Well, Senator,
I was going to say.
Senator, I think you misunderstand the sort of definition, if you like, of manufacturing. I mean, assembly of components, wherever they come from, is part of the manufacturing process. And I think the reality is that if we understand, as we do, that solar technology will underpin the energy transition and Australia's superpower ambitions, and if we understand the supply chain concentration risk that exists in the market today, which we do, and if you have the ambition to sort of push forward in that transition, we must be concerned about what our capabilities are to deliver on that, right up and down the supply chain. To date, we've had significant input in Australia in the R&D, in the cell design technology through UNSW and ANU and the like, and we're a world leader in deployment of solar panels. And so what we're looking to do here is fill in some of the gaps to understand the supply chain risks that do exist and to take that first step, if you like, into the manufacturing of solar PV technology. And if that first step happens to be the assembly of modules, because it's the easiest, cheapest and most competitive thing we could do, well, that may be something that is worthwhile doing. But we're open-minded as to what we see come forward in this program, and it's too early to start reaching conclusions about what is good or bad in terms of the pipeline. Time will tell, and perhaps when we meet here next time, we'll have a clearer idea of what's come forward.
Under that argument of manufacturing is assembly, or vice versa, if I go down to IKEA by the airport and buy a lovely Swedish bookcase and build it in my bedroom, and am I an Australian manufacturer of furniture?
Senator, I think we're talking about different things here. I think if you look at the previous car manufacturing industry we had in Australia, it was largely an assembly manufacturing industry in Australia. We didn't make all of those components from scratch in Australia.
We made many of them. People at South Australia would argue their engines, and the steel would argue their steel.
We did used to make many of them, Senator Cadell. That is true. We used to make many of them until Mr Hockey and Mr Abbott and Mr Turnbull pushed 40,000 jobs offshore.
Yep.
And now your question, and imagine the position that the country would be in if that Australia wrecking operation hadn't been undertaken, pushing that industry offshore. Just imagine the manufacturing investment, the capability, particularly in electric vehicles and batteries, that the country would have had not the previous government been so hostile to Australian manufacturing. What you don't clearly understand about manufacturing processes is the supply chains are very complicated. They engage, many of them, the more complex the manufacturing, international supply chains where some products are made here and some products are made offshore. The purpose of this policy is to deliver solar panel manufacturing here in Australia. That's what it is for. Now, there will be a process of evaluation and working through each of these bids that Mr Miller has indicated that his agency will work through. But the purpose is to deliver manufacturing here, there's just a big difference between being for manufacturing and being hostile to it. Right? If you're for it, if you set up the policy architecture that's for it, and you set up a pro-business environment, which is what this government is doing, then you attract investment and you start engaging with the kind of proponents that Mr Miller is talking about, that the agency is dealing with. If you're hostile to it, you see disinvestment. You see manufacturing going offshore. That's what happened for the last 10 years. We are going to give a pro-manufacturing, the biggest pro-manufacturing package in our history. We're going to give that a red hot go, and see what a hostility to what difference not being hostile to business does in terms of the investment environment.
Madam Chair, I love asking questions to a witness and getting a lovely bard-like soliloquy to the side stage by the minister. What we're talking about here is a bill put by government that has no local component requirement, none whatsoever, where we're talking about component of entirely foreign-made components assembled in Australia would qualify.
That's not true.
It's not true. That's what I've just asked. If I purchase an IKEA bookcase and I assembble it, you're saying something can be manufactured from components here, it has to have an Australian component under this legislation and program.
If you purchase an IKEA bookcase, Senator Cadell, that's a consumer decision that only you can make.
Okay. But under this program, you said on this program, components have to be Australian
It doesn't
made.
deal with IKEA bookcases.
You just said, no, on solar panels, they have to have
bookcases.
Australian components in it, you just said.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, there you go. Does a solar panel assembled in Australia have to have any Australian components under this legislation, under this program?
Well, it'll have Australian labour and be built on Australian land using Australian capital facilities.
But no components?
Well, all of that is value adding into the end product, right? So I can't speak to the exact components. There may be components that get manufactured in Australia. There may be components that are not available in Australia yet. The program will reveal which bits of the supply chain Australians are ready to produce.
But there's no requirement?
There's no specific requirement, but time will tell what components are put forward by Australians.
And Minister has said we're talking about comparative advantage of a lot of these things. I hear comparative advantage. If we have no components, what comparative advantage does Australian labour have against forced labour?
Well, Senator, these are questions that I suppose go to the national interest framework, which sits at the heart of the Future Made in Australia Act that is currently in the Senate. And the national interest framework goes to two sets of national interests. One goes to national security and economic resilience questions fundamentally. I haven't got the wording in front of me, but it goes to those questions. Secondly, the second set of national interest frameworks go to comparative advantage and future comparative advantage. It is and this is outside of solar sunshot, but if I might just deal with some of it, but really could be directed to PM&C or Treasury or other agencies in terms of the detail. But in areas like the processing of Australian minerals onshore, those kind of questions mobilise a set of interests which go to comparative advantage and future comparative advantage, essentially because we have all of the minerals that the world requires in very significant quantities, but our current processing capability is very limited indeed. It does exist in some areas, but our energy advantage gives us a very significant future comparative advantage. In terms of the national economic resilience questions, as you would know, most of the world's solar panels are manufactured in just one jurisdiction. Not just most, but a very, very large part. I think every single panel in the world has Australian IP at the heart of it. So that is invented largely here in Australia. It'd have to be a judgment that I'd be very surprised if you disagreed with, that it is in Australia's interest to participate in this area of industrial activity. And that having a proposition where, we are all about diversification, whether it's in our trade settings or our industrial settings. So that is what Solar Sunshot is directed towards. I don't know why you keep talking Australian workers down. I don't know why you do it.
I don't believe I have.
We have some of the most.
Thing I've said that?
We have some of the most capable manufacturing workers.
Give me any time I've
on
said
the
that.
planet.
Any time I've said that.
And our comparative advantage, and as I've sought to distinguish these things, there's an economic resilience question here, supply chain security set of questions, comparative advantage. Labour costs are not the only source of comparative advantage.
Thank you,
we
Chair.
might take the opportunity to rotate the call.
That's a great
and
chance.
We'll go to Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts, just to save you having to write any further press releases about my chairing capacity, you have 10 minutes.
I don't know. Perhaps we can talk about that later.
Perhaps we could.
There is a lunch.
I'll return to the... Thank you for being here, and thank you, Chair. I'll return to the 8 batteries in the large-scale battery storage funding round from 2022. In February, you told me that you had put $176 million into it. None had completed construction at that time, and only 2 of the 8 were under construction. So can I now ask, have any completed construction, and what is the status of the others in the round of 8?
Senator, they have progressed. I don't have the precise figures to hand unless my colleague finds a brief on that in the notes, and in which case, if we don't have that, I can provide that information on notice. But they're all progressing. Some of them have challenges around grid connection and various studies that have to be completed, so they're not all there yet, but I think the vast majority have reached their targets for the ARENA funding and would be either close to construction or close to financial decision.
I would have thought with the Australian Renewable Energy Agency that you had, this would have been one of the biggest projects and most important aspects of what you do. Is that correct?
Senator, it's important amongst many other important things that we work on.
Okay. In December 2022, the portfolio cost of the 8 batteries was $2.7 billion. That increased to $3.1 billion, which is just a roughly 16% increase. What is the latest cost of the portfolio, the updated figure?
Sorry, what are you talking about, Senator?
The portfolio cost of the 8 batteries was 2.7. What's the latest cost?
Senator, that information that you had, or that was publicised, would be the most up-to-date information that we've got.
So the 3.1?
Some of the batteries increased in capacity. So since we announced the program, the proponents who were developing those batteries actually increased the size of the batteries, given that the economics were improving and that they could get the job done and actually build more. So that capital cost increase would be in relation to an increase in the capacity of the batteries that are being developed.
So we've gone above 2 gigawatts and 4.4 gigawatt hours.
Senator, as I said, if you want precise information, I will get you that on notice.
Okay, thank you. That'd be good. That seems like a hell of a lot of money for a bunch of batteries that only last 2 hours and lose 20 to 30% of the power to charge them. Wouldn't you think?
Senator, that's not accurate.
Could you tell me the accurate figures then, please? How much?
So the batteries, the minimum size in that portfolio is a 2-hour battery. Some of them are 3, and I think one of them has gone to 4 hours. Again, I'll check that just to make sure. The batteries are playing a very important role. The project, as described by Irina, and the innovation that's in this portfolio is around what's called grid forming capabilities. So it's the ability for these batteries to essentially replace the very important system services that coal and gas-fired power stations provide.
Stability of the grid?
Stability of the grid, voltage,
what we call
frequency.
Firming?
No, well, I think firming would traditionally be thought of as providing the energy that's required to fill gaps. What these batteries are doing is providing power quality services. So firming would be about the quantum of energy, and power services, or these system security services, are about performing the functions, the very important electronic functions that the grid needs to remain stable and at the right frequency.
So my understanding is that solar and wind are inherently asynchronous, inherently unstable, and therefore you need to provide an additional service so that the grid maintains stability.
Well, again, that's not also strictly true, Senator. There is technology around solar and wind, the inverters, the technology that converts the DC electricity into AC, that can actually provide grid forming capabilities as well. So the latest wind turbines coming out of Goldwind, for example, in China, have system security services built into those inverter technologies. It's not only the batteries that are advancing, it's actually the solar inverters and the wind technology inverters as well that's advancing to provide these services.
Is that additional cost?
Well, Senator, it may or may not be. It may be integrated into the technology that's put forward.
So, okay, let's move on to the next one. On a very conservative cost of $4.5 million per megawatt installed and a capacity factor of 90%, a $3.1 billion coal-fired power station would produce 15 gigawatts of power, 15 gigawatt hours of data capacity versus just 4.4 gigawatt hours for the batteries. And unlike the batteries, the coal station actually generates power, doesn't lose power on charging. Doesn't that seem like a much cheaper investment for Australians, just coal-fired power stations?
Senator, you're fundamentally misunderstanding the different role that those coal-fired power stations that you mentioned, their role in the old world, and the role of these kinds of batteries in supplementing wind, solar, transmission system, demand flexibility. The new world we are well underway progressing into and entering requires a variety of technology. These batteries provide a very specific set of technologies and services that, in combination with wind, solar, transmission and all the other things I mentioned, provides you with a system that is stable and can do the job.
At inherently higher component costs. So there's a lot of confusion amongst constituents and amongst MPs and senators. As simply as possible, between the various agencies charged with some responsibility or accountability over energy transition, could you, as simply as possible and as specifically as possible, tell us what ARENA does? What are your basic accountabilities, and specifically, what is the uniqueness of those accountabilities that no other agency has?
Thanks, Senator. That's a good question. We are an agency that is specifically around to improve the competitiveness of renewable energy technologies, to increase the supply of renewable energy in Australia, to facilitate the achievement of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. Our functions include the provision of financial support in the form of grant support and the sharing of knowledge, which is very important to ensure that the money we spent is leveraged and available to more than just the proponent we fund, so that Australia's energy transition can happen in an accelerated and stable fashion.
Thank you. Specifically with regard to the people at the table, apart from Senator Ayres, and he'll be happy that I'm leaving him out. What is the total salary package of each of the people at the desk here? So I'll exempt anyone who's not a senior executive service level, but if you are executive level, I'll ask for the band you're in and the total remuneration package, including on costs.
Senator Chris Farris, Chief Operating Officer at Arena. I'm a Band 1 officer, seconded across from the department. I think I'm at Band 1.6. I don't have my salary figures off the top of my head, but they're actually in our annual report. So I'm listed as one of the key management personnel, and in our annual report, which was tabled last week, you can find that information specifically.
Can we have them on notice, please? Put together?
Well, I think what the officer has said to you is that they're in the annual report. If there's anything in addition to the annual report, we're happy to provide that on notice.
What is the total wage bill for all employees, including casuals and contractors at Arena? And could you give me a breakdown of the numbers, please? In other words,
Senator,
breakdown of those who are...
Again, I might follow Senator Ayres' lead and refer you to the annual report, which has this information for the last financial year.
Numbers, breakdown into permanent employees, casual employees, contractors.
Senator Roberts, maybe I could help you out here. If you were to grab a copy of that and have a look through, and then any further questions you could potentially put on notice, because there is a breakdown in their annual report.
Okay, let's come back to... We'll do that. Future Made in Australia, Senator Ayres raised that. Senator Ayres, the number one cost category in manufacturing today around the world is no longer labour, it's electricity, with very few exceptions. China uses coal-fired power, sometimes including our coal, but produces almost 10 times our coal production. They have a production rate of 4.5 billion, heading for $5 billion a year. They produce coal and sell it. Sorry, they produce electricity and sell it for 8 cents a kilowatt hour, I'm told. Australia, 25 cents a kilowatt hour, thanks largely to the transition components. Why is labour so hostile for manufacturing? Because clearly net zero destroys manufacturing. You also said there's no risk. That's just a slogan. There's huge risk when you've gone from being the cheapest electricity provider in the world to amongst the most expensive. I don't know why you keep letting Australian workers down.
Well, Senator Roberts, there's a series of propositions in that
they're facts, Senator.
That we could. Well, you assert that they're facts. You assert that they're facts.
8 cents a kilowatt hour versus 25 cents a kilowatt hour.
Well, as I said, you assert that they are facts. It may come as news to you, but the economy in the People's Republic of China is structured a little bit differently to the Australian economy.
8 cents a kilowatt hour versus 25 cents a kilowatt hour.
There are some differences between our political and economic systems and the way that the government interacts with the electricity generation system, and indeed the way that industry works is different. Our job here in Australia, if we're acting in the national interest, is to secure Australia's position. What is very clear is that we have a series of forces acting upon our electricity system and our energy system more broadly. First of all, our ageing coal-fired generators, most of them announced their closure under the previous government. They are, many of them...
It's cheaper to replace them with new coal-fired power stations.
Coming to the end of their operational life, some of them being extended by state governments. The cheapest form of future energy for Australia is renewables and storage. That is
Only
how.
if you omit
That is.
coal. Only if you omit coal, hydro,
I did
nuclear.
I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I interrupted Senator Cadell earlier when he was being obnoxious, but I didn't interrupt you.
Does that mean you want me to get obnoxious?
Well, I don't want to interrupt you, Senator Roberts. I don't like interrupting people. I don't like
I'm
interrupting
going to
people.
interrupt you both and say that we are coming very close to the lunch break. I'll ask you to wrap up, Senator Roberts. You've had 11 and a half minutes, just to be clear.
Thank you very much. That was my last question.
Fantastic. Well, do you feel like you've had a sufficient answer?
Very.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear
The
it.
usual Senator is evasiveness.
On that, I will now send us all off to lunch and we will return at 1:45 with the CEFC. Thank you so much for your time, Mr Miller. Welcome back, everybody. I now call officers from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation who are appearing via teleconference or video conference. Welcome Mr Ian Limeth, the Chief Executive Officer. Would you care to make an opening statement?
No, I won't make an opening statement today, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Senator Dunman.
Thank you. I wondered if you could start off by taking me through how the Finance Corporation has implemented its revised investment mandate to drive both investment and broader benefits, please.
Certainly. As you're probably aware, in July of 23, we got a revised investment mandate, which gave the CFC, or I guess regulated the CFC's investment activities around rewiring the nation, an additional $19 billion to invest in transmission across the countryside, as well as a further $1 billion for the Household Energy Upgrade Fund. And in addition to that, a further $500 million Powering Australia Technology Fund. So they were the key, I guess, additional additional capital that the CFC was provided for or provided with under this investment mandate, or investment mandate certainly regulating the way our activities in relation to those, as well as some changes to some of our existing specialised investment funds. So maybe in summary, Senator, we have embarked, in very proactively on all those fronts. We've been working across the countryside on transmission-related projects in New South Wales, particularly with Energy Co here in financing the first stages of transmission projects such as VNI West, for example, helping with the early stages of financing of Central West Arana, and as well as further transmission projects in Victoria. Lots of negotiations happening around the countryside. So CFC, as I say, very busy and active with implementing rewiring the nation. With the Household Energy Upgrade Fund, we've already implemented 2 transactions to deliver on that policy, which is to improve the energy efficiency of residential Australian homes. One $60 million financing with a non-bank lender called Plenty, as well as another transaction with Westpac, where we have provided $160 million on concessional terms matched by Westpac, and already out and being deployed at a highly effective rate to fund energy efficiency upgrades in households across the country. We have also been investing through the Powering Australia Technology Fund in innovative Australian companies, and we are working on a program to support fund managers, particularly in early stage companies here, or around the countryside. So very active across all fronts, and I think that we've kind of made great progress with that investment mandate.
Thank you. I wonder, so in your annual report, you state that there's a leverage of 3 to 1 in terms of the investment. So the total value of commitments at $58.6 billion. I guess in addition to what you've just talked about, what do you think this means for the value of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation to the community?
Well, I think it sort of reinforces the value that the CFC has in terms of the clean energy transition, most notably. I mean, we've always been very focused, and it's kind of one of the objects of our acts, of our act, to facilitate flows of finance into the clean energy sector. So attracting co-investment from the private sector is enormously important to what we do. And, we're very pleased with the amount of leverage we've achieved in investing over time. And that's across many different sectors, renewable energy, out there in agriculture, transport and industry. So I think it reinforces the CFC's stature.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Cadell.
I might go...
Senator Sharma.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr Lemoth. It's Senator Dave Sharma here. Can I just get you to recap what programs you're currently administering? I know there's a Household Energy Upgrades Fund, I think the Rewiring the Nation Fund, but is that correct? Are there others?
So, and thanks for the question. So we have our general portfolio, which is, the initial $10 billion. And we have, prior to this investment mandate, we have the Advancing Hydrogen Fund, which is $300 million, which is still an active program and policy that we're implementing. The Rewiring the Nation, $19 billion, which was additional capital that I referred to earlier. The Household Energy Upgrade Fund, which is a $1 billion program, again, part of a more recent appropriations, and $500 million allocated to the CFC as part of Powering Australian Technology, the Powering Australia Technology Fund, so investing in innovative companies and funds supporting companies around Australia. They're the key programs that we have. There is sort of a legacy, the Clean Energy Innovation Fund, which we have had for some years. It's still technically part of our programs, but it's now fully invested. So we won't be putting any more capital under that particular fund. But yes, they're the programs, Senator, that we're working on.
For each of those, would you just be able to tell me how much of that the allocation has been either spent or allocated to projects or decisions taken with respect to it? So for the Rewiring the Nation Fund, the Household Energy Upgrade Fund, the Powering Australian Technology Fund, and the first one you mentioned was a hydrogen fund, I think, the $300 million hydrogen. Advancing hydrogen.
Yes. I would have to dig those up for you. Unless my CFO has them handy, I'll pick those up one at a time.
Oh, yeah, I think your CFO is on mute.
Yeah, Andrew Powell, CFC's CFO. So if we take them one at a time, Senator, the Clean Energy Innovation Fund, the $200 million is fully allocated, has been completed. The Australian Hydrogen Fund, which was the $300 million, $16 million of that has been applied to date. The next one would be the general portfolio. And remember, with this one, we're recycling capital. So whilst we've actually deployed more than $10 billion, we've received a lot of that capital back. So at this point, we have about $2 billion of the 10 that is not allocated on transactions. The RTN, the Rewiring the Nation Fund, so there's about $16 billion has not been allocated. So in terms of the 19, it's close to $3 billion that has been contractually committed at this point. There's almost another $1 billion that's in progress at this point and going through the contracting stage. The $500 million PATF fund, of that there is about $170 million allocated, so leaving 330-ish available. And with the Household Energy Upgrade Fund, at 30 June, we had only done the one transaction, but I think Ian covered off the second transaction that we had done after year end. And so the two of those mean that we've done close on 200-ish. I just don't have that particular one at September of the $1 billion.
Yeah, I think it would be 220 all up, 60 plus 160.
Okay, thank you. And have you got a timeline for each of those programs and when you expect to have fully committed them?
They're all...
or have they got expiry dates?
The only one, the Household Energy Upgrade Fund, I believe, has a 10-year expiry time frame. Other ones have a sort of a more longer-term perpetual.
And we are on the record saying we expect that Household Energy Upgrade Fund to deploy over about the first 5 years, because we have to have the programs run after deployment within that 10-year time frame. The Advancing Hydrogen also has a 10-year time frame in our investment mandate, but because all of our funds are a revolving nature, where we lend the money out, we get the money back, we can reinvest in perpetuity effectively.
Okay, thank you. Could I just ask you to take on notice just the projects that you've actually funded and supported so far under each of those funds? Would you be able to answer that on...
Sure.
You could reply to that on notice? Okay.
Senator, they are actually published on our website.
They're on your website?
Quarter.
Okay.
So every quarter that goes up as to what we have done since the inception.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chair. That was all I had on this topic.
Senator Waters.
Hello, folks. Thanks for joining us today and for the work that you continue to do in the transition to ideally 100% renewables. Just going to the HUF, the Household Energy Upgrade Fund. I understand that you've allocated about 220 million of that so far. Can you just confirm, firstly, that's correct? And is it correct that so far only homeowners are receiving that amount?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So to date, we have announced 2 investment programs. That's right, one with Plenty, a $60 million program, and the other with Westpac, $160 million program. Both had matching and both were providing very cost-effective finance to households. It is... well, certainly in the case of the Westpac one, they're available to existing mortgagors of Westpac, so they are homeowners. And with the Plenty one, I believe the uptake is from homeowners, but or from homeowners. But I don't know if it precludes someone who is renting a home. But the expectation is that it probably would be largely homeowners.
Okay, so just on that point, has the CFC spent any time on how to use that money to overcome the difference between landlords and tenants so that renters could also enjoy the benefits of cheaper solar, electrification or energy efficient homes?
We have, yes, indeed. We're very conscious that that is, part of the underlying policy objectives of the Household Energy Upgrade Fund. Could have been working with strata managers, strata, financiers, and other lenders that may have kind of good access to those particular markets. There's obviously a challenge with providing or getting renters to upgrade providing capital to landlords or incentivising landlords to upgrade houses when the power bills are paid by their tenants. So that's that split incentive is always the challenge that we're faced with in this in trying to get to improve the energy efficiency of rented homes. But we are certainly working on that.
Okay, well, perhaps if you could come back to me on notice with the angles that you're considering and working on to assist tenants. But just for clarity, is there anything in your legislation that would prevent CEFC from simply paying for the tenants' upgrades and the cost of the works plus inflation and having that as a caveat against the property so that you would get your money back if the property was sold?
We're obviously lenders and investors. We wouldn't be making grants, but maybe that's not quite what you're alluding to. But we only provide finance in this regard. So if there's certainly nothing stopping the CFC lending money to tenants who would wish to borrow and spend money on their premises to improve energy efficiency or take up energy efficient appliances and so on. In terms of how they might pay us back, I mean, conventionally there'd be a direct obligation for our borrowers to pay back the loans. Entering into an arrangement, and we've seen those arrangements before, that may be paid via rate mechanisms through councils or others. We haven't been exploring at this stage. We've been looking at much more conventional borrowing arrangements where the principal and interest obligations are being directly met by the tenant, by the borrower and the tenant in your example.
Senator, I might be able to add some additional information there. Simon Every, Chief Public Affairs Officer. Over the past 12 years that the CFC has been in business, we've tried a number of different ways of attacking this problem, the split incentive that's been classically described by economists and so forth, where the landlord owns the property but the beneficiary of any capital works to improve the property would probably pass to the energy-consuming tenant. So we've looked at a number of different structures over the past, some of which contain those types of caveats that you've described. In various jurisdictions, they're called either environmental upgrade agreements or environmental upgrade finance. It hasn't gained a lot of traction as a financing model, and part of the difficulty of that is it's quite bespoke, and if there's a primary mortgage on the property, the banking sector needs to get comfortable with the fact that there's another sort of claim on the equity in that property through a caveat. So we've looked at other models, and we're continuing to develop other models, such as potentially solar as a service. We tried that quite some time ago. Again, sort of limited take up, but that's not to say it's not the right time now. We've also looked at just financing the kit directly, and indeed the plenty finance is typically a sort of a loan for to the personal, a personal loan rather than attached to the property, which is why Ian explained it is available for energy efficient appliances and so forth. We continue to explore through this program opportunities to fund. In the past, the other thing that we did was a lot of social and affordable housing through providers like St George Community Housing, where we got a lot of great outcomes for tenants through investing in the early years. But as the National Housing Finance Investment Corporation, or now Housing Australia, has sort of gone in as a specialist investment vehicle to take over the main banking function to that market from the Commonwealth perspective, that's no longer a sort of an area where we can play a largely meaningful role. And so we are looking for other less direct mechanisms such as what you've described.
Okay, thank you. You said there was some reticence towards picking it up. Is that from the lending institutions, from the banks who don't like having those caveats, or what's the blocker?
It's a difficulty, Senator, because basically, when you're making a loan, it's usually a financial pledge against a security, and the security in a personal loan is against the personal assets of somebody and their income. But in a housing situation, it's a pledge against the value of the property. And so if there's other layers of, it's like having a second mortgage or a third mortgage or another claim on the same property, the banking system has to get comfortable that the amount of security on offer is satisfactory. The other sort of difficulty around this is because we're talking about energy and finance. the type of regulations that are applicable to people's energy bills and the type of consumer finance protections which are applicable in the financial network mean that what you're really trying to do here is marry together finance law and consumer protection and energy law and consumer protection, and they're both very intricate and complex pieces of legislation that don't really dovetail well together, and that's why it's quite expensive to get systems development, the upfront investment from the market, the IT changes, the consumer protections, all of these types of things are obstacles to what might on the face of it be quite a common sense proposition. But when you have a look at all those barriers, it does take quite a while to work through to bring a product to market that can satisfy those outcomes.
Okay. And whose job is it to work on that? Is that yours, or has some other body got that task of doing all of that complex interactive work?
I mean, we are looking at all those options. As mentioned, very conscious of targeting mid and low income households with the Household Energy Upgrade Fund. So we will continue to work with strategies to tackle these challenges and try and provide affordable finance to tenants, as well as other mechanisms that might make borrowing easier for homeowners through these other channels. But as I say, I think we're just sort of highlighting some of the challenges that come with some of these areas.
Okay. Last question from me, Chair. Thank you. Can you tell us, please, about some areas of investment where you feel you're perhaps pushing the boundaries of what's been done before, or maybe seeking to abate some of those harder to abate emissions? Tell us about some of your exciting work in brief format so the Chair doesn't
thank you. I mean, we obviously are very diverse financiers, investors, and we kind of always trying to play a catalytic role and fill gaps in the market, and we've been doing that from some of these big these transmission projects that I mentioned, but equally it's so important to be building out large wind farms in Australia at the moment, which have not been coming to market as quickly as possible. And we put $350 million into Golden Plains Wind Farm, currently being energised there near Geelong, there in Victoria. Australia's currently Australia's largest wind farm. So we were, we kind of went in early and committed to that project before for contracting for the energy was in place, and that helped attract other financiers and investors into that project. So that was terrific. And another example is we're trying to decarbonise the transport sector. We've recently increased our financing to car leasing company Splend, which is leasing electric vehicles to rideshare drivers, Uber most notably. So a lot of the electric vehicles that you see that you might get through an Uber a ride are coming from Splend, and that's coming from the CEFC's finance there. So, another innovative kind of piece of finance helping unlock additional capital and also decarbonise a difficult sector such as passenger vehicles. So yes, it's a long list, Senator, but just there are a couple of examples.
Great. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
We'll go to Senator Roberts, but can I just advise the committee that we are running behind, and where people can feel it in their heart to put their questions on notice, there would be deep and abiding gratitude across the committee. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. There's an alphabet soup of agencies involved, government departments involved in the energy transition. As simply and as specifically as possible, what do you do at the Clean Energy Finance Corporation? What are your basic accountabilities, and what are the uniquenesses you bring or you have?
Thanks, Senator. Well, the object of the CFC, as per the Act, is to facilitate the flows of capital funds into the clean energy sector and to deliver on the the government's climate targets. So we're using a significant amount of capital deployed out there in the Australian economy, effectively to decarbonise Australia. So that's really what we're doing. We have 165 people, most of which are very skilled at going out into the marketplace and finding places that we can use this catalytic capital to drive emissions reduction.
Thank you. What is the total wage bill for all employees? And do you have any casuals and contractors, or are they all full-time permanents?
So, Senator, we've just tabled our annual report that has all that information in there. If you'd like any kind of further details that that aren't obvious or available in the annual report, I'm very happy to take that on notice.
So there's no changes since the annual report was released?
No.
Okay, thank you. What is the total budget for the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, including any grants or programs you administer?
Total budget, well, I mean, that, you mean over the forward estimates? What time period?
This current financial year, and if you want to bring it into the forward estimates, that'd be handy too.
Once again, I'll take that on notice, and it's probably best that we do it that way. I mean, my CFO, I see, may be able to dig that number up for you. We've certainly got what's in the budget papers.
Okay, thank you. Just get in the chairman's good books, or the chairperson's good books. What is the total salary, last question, total salary package of everyone at the desk here or that attending right now?
Once again, in the annual report, Senator, certainly Andrew and I are explicitly there in the page 215 of the annual report, and if you'd like any further information about that, we can follow up.
So why the reluctance not to share it?
Well, it's just that it's there, and there's a whole kind of raft of different short-term incentives.
Okay, so if it doesn't meet our needs, we can send a letter to you and get the details. Is that right? Mr. Learmonth?
Sorry. Well, I mean, I guess I was just maybe positioning that the other way, that if there's anything that's not in that public document around the remuneration of the CFO and myself, we could provide it to you on notice.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. How was that?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Senator Roberts. Senator Van.
Thank you, Mr. Learmonth. Thank you for appearing. And as in every previous estimates I've seen you before, you are normally at pains to point out the quality and diligence of investments you make with the funds given to you. Are you able to provide the committee with the Rewiring the Nation Fund? Are there different guidelines or standards that you apply to that fund as opposed to the other investments CEFC make?
Look, thank you for the question. Under the Rewiring the Nation funding, the sort of 19 billion additional capital to deliver that particular program, it's guided. It's the sort of the risk and target return is outlined in the investment mandate, which we talked about a little earlier. But maybe just to paraphrase from it, the Rewiring the Nation investments, the board must take an average rate of return at least the corporation's cost of the RTN function over the medium to long term. So that's the benchmark rate of return. So it is lower than other parts of the CEFC. And in terms of targeting that return, we are advised to take a commercial approach. And the board is to seek to develop a portfolio that in aggregate has an acceptable level of risk having regard to the terms of the Act and focus on particular areas identified in the relevant subsection of the investment mandate. So that's the sort of guidance that we have, Senator, for that capital.
But just to summarise your answer, there is a different standard applied to rewiring the nation than you would normally apply.
Well, yes, there are different funds that we have, and we have a hydrogen fund and household energy upgrade, the general portfolio, and so on. They have different target rates of return. So the general portfolio targets a rate of return of 2 to 3% above the 5-year government bond rate, whereas the kind of the return target here for rewiring the nation is lower than that. And the risks, the level of risk deemed acceptable for rewiring the nation it says in the investment mandate, and I quote, may be higher for the RTN fund than the general portfolio and the specialised investment fund. So, yes, it does have a different risk-return relationship.
Thank you. I'll put some further questions on notice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cadell? No? Sharma? We're all good. Thank you very much for coming along this afternoon. We do appreciate your time and we're sorry for running a little bit late. Thank you very much. I would now ask that officers from the Climate Change Authority either pop on the screen or come to the table, depending on where the collection of humans are. Hello, thank you for coming along. I'd like to welcome the Honourable Matt Keane, the Chair, and Mr Brad Archer, Chief Executive Officer. Would you care to make an opening statement?
We'll get straight into it, I think.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Earlier today we were going through 82% and 43% target reductions. And I just want to get the context of the CCA's role in this. On the website it goes that you advise, help set targets, these targets. So would you say, to be fair, that the CCA has a role in informing the government's decisions about these carbon targets and emissions?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So I guess in this area, one of our relevant functions is to provide advice to the Minister for Climate Change each year that relates to the preparation of the Minister's annual climate change statement. And that goes to questions about the progress that Australia is making towards its emissions reductions targets and how well the policies that the government has in place are working to achieve those targets. So in that context, for example, in last year's annual progress report, which is the report through which we convey this advice, we included information about our analysis on how Australia was tracking towards achieving the government's 82% renewables target and in turn towards achieving the minus 43% emissions reduction target. Made some observations about that and that then is considered by the government in the first instance in the process of responding to our advice through that annual climate change statement.
Okay. With the climate change statement, do you think you had any role or any influence in coming up with the 82% renewable energy target, given a report from November 22 in your first annual progress report? You caught a snapshot called an 83% renewable target grid by the end of the decade on page 25. You cited our EMA's report and recommended that.
So, Senator, my recollection is that the government, when it became the government, had brought with it a policy of targeting 82% renewables as part of, again, achieving the target that it had established for emissions reductions. So in that sense, I don't think the authority had a role directly in the government formulating that particular target. But since then, through our reporting, we've been assessing how we think Australia is tracking towards achieving that target. And clearly, it's an important element of the government's policies for achieving its overall emissions reduction target.
Okay. When we have evidence before us with total system integration plan and everything like that, the cheapest way forward to achieve this is the pathway we're on. We've had evidence in Senator Van's committee recently that there are constraints. They are the constraints that's the cheapest plan to achieve these targets that have been set, aren't they? They're not the cheapest plan to an energy market. They're the cheapest to achieve 82% and 43%, aren't they?
Well, can I just give some context, perhaps, as someone who's looked at this? The challenge that the energy grid is facing is that the sources of generation that have underwritten it for generations are coming to end of life. So that's technical end of life. So AEMO, and I'm sure you can ask questions to them, Senator.
Pretty sure we can't. They're not here.
On another occasion, but a high level, they've looked at what the cheapest replacement cost of the existing infrastructure is. So at a high level, they've looked at the alternative solutions to providing cheap, reliable electricity, and they've said that the integrated system plan is the way to do that.
So, but that's what I'm getting to. The constraints are the ISP within the 82%, isn't it?
No, the ISP is a look at the counterfactuals as to other sources of generation to provide the cheapest replacement cost of the existing system, Senator.
Miss York, in your inquiry the other day, stated this: no, we're only permitted within the framework, whether we've set out within the rules, to take those policies as set out in the target statement as an input and then work out what is the lowest cost way to get to net zero by 2050.
But, Senator, what the integrated system plan does, it's looked at how we replace the NEM, or effectively replace the existing sources of generation that provide electricity to the nation, and looked at the cheapest pathway for doing that.
Does that include, so you're saying it's looked at how to replace the generation? One of the big questions we keep getting is what about the extended additional add-on costs, like plugging in the new generation from where it is, because it's not where the current generation is, and we can't get a clear answer from anyone about the entire system's cost.
Senator Davey, yes, you're right. AEMO are probably the best people to speak about this, but the integrated system plan, when it was developed at the time, was looking at the replacement cost of the existing total system. So that included transmission, or it looks at transmission. It has updated transmission now, but it looked at the generation when it was scheduled to come out of the system, and it's looked at how we can replace like for like, looking at different alternatives. But AEMO are the best people to speak to how they came up with the integrated system plan.
We've had their evidence, I think, in other committees and this prior, and AEMO has been clear that the ISP is looking at the constraints of government policy, not the lowest cost electricity replacement. They have been clear that that's what they've given the evidence.
You should get that evidence from AEMO.
They have got
But as the former Energy Minister in New South Wales, we looked at what the cost of replacing the existing system in a New South Wales context was against other counterfactuals, and that's what we relied on AEMO for.
Well, Daniel Westman was also unable to say it would be cheaper overall. From you've just introduced about your New South Wales, from what you know of New South Wales and what you know at CCA, will it be a cheaper system overall?
Well, compared to the counterfactual, so if the counterfactual is nuclear, then absolutely it'll be cheaper.
No,
that's the counterfactual.
If the constraints of 82% and 43% weren't involved.
No, but you're looking at the counterfactual. So if you're going to have an energy system built on nuclear, then of course firm renewables is by far cheaper.
I'm not saying coal, I'm saying open slather. If you had no constraints, is it lowest cost?
I think Mr Westerman did say that it's the lowest cost pathway.
He did.
Within those constraints?
No, not within the constraints, compared to the counterfactuals.
But he couldn't guarantee it was the cheapest?
Compared to the counterfactuals, you'll have to speak to Mr Westerman.
Okay.
But compared to the counterfactuals, it is the cheapest pathway to replace and modernise the electricity system.
What is the cost?
Of the whole NEM?
Yeah.
Well, AEMO will have that on the record, Senator. You'll be able to get that from them.
No, we haven't been. We've been asking.
You can't get the whole system's cost.
See, it's so compartmentalised between different responsibilities. It's this responsibility, I'm in charge of this, I'm in charge of that. I can't give you an integrated system. I can give you this part, I can give you this part, but that doesn't include that.
Yep.
This is what we're trying to get some sort of publishment of. So I mean, little things like on AEMO's own report, on appendix page 61, appendix 6 of the ISP, they state that those renewable policy, the 82%, is the biggest driver for the need to deliver HumeLink. For example, HumeLink's blown out from $1 to $6 million. So this is what I'm trying to get, the effective government policy on greater expenditure versus, and it is government policy of renewables and emissions reduction. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just trying to draw a link to it. It is the government policies and those goals that are driving costs of projects that they wouldn't normally fit into the project. AEMO's own report says that, Minister. So I'm trying to get a link between the recommendations and of the renewable targets and climate change advice that we've heard goes in. Are we looking at constraints of this 83% driving up the cost of electricity outside of what might normally be a slower transition to still get by 2050?
I think this is a line of questions that, I mean, I'm very happy for Mr Keane to respond as he sees fit, but it seems to me that these are a set of questions that AEMO is in a position to respond. I mean, you're directing it to their documents. The job of the Climate Change Authority is to advise the government on emissions reduction strategy across all sectors. But yeah, sorry.
And Senator, may I just add to that? Like, if you want to talk about what will drive up the cost of electricity, it's nuclear. Nuclear will drive up the cost of electricity for millions of families and businesses across the country.
What modelling have you done on that?
What modelling?
Yeah.
Well, where do we start, Senator?
Can you table the modelling, please?
The CSIRO, the Gen Cost Report, AEMO, the AER. All these bodies have very clearly said that nuclear is the most expensive form of electricity. And let's get into the substance. Look at the UK's experience with Hinkley Point C. Yep. That is going to drive up energy bills for users in the United Kingdom. You mentioned Ontario. That's been in the news recently. That's been highly subsidised by the Canadian government. Highly subsidised. What I mean is the coalition has been talking about Ontario. That's been highly subsidised by the Canadian government. The surefire way,
wind and solar.
Senator, the surefire way to push up electricity bills is nuclear.
If I go, you talk about different countries and you talk about examples there, and examples are fine. If I bring out the examples of a single country between Texas and California, and the different energy mix there and the significantly higher prices under the same national regulation model of California that goes down a renewables-only model versus that of Texas, where they are triple the price of electricity in California versus Texas that have a mixed model with coal and nuclear and renewables. So we can all bring examples out that highlight our point. Will you table the modelling? You said you know this to be true. Will you table the modelling you've done?
The CSIRO modelling. I can table AEMO's analysis. We can table any market body that you like.
Well, we heard this morning that the Minister gave the assumptions.
I'd be very happy to ensure that we get you the Gen Cost report and we get you the CSIRO modelling and we also get you AEMO's modelling. And I think you can interrogate those bodies on that. I rely on the science. I rely on the evidence. I trust the CSIRO. I trust AEMO. And I think we should be making decisions on energy policy that are based on economics and engineering, and that's what I'll certainly do in this role.
Engineering and economics. Do you believe it's true that the average energy plant should be written off over the same period as the average renewable installation under the Gen Cost report?
It's not about what I believe. It's about
you said you believe in it. Your evidence was, I believe in this.
Could I...
Yes. Some respect for our
Could I just finish
please?
my answer, please, and say that I trust the CSIRO, I trust AEMO.
You aren't questioning the 30-year life of nuclear plants. You think that's right?
I'm not going to that. I'm just saying I trust the CSIRO. I think most rational people do trust the CSIRO. This is the body that developed Wi-Fi. They developed the agricultural practices that the farming communities rely on. Most Australians trust the CSIRO. Their advice is good enough for me, and it should be good enough for our political leaders.
This is where we go, Mr Keane. We come in here and we can't question what's going on. You say you have a piece of advice that is clearly wrong. Nuclear was brought up by you, no one on this stuff. We're talking about where we're going. You raise nuclear. And the Gen Cost report clearly states that it writes off the asset over 30 years, not the expected life expectancy of every Generation 3+ plant being built right now. You don't want to question that. You're giving government advice and you don't question research. You don't question these things. You don't look for truth. You say, I believe it. We heard evidence today that the minister gave the
I
assumptions.
know you're trying to get your grabs up on Sky at the moment, but the reality is...
Hang on. I'm asking the question. If I can finish my question.
But what is the question?
Okay.
My question is...
Everyone, enough.
We heard evidence today...
Senator Cadell.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was answering my question.
Okay. Let's just take a breath. Your last question, Senator Cadell.
We heard evidence today that the minister gave the assumptions for the nuclear calculation to the department for him to come out and say these are the timings and these are the costs. That was evidenced by the department today. They did the calculations, he gave the assumptions.
Well, this is part of the problem with this discussion, of course. This is now the sort of Cadell-Cooker conspiracy theory about how this has been put together.
Did he not say that, Chair?
How this has been put together. I'll withdraw, Chair, just to make it easier for everybody. The issue here is, as Mr. Keane has said, he relies upon the CSIRO modelling. You, along with Senator Roberts and Senator Rennick and no doubt Mr. Joyce and these other characters, do your own research, presumably in your basements on the old Google. Fair enough. Fair enough. What would make a difference to this debate? What would make a difference is if Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Dutton actually released a little bit of costing and modelling of their own. Actually said where these magical nuclear reactors are going to be. Released the geotechnical work that no doubt underpins their analysis that says that they're in safe places. That outlined why Australia is so different to the rest of the world, and these things could be constructed in some way that doesn't meet the massive budget blowouts, the massive timeline blowouts, and that this isn't just a policy that's based on sort of mad old Uncle Magic, right? Which is what this is all about. Now, if you want to continue insisting that something that is very expensive and not in Australia's interest is cheap and in Australia's interest, go right ahead. But don't disparage the CSIRO. Don't disparage our national science institutions. Actually get serious about what's in the national interest here.
Well, I'll finish that last question. If we want to pretend that you weren't in the room when the department said the assumptions were given to them for a calculation, we can pretend that didn't exist. But you know that is true. Well, are you saying that didn't happen? Are you saying that didn't happen?
What the department said is that absent your side of politics,
they did not say that,
which used to stand for sort of conservative values.
They did not say that,
and liberalism. Absent being provided by any facts, they relied upon the publicly available facts, and the minister directed them to those.
Chair, I'd like the minister to withdraw. He's misleading. That was never the evidence given today. The evidence was clear. They didn't check. They didn't refer. They took the assumptions given by the minister and made the calculations. That was the evidence. And if we want to pretend that doesn't happen, we now know how you come up with your policy.
If you want to provide some modelling and costing to underpin your fanciful announcement, then I'm sure that'll be subject to the scrutiny it deserves.
Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Senator Van.
Thank you very much, Chair. And,
you can do that.
Mr. Keane, welcome. I think this is your first estimate.
It is.
So
in this Parliament.
In this Parliament. There you go. And thank you for you and your officials coming along. As was alluded to earlier, I'm currently chairing a committee looking at energy planning and regulation in Australia. It received bipartisan support and has been taking evidence from a range of experts as well as our market bodies. A large part of the origin for the inquiry was that, as was alluded to earlier, this committee or this Parliament can't call AEMO before it in the estimates process. And this has led to a view that there is a lack of accountability with AEMO that the inquiry is seeking to test. Do you think that, and you referenced the ISP and maybe it's infallible, maybe it's not, but do you think that given the importance of ensuring that we are successful in our energy transition and lowering emissions and securing supply and affordable energy. Do you think there's a place for the Climate Change Authority to do a review of AEMO or the market bodies in general, and just to test some of the things that they're putting forward?
I'm not sure it's the role of the Climate Change Authority to review the expert work of AEMO or any of the market bodies. What I do think the Climate Change Authority's role is to provide frank and fearless advice to the government of the day, to the Parliament of Australia, on what the best path for the nation is to achieve net zero by 2050, and also moving as fast as possible on decarbonisation. When it comes to that decarbonisation agenda, we know that the easiest section of the economy to decarbonise is the electricity section. It contributes around a third of our total emissions, and we know that the technologies are already available that can be rolled out at scale that will not only reduce emissions, but will also have the benefit of lowering household bills and underwriting a new era of prosperity for our nation. So where possible, where we're qualified to do so, we'll be providing advice to the Minister, to the Government and to the Parliament of Australia about what we can do to speed up the transition to a net zero economy, but do it in a responsible way that, as I said, grows the economy, not undermines the economy. And that's what my focus will be.
And as it should be, and I know you do a electricity and energy sector review. Given that the only market body that's accountable to any parliament is AER, and they'll be here later this afternoon, do you not think there's a place for Climate Change Authority, or, and maybe it's not you, you might have a recommendation of another authority that should have a view to assessing the market body's plan to get us there? Because there's been an enormous amount of evidence put forward to the inquiry that the transition is at risk, and some of the assumptions underpinning the planning aren't based on economics.
Again, I'm not sure it's the remit of the Climate Change Authority to review the work of AEMO or any of the market bodies, but our focus is providing advice to the government of the day, to the people of Australia, about what the clearest and fastest pathway is for us to decarbonise our economy in a way that benefits Australians. That's what my focus is going to be on, Chair, and happy to work with you, Senator, happy to work with the different market bodies, the CSIRO, to make sure that we can meet the challenge of our times, which is addressing the issue of climate change while still growing our prosperity. That's what I tried to do in New South Wales as the Climate Minister there, and that's what I'll try to do in this role as the independent Climate Chair Authority. Climate Authority Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms Ken, I haven't checked with my Deputy Chair, but I'm sure the committee would welcome CCA in putting a submission towards the inquiry. If my Deputy Chair concurs.
We can discuss that, Senator Mann.
The invitation is there, so thank you for appearing today.
Thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us, and congrats on your appointment and your first federal estimates. You've rightly criticised nuclear as expensive and slow. I note that the Gen Cost report also says that carbon capture and storage is even more expensive and is, of course, even less proven. So do you think it's a good use of government time and resources to endlessly pursue CCS?
What I think that we should be doing is identifying the fastest ways to get to net zero that help grow our economy. As I said to the previous Senator's answer, the low-hanging fruit in this transition is the electricity section of the economy. It accounts for over a third of our total emissions, and we have the technologies available to be able to decarbonise the grid, which are needed at the moment because our coal-fired generators are coming out of the system. Nothing to do with climate change, but due to the fact these are old bits of machinery, the best way to ensure reliability of the system is to replace capacity that's exiting the system before it does exit. So that's why we should be deploying renewables at scale and at speed right now. That not only helps do its bit for the environment, but it also helps do its bit for the economy and for family budgets. With regard to CCS, Senator, I am not opposed to CCS. What I'm about is finding pathways to help our economy to transition in a way that creates jobs, drives investment, helps families and grows our economy. And if that technology does become available and can support hard-to-abate sections of the economy, then we should be looking at it, of course. But we shouldn't be using that as an excuse not to use other technologies that we have available, for example, renewables. We should be rolling out renewables at scale and at speed right now. It's good for families, it's good for the economy, and it's great for the environment.
Okay, but just sticking with CCS, we've thrown billions at that technology for the last 2 decades and frankly with very limited success. I think there's only one project that's performed not even half the time to the promise that was made. So do you think that government should be investing in CCS or diverting its focus to the renewables that you've mentioned?
Senator, I won't speak specifically to CCS if that's okay, but what I will speak specifically to is where there are hard-to-abate parts of the economy, we shouldn't be shutting them down. But we should be investing in technologies and solutions to help us address those hard-to-abate sections of the economy. So take, for example, agriculture. We know that agriculture is absolutely vital to our economy, but some parts of the agriculture sector, there are hard emissions to abate. We should be investing in technologies and solutions that will help our farmers, will help our agriculture continue to thrive as the world transitions to a net zero economy. So more specifically with regard to CCS, if the technology evolves, if it can be used to help address hard to abate parts of the economy, then my view is, of course, we should be looking at it. We shouldn't be taking anything off the table, but we shouldn't be using that as an excuse to slow down on rolling out the technologies that we do know work and that we do know will benefit the nation.
Well, speaking of slowing things down, would you agree that the key thing that nuclear and CCS have in common is their purpose to delay the transition and keep coal and gas in the system for as long as possible?
My views on nuclear are pretty well known. That they have been consistent during my time as the Energy Minister in New South Wales, where the New South Wales coalition considered nuclear as part of its energy mix. I considered it as the Energy Minister, the Liberal Energy Minister in a coalition government. I took our energy policies through a Liberal and National cabinet. I took my policies through a Liberal and National party room. I took it through a parliament where it got multi-partisan support. And it didn't include nuclear. And it didn't include nuclear because we know that it's 4 to 5 times more expensive than coal and twice and multiple times more expensive than firmed renewables. We know that the CSIRO, AEMO and the Australian Energy Market Operator, Australian Energy Regulator and AGL, for example, one of the coal-fired energy players in the system, publicly stated that nuclear can't be built quickly enough to replace ageing coal-fired power generators that are due to retire in the next decade. I mean, with regard to nuclear, it was a practice. One of the reasons that we rejected it in New South Wales, the coalition government that is because it would take at least 15 to 20 years to build a first-of-its-kind nuclear reactor. And the problem is that 90% of our coal-fired generators are coming out of the system within about 10 years. So that means not only a less reliable system, but a more expensive system for families and households. That's not something that I want to see, Senator.
Have you had a discussion with Mr Dutton about these views?
Not specifically about that topic, no.
Can I suggest you offer him a briefing as in your capacity as your new role as the chair of CCA?
Senator, I think my views are very well known. I'm a proud Liberal. I was a Liberal Energy Minister in the state of New South Wales. The energy policies that I took through the Parliament are ones that I took through a Liberal and National party room. They included renewables. In fact, it was the biggest renewables policy in the nation's history at the time. It was backed by the Libs and the Nats in the Cabinet. It was backed by the Liberals and the Nats in the party room. It was backed by all sections, apart from, I think, the shooters and fishers and One Nation in the New South Wales Parliament. We legislated that because we thought energy policy should be about economics and engineering, and that's why firmed renewables to replace ageing coal-fired power stations was the policy adopted by the Coalition and supported by all major serious parties in the New South Wales Parliament.
Totally. All the more reason to have a chat with Mr Dutton and tell him all of that. Anyway, I'll leave
He would not be surprised by my
you.
views on these topics, Senator.
Senator Waters, are we nearly there?
We are, thank you. I'll be nice and quick. I understand that the government's indicated they're pushing off their 2035 target announcement, and I understand that CCA is also pushing yours back. If so, when can we expect your 2035 targets and the progress report to be completed?
Senator, as soon as possible. There's a huge body of work that needs to be undertaken for me to be able to provide advice to the government. That work includes economic modelling and scientific modelling. We're deeply engaging with a diverse range of stakeholders as we speak. Obviously, we need to consider things in the geopolitical environment. There's quite an important election this week that will have a bearing on Australia's place in this discussion and what the rest of the world does. We'll be making sure that our views are fully formed before we provide advice to the government and to the Australian Parliament.
Okay, but do you have an idea of when you'll be able to pronounce your 2035 targets and recommend that?
As soon as we're in a position to do so, Senator.
Will the target range be based on 1.5 or 2 degrees?
We're modelling all scenarios, but maybe the CEO can talk to that.
What's the highest temperature that you're modelling?
So, Senator, the modelling scenarios that we've employed for our analysis basically take the position from the Paris Agreement, so limiting global warming to under 2 degrees. So we have 3 scenarios based on that approach, and then 3 other scenarios based on global action consistent with an outcome that is close to 1.5 degrees.
Okay, sorry, so can you just tell me exactly what temperature outcomes you're modelling?
So an outcome that, so global action consistent with an outcome of limiting global warming to 2 degrees.
Yep.
And the second scenario is an outcome consistent with limiting global warming to close to 1.5 degrees.
Okay, so you're not modelling anything above 2 degrees?
That is correct. Okay,
despite the unfortunate reality that looks like that's going to be difficult to constrain.
Well, Senator, we have we have limited resources, and we have a very strong remit to provide advice considering what's in the Paris Agreement. So that's where we've focused our analysis.
And just lastly, we heard earlier today that the methane pledge turns out it's not really a pledge to do anything, least of all reduce methane by 30% by 2030. There was a media release championing it, but the officials confirmed actually nobody feels bound by it whatsoever. What policies do you think should be in place to reduce methane emissions as a priority?
Well, Senator, I guess I would refer to a couple of the reports that we have submitted to the government over the last 12 months. So that would be last year's annual progress report, and then also last year's review of the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme. So in relation to the latter, we've made some recommendations which the government has responded to, directed towards ensuring that we have the best estimates possible of Australia's methane emissions, and the government has accepted those recommendations, including establishing a panel to be chaired by Australia's chief scientist that will look at the role that new technologies can play in helping us better understand methane emissions. And then with respect to the last year's annual progress report, we did make some recommendations that go to how we might address fugitive emissions from coal mining operations, and we did make some recommendations relating to the phase out of gas in homes. So those are some areas that we have made recommendations.
Okay. Do you think we need anything more specific in relation to methane, particularly?
Well, Senator, I guess our general focus is on Australia's greenhouse gas emissions and ensuring that they are reducing in a manner consistent with Australia's targets. And I guess one of the issues that we're considering as we are working to provide advice on Australia's 2035 emissions reductions targets, is the role that giving consideration to different gases might play, but that's something that we're still sort of actively considering.
Okay, I'll watch with interest. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Davey.
Thank you. I have a few questions for Mr Keane, but I will just go back to your previous comments about your record as the New South Wales Minister, which was significant. Were you Minister 3 years ago when there was a lot of excitement about Broken Hill now effectively being able to run off a renewable energy microgrid, such to the point where a request was actually made to the Australian Energy Regulator to decommission the 2 backup diesel generators, which luckily did not occur. And what we've just seen from Broken Hill is the super battery being charged by diesel generators, recharged by diesel generators, wind turbines not connected to the microgrid, people being told to switch off their rooftop solar because the fluctuating power supply would trip the diesel generators. How did we go from, oh look, Broken Hill is a model of renewable energy positivity and you can operate off a microgrid, to the complete failure whereby communities in Western New South Wales were effectively for 10 days not sure whether they could turn their lights on from one day to the next?
Well, Senator Davey, I mean, the scenes in Broken Hill have been concerning. As the former Energy Minister, I'm not aware of that request that went to the Australian Energy Regulator, but what I will say is Broken Hill today is not a case against doing more renewables, it's a case for doing more renewables. As we saw, the transmission infrastructure was taken out by a storm, so that is an argument for more distributed energy solutions for rural and regional New South Wales and indeed Australia. The opportunity to take advantage of the abundance of wind and solar. You said yourself that the batteries were the thing that was saving the day. Batteries backed up by diesel. Well, wait till you phase out the diesel with renewables and then you'll get cheaper energy, you'll get more reliable energy and you'll get a better outcome for everyone.
Why wasn't the battery capable of being recharged by the wind farm at Silverton or the Broken Hill solar farm? What went wrong?
I can't speak to the specific circumstances around why the wind farm at Silverton wasn't charging the battery, but I can say that the battery was clearly doing the job. And what we need is more batteries in the system and more distributed energy solutions, because that not only provides you more reliable and more energy security, but it also puts downward pressure on household bills. And we should be leaning into the opportunity that renewable energy presents, not walking away from it.
I think the people of Broken Hill would feel very sensitive about that. I want to come to your...
Honestly, there is legitimate to ask questions about this, but I reckon in the context of ageing transmission infrastructure, which has been knocked over by a storm, trying to politicise people's situation in the way that you just did is not. I don't think that's
legitimate questions about why a microgrid that announcements were made about Broken Hill not having to rely on external power.
Senator Davey, the Minister is answering a question. Well, let him finish and then you... Well, he has a right to provide his input. So.
Very happy for you to ask questions, but not very happy for you to try and use the misery and discomfort of a community to politicise in the partisan interest this question. That community worked so hard to look after each other and get on top of these issues. There was an enormous effort from particularly the New South Wales government and Transgrid and others to deal with that issue. But what it does do is demonstrate that there needs to be more investment in transmission infrastructure and there needs to be more distributed renewable energy and storage. That's what it demonstrates. Now, is the road to that linear and straightforward? No. But what it does is send a message that we all ought to redouble our efforts and get out of the way of the answers that actually deliver solutions for regional communities.
And I also commend the work of a lot of volunteer organisations out there who were contacting people and making sure that generators were out there and doing the job.
That's what I said, local people looking after each other. That's what went on.
And I want to now come to Mr Keane, your new roles.
Yes.
You are now with the Climate Change Authority, which provides advice to government on things including carbon credits and emissions reductions. You've taken a role with Wallamai Capital, an organisation that is investing in a clean energy future. My understanding is Wallamai Capital potentially stands to make money from investing in carbon credits. Does your role with the Climate Change Authority include giving government advice on carbon credits and carbon credit policy?
Well, Senator, firstly, could I maybe just give some context? I am obviously in the role as the Climate Authority Chair. The Act actually contemplates that the Chair and members of the Climate Change Authority will be industry participants. That has been the case that operated under the coalition government, where my predecessor, Grant King, was a well-recognised industry participant on a number of fossil fuel company boards and also a number of renewable energy company boards, including a carbon credit generating board called Green Collar, which was recently sold for a very large amount of money. And those arrangements were able to happen because there's a strong legislated governance and probity framework in place. In fact, the coalition ensured that was the case. And I'm operating under the same strong legislated probity and governance framework. So it's appropriate that I declare any pecuniary interest that I have, which I have done, as all members of the authority have done, and that I act within those very strong legislated probity and governance guidelines, and that's what I intend to do. And Senator, to give you and the Senate some additional confidence, perhaps the CEO could detail the procedures that are put in place to manage the perception or any real or perceived conflict. So, Brad, would you like to expand on?
Yep, I'd be very interested in hearing just the process.
Yeah, happy to do that, Senator. So our approach is guided both by the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act as well as the Climate Change Authority legislation. So that does require that members disclose their material personal interests, so an interest that could conflict with or potentially conflict with their duties as a member of the authority, required to disclose that both to the authority members and to the minister as well. So we have a process whereby at each authority meeting, as a standing item on the authority agenda, that members are asked to provide any updates or additions to the register of interests that we maintain. This is all set out in a document that we call the Authority Charter, which is published on our website, in addition to what we refer to as a standing notice of interests, where we record all the interests that members declare, whether they're material personal interests or not. Also, as part of that standing item on the agenda, members are then required to consider, given the matters that are on the agenda for the meeting of the day, whether there are any potential intersections with the interests that have been declared. Now, in the case where that is identified, then the member who has made the relevant declaration is excused, while the other members have a conversation about whether a particular process needs to be adopted for the handling of that interest.
So that was one of the key things. So there may be occasions where a member, including the chair, might leave the room to avoid any real or perceived conflicts of interest.
That's right. So the default position where a material personal interest is identified into a matter that's being discussed is that the member be excused, but it is open for the other members to come to a view that actually the member does not need to be excused because they've weighed up the considerations and come to that view that there's really no conflict to be concerned about. They may arrive at a decision which is that, well, we're happy for the member to participate in the discussion on an issue, but if there's any decision that's required to be taken, that member not participate in that decision. And then finally they may decide, well, actually, we think there's a conflict here that is of concern and the member should be excused entirely from the discussion and the decision of the matter. Just to clarify, and you've said that the register of interests is publicly available, and is that updated before or after every meeting? Yes, we do. We do attempt to keep that updated after each meeting. That's our aim. Yes, together with a summary of each meeting's outcomes, and where there has been a discussion of that nature, that meeting summary would include reference to the discussion that took place. Okay, thank you. In the interest of time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Rennick.
Cheers, thanks, Chair. Hi guys, how you going? Mr Keane, so you don't think, I mean, regardless of whether or not you disclose something, if you're being paid by all of my capital, surely that's an inherent conflict of interest.
Senator, as I said, there are processes to manage pecuniary interests. They apply to senators, they apply to government officials, they apply to me as well, and I'll operate within those very strong legislated guidelines.
But that doesn't answer the question. It's still a conflict of interest, is it not?
No. I've declared a pecuniary interest. A pecuniary interest doesn't necessarily give rise to a conflict of interest. The operations of the firm I work with are considered by the authority. Advice is taken from Chief Legal Counsel as to whether or not a conflict could arise. If a conflict could arise based on a certain decision or advice provided by the Climate Authority, then there are methods to deal with that and manage that conflict. So, Senator, there is a process in place to manage pecuniary interests. Should a conflict arise, then of course appropriate measures are put in place. That's common practice. They're the same ones that apply to senators, for example.
Okay, so what about your relationship with lobbyists? Do you still speak with lobbyists, for example? Do you have a relationship with lobbyists?
Have I spoken to lobbyists since I've started as the Climate Change Authority role? I'm not aware of any stakeholder meetings with lobbyists. I'm happy to check my records to confirm that to the Senate, but I don't believe I've taken any meetings directly with lobbyists. That said, I have met with a broad range of stakeholders who bring sort of their government relations people, whether they're in-house or out-house, I'm not too sure. But just for an abundance of caution, I'm not specifically aware of meeting with a lobbyist.
Okay, and in particular, could you look up?
If I'm wrong, I'm happy to correct the House.
Sure, because the lobbyist I'm interested in is Michael Fotis, because I'm well aware that he's got, you know, he has a lot of clients. He's a very influential player in the New South Wales Liberal Party. He told me that himself. So I just want to make sure that
I haven't met with Mr.
There's no relationship. Okay.
I'm not sure I've spoken to Mr. Fotis since I've been appointed to the role.
Right, okay, no worries. So the Climate Change Authority advises on social, employment and economic benefits of the targets. I note today that the Youngalla hydro scheme has basically been canned because it was going to cost $36.8 billion. And I've had prior meetings with the CSIRO where they've admitted that basically there isn't enough pumped hydro storage sites in Australia to provide enough long-term storage. So do you think that the CSIRO has adequately taken into account in their Gen Cost report the cost of pumped hydro in order to actually have enough reliability in the system if you were to go to 82% renewables by 2030?
I think I can't comment with regard to the CSIRO and the considerations they took into account, but what I will say is this. I think long duration storage is very important, and I think a lot of the cost estimates around long duration storage are greater than they originally were when they were signed up to. I don't need to tell you that. Snow 2.0 is an obvious example of that. But that is true for all large infrastructure projects across the country, right around the globe at the moment. The other thing that I'd say is that storage per se is dramatically coming down the cost curve at the moment. So battery technology is falling so rapidly that it's eating other technologies' lunch, or it will certainly do so in the foreseeable future.
Okay, is that in regards to cost or length of storage?
Both. both. The technology is evolving so quickly and the economics are dropping so dramatically that it's undermining the business case for other forms of technology. And look, let me just use nuclear again. I'm not doing this for a political purpose, but to say, nuclear is a certain technology that provides a certain type of electricity, but because batteries are dropping so dramatically down the cost curve, it's really undermining the business case. Not that there was one for Australia at the moment, but you'd be a very brave person to bet on sort of that outdated technology when the technology around storage is changing so rapidly.
Okay, so just be more specific.
And that's not a political point.
Are you talking about length of time that it can provide backup for? Because my understanding is most batteries can't provide much more than 2 to 4 hours of backup.
That's at the moment, but it's evolving so quickly is the point.
So how far have we gone from 2 to 4 hours? How much further have we gone? Because in terms of technology, I mean, cost is one thing, but the technology in terms of battery, given it to storage, is obviously duration of time.
Yeah.
So we're going to need at least, you'd want to get to 24 hours if you're having a couple of cloudy days. So you're going to need batteries that can provide 24 hours storage, or thereabouts, 12 to 24, a lot more than 2 to 4 hours.
Senator, I think we need to be thinking about energy a bit differently. To your point, we don't need 24-hour battery storage necessarily. We need a lot of little storage around the place, complemented by other things. I mean, peaking gas is something that CSIRO talks about. We don't need necessarily all long-duration storage or all short-duration storage. There is going to be a suite of technologies that are going to work together like an orchestra. If you play one of them alone, they're not going to work that well. But if you put them all together,
but peaking gas is a good example of, because that's extremely expensive, and there's talk about having to build an import terminal now because we export it, but we won't drill for it here.
Yeah.
So, yet again, I mean, every solution has its downsides, including peaking gas, which is going to be expensive.
Well, don't forget peaking gas, you're using it less than 5% of the time, and that locks all the renewable energy. That also unlocks your ability to use a lot more storage on the grid to balance the system and also put downward pressure on prices.
Okay, so in regards to your advice on the economic benefit / cost, presumably costs, have you got a figure? Does the Climate Change Authority have a figure for the total cost of getting to 80%, 82% renewables by 2030?
No, that's probably more the domain of AEMO and the market bodies.
Okay, so fair enough, they may come up with it, but your advice is to give, your purpose here is to give advice on the economic benefits or costs, so surely you should know that number.
Well, what I will say is that when it comes to electricity and replacing an ageing electricity infrastructure system, we rely on the advice of the CSIRO and AEMO that say the cheapest way to replace that technology is firmed renewables. That's the advice that is...
So, I don't want to go over Senator Cadell's argument here, but, I mean, I know you say you believe in the CSIRO. I'd argue that the science and economics or finance isn't a religion. It's not something you believe in. It's something you've got to understand, right?
Yep.
And if you go and look into the detail, the CSIRO assumes wind has a capacity of 48 to 52%. We know that it's on average just below 30%, and was it the second quarter of this year it was down to below 20%. As I mentioned, there's not enough long-term storage. The lifespan of nuclear and coal is assumed to be, power stations is assumed to be 30 years when it's generally considered to be more like 50 years. They excluded the capex of all the renewables going into the system up till 2030, and they exclude the cost of recycling, which, yet again, you've got a coal mine, it has to pay environmental bonds because it has to, clean up the mess after it makes it. But when you've got, there's no environmental bonds, for example, for renewable projects or recycling or anything like that. So that is going to be a cost, whether we like it or not, that is going to come into the system at some point, albeit it might be a decade or two down the track.
I think there's a number of factors to consider. I mean, it's not only the cost, it's also who's going to pay for it. And right now, private capital is flowing into the market to build renewables. I mean, if your argument is the government should be using its balance sheet to crowd out private capital, then you and I are going to have a bit of a different view on that. But I think that the government balance sheet should be reserved for things that the private sector won't provide, education, public transport, those kind of things. There's plenty of private capital flowing in at low rates that will provide the generation, the firming and storage. So the question is, do you believe that there should be big government in this country building energy infrastructure and pushing out private investment, or do you think the private sector should be allowed to come in, build the stuff that will also lower household bills so the government can focus its firepower on the parts of the economy and the public services that the people expect?
And that's fine. That's a great ideological debate, and I'll finish up on this one though. But this is the problem. I'm more than happy for the private sector to come in on the condition that they don't then become a conga line of rent-seeking parasites, which is what we've got in terms of all the subsidies from the government. And I just touched on one this morning with the contracts for difference. We've got the CEFC. And I mean, yet again, if renewables are cheaper, why do you have to use the government bank and not a private bank? We've got ARENA, we've got the Snowy Hydro project, we've got lithium charges, car battery charges are being subsidised. We've got a whole raft of subsidies being given to the private sector. And this is my problem with the hypocrisy of the neoliberal ideology of let's privatise everything, because what we've seen in the last 20 years is that they've eventually had to go back to the government cap in hand asking for more subsidies. So by all means, I'm happy for the private sector to be involved, but they've got to do it standing on their own 2 feet.
Well, Senator, can I say there's no bigger rent-seeking parasite than the nuclear industry? That's exactly what they're coming to the people of Australia with the handout for.
Are you calling Ansell a parasite?
They're not energy producers. But if you want to see who are needing rent-seeking and are trying to, pull one over the eyes of the Australian public, it's the nuclear industry, who are there propping up the coal industry, who want to extend their business models, squeeze out the last bits of profits at the expense of Australian consumers.
Well, I don't think it's fair to say you're propping up the coal industry.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the nuclear industry they're the biggest rent-seeking parasites, to use your language.
Well, not yet they're not. Right now it's renewables.
Well, they're
looking
to be.
Hasn't been built yet.
They're looking to be.
Well, we're not there yet. We're talking about now. And I might add, if you go back to
people
coal,
want to pay a lot of rent to these vested interests when there's no business case or economic case for it. And I think that needs to be
as I
drawn
said,
out
there's a lot of
here by
assumptions.
this committee.
Okay, cheers. Thanks,
Thank you,
Chair.
Senator.
We'll leave it at that.
Mr Keane, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We do appreciate it. And Mr Archer, thank you so much. We will now let you go, and I will ask Snowy Hydro to come to the table.
If you go first on order.
Snowy first. Okay, welcome to Snowy Hydro Limited and Mr Barnes. Good to have you back. Would you care to make an opening statement?
Yes, I will. Just a brief one. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity again to provide this update. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're on Ngunnawal land and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Snowy Hydro remains essential to the stability of the national electricity market as we progress through this critical shift towards net zero emissions. The high-capacity, long-duration storage that Snowy 2 will provide means it is the most important renewable energy project in Australia. Essentially an energy storage battery on an incredible scale, Snowy 2 will be capable of powering 3 million homes for a week. And in terms of deliverer, Snowy 2 has achieved some of its highest productivity to date and is now a little over 60% complete. The project is on track to be completed in December 28 and with a budget of $12 billion. The Hunter Power project is set to begin its phased testing and commissioning. Commissioning will begin with one generator running on diesel. The second generator, along with the introduction of gas, will follow shortly thereafter, with full operations expected within a few months. And finally, Snowy Hydro delivered sound financial performance in the prior financial year, resulting in a dividend of $236 million. It also saw our retail businesses' market-leading customer service and competitive products result in strong customer growth, and our total customer accounts are now over 1.4 million. So thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Maybe you could start by telling us how Florence is going.
Florence is going. Yeah.
Not very well.
No, Florence is now traversed more than 1.6 kilometres. We had a bit of trouble.
Last time or total?
Total. We had a bit of trouble earlier in the year in very hard rock, but is now progressing to plan. So we're comfortable. Florence has found a groove.
Okay, excellent. That's really good news. Senator Davey.
What's Florence's new friend's name?
We haven't got a name yet.
Haven't got a name? Oh, we're having a competition?
Otherwise it'll be boring with Boreface.
Yeah. We're engaging with local Indigenous population just to determine whether they would like to name it. We've not had an answer yet. As soon as they give us an answer, we'll probably run some form of process to name.
And when is number 4, in the absence of a name, landing and going to commence drilling?
I mean, I would prefer we just called them 1 to 4.
I think there's a set of risks really in naming boring machines. Like there's a, I can think of a few boring machines around here, and I think,
But to be fair,
I think you do. I think the pejorative opportunities there should be left aside.
It is a tradition of tunnellers to name them after females, so and they're very superstitious. So we wouldn't not name them. But the 4th TBM, number 4, is due to start tunnelling this time next year, pending approval from New South Wales Department of Planning, Housing.
Why does New South Wales need to approve it when you're not changing routes or?
I mean, the vast majority of the work to launch and operate TBM4 is within our current construction approval. But we will require to build a new portal to launch TBM4. The prior plan of using one of the existing TBMs meant that all of that work would have happened underground. So we do need a new portal to be built to launch the TBM. But the approval we requested is for that works. The works in total is actually well within our construction approvals so far. But because it is a new piece of work, within our construction boundary, it's appropriate to go for approvals.
And how much extra is number 4 adding to the total project cost?
Well, it's within the $12 billion target. The machine itself is in the order of $75 million.
75 million. And completion by 28?
Yes.
So that's when we'll turn on the turbines, the pumps?
Well, the commissioning of the pumps will begin in 2027. The full operation of the plant, where we have water going between the 2 lakes with 6 units operational, is December 28. But there will be commissioning and power in mid-27.
And just clarifying, the way the system will operate, we're not losing water from Snowy Hydro's system, and you'll operate the turbines when the energy market needs power, and then you will turn your pumps on to pump it back uphill when there's an abundance of power in the system.
That's right. It's a closed system. We don't rely on inflows, and there's no loss to the normal operation of the scheme.
Which is a nice segue to my next questions, because storage is in the Murray-Darling Basin outside of the Snowy scheme are healthy at the moment, but things appear to be drying out. What's it looking like within the Snowy scheme?
I mean, we have seen a drier 6 months, but our storages are sitting at around average, with Yukon being, I think, 51% full at the moment. So we feel we have enough storage to support water licence obligations, but also the energy market for a few years.
So there's no look at going into drought reserve?
Not at this stage.
Not at this stage. And fully going to meet the required annual release obligations for both systems, Murray and Murrumbidgee?
For this water year, yes.
For this water year. And then the snow season, though, it wasn't that great this year, was it?
I think we've had perhaps the lowest peak in a long time.
In terms of snow, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, no.
Yeah, inflows are well below average, but certainly not as low as we've seen it previously.
Okay, so not the lowest on record, but lower than average.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's...
Thank you. Senator Rennick?
Yeah, hi guys. So where are we at now in terms of the budget and percentage of completion? So you said you're what, 1.8 kilometres through, did you say?
Well, I mean, the total tunnelling of the whole project is 40 kilometres, of which 27 kilometres is permanent tunnels. So Florence is only drilling one of the tunnels. The two access tunnels are fully complete at 3 kilometres each. The tail race tunnel, which is being drilled by Eileen, is at 4 kilometres out of 6. And Kirsten, which is drilling an inclined tunnel to go from the power station to the top tunnel, is only a couple of 100 metres into the 1.8 kilometre drive.
So the big one's Florence?
The big one's Florence,
And so it's what,
1.6
or 1.8 kilometres out of how many?
17.
17. So we're only about 10% of the way through.
Yeah. TBM4 will go in at the other end and complete a couple of those kilometres.
Okay, but at this stage we're just 10% of the way through. Now, the budget for Snowy Hydro, if I'm correct, is what, $12 billion?
12 billion.
And how much have we spent so far?
We spent, at the end of September, I think we'd spent 6.6 and we were 61% complete on the project as a whole. Just to give you a bit of context, the operation of the tunnel boring machines is not the most costly exercise. There are only 20 operators on a tunnel boring machine. The vast majority of the people are involved in excavating the cavern and the transformer hall that the equipment will go into.
Right, okay. So do you foresee any more issues in remaining 90% of the dig for Florence?
I mean, the geology will be variable. It'll continue to be variable. But as we've got onto the straight and we've been operating at the 12 metres on average that we need to operate to achieve the target of December 28. One of the reasons for TBM4, not the primary reason, was that in the event that TBM4 traverses the other end of the tunnel, it can just keep going and pick up any slack that Florence may have. The prime reason for TBM4 was because we knew the geology at the 16th kilometre, or the 2nd kilometre, depending which way you're coming from, was very fractured and very variable.
Right, okay. So the forecast completion date now is December 28?
Yeah.
And what was the initial forecast completion date? Can you remember?
I can't remember. It was before my time. I can't remember. When we reset the project middle of last year, we determined December 28 and we've stuck to that.
Okay, because the initial forecast budget was $2 billion, wasn't it? And it's blown out to 12, is that correct?
The original approved project was at 5.96 billion.
5.9, so it's doubled. My apologies, I thought it was 2. Okay, so it's doubled, and so we're looking at December 28. Okay, cheers. Thank you.
I think it's fair to say, Senator Rennick, that there were on final investment decision of that project I think the expression in the thing was design immaturity questions. That is some of the questions that perhaps should have been resolved at FID weren't resolved. And the previous government did keep that piece of information about the 12-month extension on the project delivery under its hat, which of course had a political dimension. That is, the Australian public didn't know about it, but it was unfortunate that the states and territories and AEMO who rely upon that kind of information weren't aware. So that is regrettable, but the project is making
Minister,
much better progress.
I believe in full transparency, and that's why I asked this morning for the contract for difference costs. I think everything should be on the table, and if there's one thing that annoys me is when I come to these estimates, I'm constantly not given data because of commercial incompetence, and yet government constantly, both sides are constantly, both major parties are constantly spending taxpayers' money without being fully transparent, without proper planning.
Well, on that question, if the government revealed what it had budgeted for costs for difference, it would indeed cost the taxpayers a lot more. We are protecting taxpayer dollars.
Time will tell when we see the figures. When we see the figures, we'll make that decision.
That is a prudent commercial approach for the government to take to protect
the corporates, not the taxpayer.
To protect the interest of taxpayers, you don't give the game away in a commercial negotiation before you start it.
Right. Okay.
Senator Dunman.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could just outline the value of the Snowy and what it will provide to the NEM.
So, Snowy 2 provides three functions, and these were the revenue sources we outlined in the business case we released earlier this year. One was the provision of capacity, such that renewable developers or any participant in the market can buy a contract from Snowy which protects their price risk in the national electricity market. That was roughly a third of the revenue source. 60% of the revenue source is the time shifting of renewables. So we will generate 5.3 terawatt hours of electricity, which will be from renewables that have been pumped up into the upper reservoir at times of low demand and lower price. And then an important part for the grid, but a small part of the revenue, is stabilisation services for the grid, such that we can provide frequency control services. I think that was about 6% of the revenue. I mean, if you're an engineer, these pumps are amazing. They can pump and generate at the same time and provide frequency support for the grid, so quite incredible.
Thank you.
Thanks. Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Kurri site first. You said one generator to start very soon. How soon is very soon?
I mean, we've provided information to AEMO, which is public, which is a date range of the 21st of December to the end of April.
Okay. So there's no certainty we'll make December like we said we would?
There's a lot of moving parts.
Given it takes 9 days out of a 79-day window?
We're still targeting December for first testing of that first unit. It's a complex project when you get to the end, and we're obviously trying to schedule it in the best way possible.
Okay, there was media reports, I haven't seen anything official, that you applied for an increase from 175 hours on diesel to 1,100, is that correct?
The environmental approval for Hunter in steady state operations is to operate at 1,150 hours a year maximum, of which 10% of that is allowed to be on diesel. Because gas won't be available till what we believe now to be the first week of March, we've applied for a temporary relief on that constraint on diesel. But we would expect to be running on diesel only in commissioning and only for a number of weeks.
But are they the numbers? Have you applied to increase from 100?
Yeah, for a temporary increase. We fully
how much? Over a quantity or a period?
We've applied for it over the way the approval works. You apply for it for a year. My full expectation is if we're commissioning on diesel, it will only be for a few weeks.
Okay, so how much have you applied for the year?
We've applied for 1,150 hours.
Okay, which is almost 10 times.
Yeah, and I fully expect when the gas is available, which we now expect to be early March.
Is that a delay on the lateral, or you're building, that's still a year away? You're building on-site holding facility, or what are you doing?
No, the lateral is complete. The on-site holding facilities, which connect the lateral to the power station, they're the ones that won't be complete till current date is 10th of March.
Rightio. My lovely question, have we sourced any hydrogen for burning green hydrogen at the plant as per the site?
We've not conducted any activity to source hydrogen. What we have confirmed with Mitsubishi Heavy Industry formally now is that the plant can run on 30% hydrogen with some modifications to the plant.
How much are those modifications?
I mean, they're in the order of $75 million.
Per generator or overall?
No, for the whole plant.
Is there a business case being prepared for that?
We've not provided advice to shareholding departments yet on the 30%, and then that would be with the departments to determine what to do.
Is it still the 15% without modifications on hydrogen?
15% burner capability, but some modification. We didn't ask that question. We asked for the 30%.
So, as it stands, when it's going to be commissioned, how much hydrogen could it burn without any modifications?
It couldn't burn hydrogen without some modification. The burners are capable of 15% hydrogen on commissioning.
So, it's probably a comprehension problem, not an answer problem. Originally, we were here with saying that it could take 15% as it was to be modified to 30. It can take nothing until it's modified. There's only one 75%, 75 million gets you hydrogen at some level, which is 30, but 30, it can't
maximum.
Can't do 15. Okay. External factors not your control. Origin pulling out of the hydrogen hub in the Hunter, is that going to have effects on what you estimate supply when we can start burning hydrogen? Or
we've not done any estimations on supply.
Okay. Just on flights, there was travel questions last time that you took on notice and you've answered us. Am I reading that there's charter flights from, I think, Brisbane, Sydney, somewhere else, a third one? Melbourne? 3 times a week, one each, or 3 times a week each destination?
I think we've got 16, so 32 a week.
32 a week. Return
so 16 return.
Legs, yeah.
From those 3 capitals to Cooma. But that's contracted by the Future Generation joint venture to move the workers to the Snowy 2 site.
Right. So that comes under the contract, but not you guys specifically?
No, we obviously pay for it, and we have oversight of how they do it, but it's a Future Generation contract.
If you have oversight, was that put to tender or was that a direct... Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that question. It was before my time.
Right. Could you take that on notice and see if... and who does it currently? Who's it contracted to currently?
Qantas.
Okay. And there's only workers, only FIFO, there's no tickets sold on it or anything like that?
No, it's just charter for workers.
Done. Next question on the travel stuff. On notice, and I take your notice here, there was a fair bit of overseas travel. And where we go, you broke it down in between, I'm just finding the right number, between domestic and international travel, 947,000 international travel, and easy acceptance, factory acceptance tests were largely the reason for a lot of international travel.
Yeah, that would be our primary need for international travel.
So factory acceptance tests for what? How many personnel typically go on that?
I mean, if we're talking Snowy 2, which I think those numbers would include, then the bulk of the turbine equipment is being manufactured in Shanghai. We have a permanent person in Shanghai, and typically when the quality engineers are visiting to do those tests, it would be 2 or 3.
Yep.
And then separately for our business as usual activity, where we buy generators and various bits of kit from around the world, it would be 1 or 2.
So go over, plug it in, make sure she works, say, yep, beauty, thanks very much.
It's a bit more detailed than that, but in concept, yeah.
The Ross Cadell version, okay. That's all.
It made sense if someone was listening. I think it was important that the Chief Executive Officer point that out for the purposes of the Hansard.
Coming from the Port of Newcastle, where we paid $40 million for a ship unloader that 5 years later is about to work, I understand the importance of on-site delivery.
I mean, Snowy 2 has a 150-year design life, so we want to make sure that the bits will last 150 years. So.
Thank you, Chair. That is all I have.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing again. I don't know if this was asked before, but is Florence moving?
Yes.
How long has she been moving?
She's been moving in a more predictable fashion since July, and total length of 1.6 metres, and we're now achieving kilometres. That was true a year ago. We're now achieving the rates we need to achieve the target date of December 28.
How far has it drilled since July?
I'd have to come back to you on that specific.
Okay. Can I ask about maintenance on the tunnel boring machines? I understand a cutting head inspection must be performed every 6 to 8 metres, stopping every 2 metres for concrete behind. Is that a fair statement of the normal operation of a TBM?
The way the TBM advances is that it excavates a 2 metre length, and the concrete segments that form the tunnel lining are then placed into the circumference of the tunnel. And that takes about 40 minutes typically. So in that 40-minute period, someone will inspect the cutter head to make sure that they can then do the next 2 metres. Periodically, we stop it for longer and do maintenance and replace some parts.
So, as I understand it, weekends are normally used for the inspections on the cutter head?
Snowy 2 is a 24/7 operation, so it happens as it occurs. So if it was a Wednesday evening and we had to do some maintenance, that's when we would do it.
How long has it been 24 hours?
Since the start of construction.
Since the start? Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. Is it true that the cutting wheels were not replaced at the correct time sometime in the last few months, and that the tunnel is, as a result, being built to 11.4 metre width?
Well, the tunnel...
I think the specification is 11.5.
I don't remember the exact figures, but the tunnel boring machine does construct a circumference which is over 11 metres, and then there is grout and a concrete segment that brings the interior of the tunnel to just under 10 metres.
So, what are the specifications on the drilled before you put the lining? Is it 11.5 or 11.4?
Oh, it's just over 11, I think, is the number. Yeah.
Just over 11?
But we can come back on notice, but it's over 11, and then the internal circumference is under 10, because...
I would have thought they'd be very important and specs.
Well, they are very important specs, but I'm not keep every number in my head.
No, I understand that, but that would be fundamental to the project, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they are fundamental, and we have an international design joint venture of Tractebel and Lombarda, who have signed off these as specifications that will last 150 years.
Is there anyone in the room who knows what the designed cutting diameter is? 11.5, 11.4?
No.
No one?
No, but we can provide you that information on notice.
So, as I understand it, the cutting width spec is 11.5, and that because the cutting wheels were not replaced at the correct time, the tunnel, as a result, is 11.4, which caused Florence to get wedged on a bend. Is that correct?
I mean, that's not because of the design characteristics. There was a period in May when we hit very hard rock as we were going round a bend, and that hard rock wore down the edge cutters quite dramatically. I think that happened, I'll get these dates wrong, but it happened on a Thursday. We were public on the Friday with that information, and on the Monday we had a specialist crew on site who used high-spec water blasting to relieve that pressure. Florence has now moved forward and is on the straight, so it doesn't have any corners to deal with.
So for clarity, you're saying that Florence never cut a width of less than 11.5. I just said that the spec was 11.5, and the reason it became stuck on a bend was not because the tunnel was being cut to a lesser width, 11.5, as a result of overextending the life of the cutting wheels to speed up excavation.
No.
Okay. Could you please provide the maintenance log on notice of inspections and replacement of the cutting wheels on Florence for the last 2 years, please?
Probably. I'm not sure what that would help the Minister with, the Senator with.
We'll take that on notice if we can, and see whether that's something that we can sensibly
Swinging
provide.
quickly to Curry. What is the completion date of the Curry gas pipeline? I understand the power station will have to burn diesel until the gas pipeline is completed. Is that correct?
The current schedule is for the gas infrastructure to be complete by the 10th of March.
10th of March next year?
Yeah.
Where's the gas coming from, and how secure is your supply over the time frames of 10 years and 25 years?
So we rely on a gas portfolio drawing on the national gas grid. We have a range of contracts. Sometimes we access the wholesale market on the day. We announced earlier this year that we'd entered into a gas storage arrangement in Western Victoria So I think the simple answer is that it's a portfolio approach.
So what does the storage facility in Victoria, who owns that?
It's owned by a company called Lockhart Energy.
Above ground storage?
It's underground storage. The Iona gas storage facility, I think, is the name of the facility.
So it's rock, it's not lined?
No, it's an old geological storage cavern.
The Newcastle Herald reported on the Albanese government commitment of $700 million on top of the current $950 million construction cost to allow the plant to run on a blend of hydrogen and gas. How far advanced is the hydrogen component at Kurri Kurri?
We have now had confirmation from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries that with some modification we can run to 30% hydrogen.
Sorry?
We can run at 30% hydrogen.
How far advanced is the hydrogen component of the Kurri Kurri plant?
Well, we've proven technically with our equipment provider and with some modification, which we have not yet committed to, that would enable us to run 30% hydrogen.
Any idea of the completion date?
We're not currently executing that project.
So where's the hydrogen? You're not executing the project on hydrogen?
No, we know it is technically capable.
So that's the that's the end of it for now?
For us for now, yes.
Where would the gas come from? Mitsubishi?
Mitsubishi are the turbine manufacturer. A question of hydrogen supply we haven't assessed.
Any idea at all? Because hydrogen is very expensive to produce, as I understand it.
Yeah, we haven't assessed that.
Haven't assessed the cost?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you.
Any more for any more?
Yeah, I just had
Senator Sharma.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Barnes and your team, and for your appearance today. Snowy Hydro owns Red Energy and Lumo. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Where do I see their financials? Because I couldn't find it in your annual report.
We run Snowy Hydro and its retail activity as a consolidated.
As a consolidated,
activity.
so it's in there. It's in your
It's in the
consolidated
numbers,
financial reports. Can you just give me a sense? I mean, did the profits of Red Energy and Lumo increase last year? Can you give me any sense of how they performed as standalone entities, or can you CFO?
Well, we don't report on that basis and we don't account on that basis. They had a successful year in terms of customer satisfaction and customer numbers, but we don't publish the individual profit figures for the divisions because we don't actually get them audited and accounted for because it's a consolidated business.
Okay, so it's just in the. I'm not missing something. It's rolled into the consolidated annual report. Okay, and now I just wanted to ask about remuneration as well. I don't know if you're the right person, Mr. Barnes, because I was going to ask about yours as well as if you want to put your Chief Financial Officer up.
I don't have the CFO here, but it's a question for the board. But
can I just ask? So I've seen. I think your annual report on page 38 has the current base salary and fees. Can I ask, has that been set now for 2024-25 for the senior office holders? So that's yourself, Mr. Graham, Ms. Joslin, Mr. Whitby, Mr. Weimer?
Yes.
And what are those figures?
Well, we'll report those in next year's annual report, but for your benefit, between 2 and 4% increase. 2 and
4% increase, okay. And then just in terms of who's listed here, the executive figures, how are those the five highest paid individuals in Snowy Hydro, the ones I just mentioned? Is that why they're there? Or?
We don't list them on that basis, but they are the key management personnel, which I think has a definition of those with significant operational control, but it does overlap with the 5 highest paid.
Okay. All right, so the base salary of everyone's increased, sorry, of these key management personnel increased by between 2 and 4% for next year?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We'll see you again soon.
Yep.
We might conveniently just break for afternoon tea now and return at 4 p.m. with the Clean Energy Regulator. Welcome back, everybody. I would like to particularly welcome the officers from the Clean Energy Regulator. Mr Carbillion, thank you for coming. Do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have an opening statement. I would just note that Mr Parker, our permanent chair, is taking a very well-earned long service leave, so I'm in hot seat for a couple of months.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming. We'll start with Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. I have some questions about the beef management herd management emissions reductions rules.
Say that 3 times quickly.
Thank you. This method provides rules for crediting emissions reductions from pasture-fed beef cattle as part of the Australian Carbon Credit Union scheme. Emissions reductions achieved through altering management practices for beef herds are to receive carbon credits. But to use this method and participate in the ACCU scheme, you need to apply to the Clean Energy Regulator. When did this option become available to the pastoral industry?
Senator, I don't have the date of when the method was made, but we'll see if we can get that for you in the next couple of minutes. But it's been on foot, I know, for a number of years.
How many cattle producers have or are participating in the program?
So again, I don't have statistics with me at that level of detail, but I'll ask my colleague, Ms Crosby, just to look it up. If you move to your next question, I'll happily come back.
Thank you. How many ACCUs have been generated?
Yep. Ms Crosby will provide an answer.
Thank you. Michelle Crosby, General Manager, Clean Energy Regulator. So what I can say is the beef cattle herd management method was made in 2015. There are 11 projects registered with the Clean Energy Regulator under this method. I think your question was how many landholders?
Cattle producers.
Cattle producers. And I'm sorry, I don't have that information. I just have that there are 11 projects registered, so we could take that on notice.
So are the 11 discrete properties producers, or are they cross-sector? How would you describe them?
Again, I don't have the details of the individual 11 projects on hand.
Would you be able to get those while we're speaking? Would somebody be able to research it out the back and bring it up to you?
I think we'll probably take it on notice, Senator. What I can say is there are those 11 projects that have been registered under the 2015 methodology.
Oh, under the 2015, right. Yep. So, given that there's roughly 30,000 producers, 11 doesn't sound very much. My feedback is the process is very difficult and the department takes years to pay. So do you have any information on what dates that those 11 projects registered, and then what was the time period before you started to make payments?
So, Senator, the Clean Energy Regulator doesn't make payments per se. It issues Australian carbon credit units. If those projects are part of a contract under our emissions reduction fund, then those ACCUs can be surrendered to us in receipt of payment. The key concern we've had with the beef herd methodology has been a calculator which is used to verify the emissions savings. And that calculator was found to have a number of errors. And there's been a lot of work done over the last 8 or so months to try and resolve those errors and allow reporting to be reassumed. The department has the primary responsibility for the construction of that calculator, but I'm pleased to report that the testing of the calculator has now been largely complete, and we're working quite closely with the project proponents to accelerate now their reporting. I'd acknowledge the patience that has been shown by the cattle industry as we've worked through those issues, and I'm very optimistic in the coming months we'll be able to move forward with the crediting process.
So I'll come back to the calculator. I've got some questions around that. So am I correct that you don't have any information on the 11 projects, whether they're discrete producers, and how the sort of timeframes from when they were registered to when payments might have started or ACCUs generated?
So, Senator, we certainly have that information within our records. I'm very happy to provide that on notice. In preparation for estimates, we tend to report at the method level rather than at the project level. There are over 1,000 ACCU projects in our registry, so it's not possible to bring all of that data with us.
I appreciate that. I'm hopeful that this won't take until the next estimates for you to respond. I'm reflecting on you, the behaviour of some of the other committees that I go to. So what sort of time frame do you think I could expect that information?
Senator, I'm happy for us to forward to you quite quickly that information.
Within the next 2 weeks?
Within the next couple of weeks.
Okay, fine. Thank you. What I'd also like to know is what is the actual process? How does it work from the generation of the credit by the farmer to the payment for the credit to the farmer?
So, Senator, I would just reflect the process at a general high level, and then Ms Crosbie may want to go into a little more detail. But in general, we credit after the sequestration has occurred. Projects will tend to report on about an annual cycle, and so once a year, but they can report more frequently if they wish. And it involves, in the case of the beef herd, a process that they use this calculator, which I previously mentioned, to calculate the emission savings, and then there are a number of other sort of quality assurance processes that get followed, and then they'll submit an application for crediting. The CR will then process that application if there are no issues. That's a fairly quick process, usually within 90 days. And then they are provided Australian carbon credit units. Those units can then be sold on the market, or in the case where proponents have an emissions reduction fund contract with the government, they can then surrender those units to the government and be paid the agreed contract price.
And do you know how long that takes? I understand it's from the reporting of the sequestration. It takes 90 days to get the credit generated. How long between that generation and then payment for the credit if it is under a government contract, as you suggested?
Again, Senator, in order to be accurate, I would have to take that on notice. But again, within an administratively reasonable timeframe is the comment that I would make, right? So.
Thank you. That's a great phrase, and if we could just clarify if our ideas of reasonable timeframes align. Thank you.
Yeah, so Senator, I would just reflect and place on record that the challenges that the industry has faced with the calculator have been significant and caused extensive delays, and we would acknowledge those delays and the impacts.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is prior to so if you've done the work, you've got the sequestration, you've generated the credit, the ACCU, so outside of the calculator, that process is what I'm trying to establish as delays in payment or payment times. I'm told that there have been delays in payments, so I'd like to get a really clear in the response in the next couple of weeks of those 11 proponents or the 11 programs, what has been the timeframes and the payments, and if there are delays, I'd like to understand that, please.
Yep.
Thank you. So just turning back to the calculator then, it is been relayed to me that neither version 3.2 nor 1.3 nor any previous versions of the calculator can appropriately be used to determine abatement as required by section 23A of the method. And because all versions of the calculator have been unavailable for use while the errors are being fixed, offsets, reports and accus can't be assessed during this time. Can you tell me when were the problems detected and when they will be fixed?
Senator, again, I'll have to take the precise timing on board, but as I understand it would have been late 2023 or early 2024 that the problems emerged. We've then been working with the department, who, as I said, have the primary responsibility for the design of the calculator, and we're reaching the conclusion of that process.
Right. Do you know how many pastoralists have been affected and how they've been affected?
I don't know the number of pastoralists. I've certainly interacted with a number of impacted stakeholders, Senator, but as I said, there are currently the 11 registered projects, so that would represent an outer bound.
Okay, and can you identify how they've been affected, in addition to not being able to use the calculator?
So it really comes to the ability to develop and have accus issued, and those that means that they can't then realise the value of those accus. Stakeholders have also raised on a number of occasions concerns with us around their end of financial year financial reporting.
Have you retrospectively changed the calculator and the inputs that farmers are to collect to not align to beef cattle industry operations and still have errors in your calculator, but are calling these changes and errors to usability issues?
So, Senator, I'd have to refer that question to the department, who has the responsibility for developing the calculator. I'm satisfied that the calculator as it now stands is in a form that provides accurate assessment. We've had that process now verified by the CSIRO. The calculator is not it's not a simple tool, it's a complex tool. So there still remain a number of issues related to its usability, and we are working very closely with the impacted project proponents to ensure we can work through those issues in as timely a manner as possible.
So I'll give you one example. Yeah, could I just finish on this section, please? Thank you. So one example I've been given is that there is an assumption that farmers sell their herd, their entire herd, and buy it back every year. For example, lactating cows. This is obviously not in line with farming principles and wouldn't work. So when you come back to me with your response on the department's responsibility for designing this, I want to be very specific that the department is not using unreasonable requirements of herd management. Please.
Yep. So, Senator, I'm happy to do that. I'm obviously not an expert on beef herd management and the calculator itself. I don't have those people with me today. But if you can outline that concern as specifically as you can, then we'd be delighted to come back.
Well, that is specifically that there is an assumption that farmers sell their entire herd every year and then buy the herd back each year, which obviously is, to the most unsophisticated of operators, doesn't make sense. Finally, Chair, thank you. I want to assume that all growers who met the old rules and were audited under the old rules were paid, and that delays in payments, how many they were and how much, and how many years are farmers being asked to wait to be paid?
Yep, I'll take those questions on notice, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Senator Van.
Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing. As a clean energy regulator, your remit is mostly around carbon offset certificates, etc. You don't have a broader regulatory function across other parts of the energy industry?
So, Senator, we're an economic regulator whose purpose is to accelerate carbon abatement. We principally work on the side of the market that you've just discussed, which is both the creation of carbon credits through carbon sequestration and avoidance. We also administer the regulation of the safeguard mechanism and the national greenhouse and energy reporting. In addition to that, we administer the renewable energy target, and so that's the established mechanism through which renewable projects are registered and issued certificates. And then finally, we're in the final stages of working through the establishment of the nature repair market, which will open in the early part of next year. Responsibility for the rules and the legislation that support the nature repair market are with the department, so they still have a little more work to do. But we've been busy standing up the back-end infrastructure that will support the market once established.
Thank you. You may or may not be aware that I'm chairing a committee looking at energy planning and regulation in Australia, and particularly around the governance of that. Do you see a role for Clean Energy Regulator to have a governance role with the, across the energy market bodies?
So, Senator, I would just reflect that ultimately these are matters for government, so the government will determine what its priorities are and which of its agencies ought administer. Depending on the nature of the issues, what I would say is, in the detail of the electricity market where there are deep engineering skills required, that's an environment where we have less capability. We have capability in the administration of markets, and so we would generally, when advising government around these issues, play to our strengths.
But as an economic regulator, you would be well placed to give a view on the economic benefits or otherwise, particularly arising out of the planning process, which is designed to drive our transition to net zero?
Senator, if I could, so Chris Lamano, Acting Deputy Secretary. I mean, maybe unfairly asking quite detailed policy questions of the regulator here. That is not its current role in terms of that level of detail or oversight. So again, as Mr Binning would say, those questions really are questions for the government.
Senator, I would just say you do have an inquiry ongoing, yes, and this is estimates, which is different.
Sure.
And so I'll ask you just to
I understand completely, and I will not take up much more time. Mr Binning, CR has an MOU with AEMO, is that correct?
I might ask Mr Williamson to comment on that.
Mark Williamson, Executive General Manager. Yes, Senator, we do. And we do exchange data with AEMO.
It's just an information sharing MOU?
And data,
okay,
Senator, yes.
Thank you.
So AEMO likes to get our data on the small-scale renewable energy scheme in particular. For the creation of entitlements for certificates, green certificates, we use AEMO metered data to verify claims for large-scale generation certificates, yep, but also we share data around what's happening in the pipeline for new renewables. We value each other's insights in those matters.
Thank you. And other than extending an invitation for you to put in a submission to the inquiry, I'll pass it back to the Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Dunham.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for coming along. I wanted to go to the priorities for ACCU scheme proponent-led method development announced, which was a statement put out on the 30th of October, I believe, relating to the work of the regulator? Does that ring any bells?
So, Senator, we administer the scheme, but we're no longer responsible for the development of methodologies. That responsibility sits with the department.
Ah, right.
So,
I'll put them on notice then.
Yes.
How about we do that?
Those officials have noticed. Thank you. Yep.
Well, we've just saved ourselves a lot of time, so perfect.
Fantastic. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again today. Similar question to the others in the alphabet soup of climate change and energy agencies. As simply as possible and specifically as possible, what does the Clean Energy Regulator do? Could you tell me the basic accountabilities and the uniquenesses of those accountabilities?
Yeah. So thank you, Senator. So as I stated previously, we're an economic regulator for the purpose of accelerating carbon abatement for Australia. And we do this by administering a range of schemes on behalf of the Australian Government.
Did you say you're an accelerator? A regulator?
A regulator.
Sorry.
We have two outcomes currently within our corporate objectives. First is to contribute to a reduction in Australia's net greenhouse gas emissions, including through the administration of market-based mechanisms that incentivise reduction in emissions and the promotion of additional renewable electricity generation. And the second is to contribute to the sustainable management of Australia's biodiversity through the administration of market-based mechanisms.
So your uniqueness is the latter?
So our uniqueness is we manage or administer the various government schemes, particularly where they involve the formation of a market.
The carbon dioxide market or carbon market?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. How many employees do you have?
We have around 400, Senator.
400. Could you tell me the breakdown, permanent employees, casual employees, and also contractors?
So can
Are we going to the annual report again?
I don't know, we'll find out.
So a lot of that information will be contained in our annual report. Our Chief Operating Officer will just come up and perhaps if we move to the next question and then she can follow up.
What's the total wage bill for all the employees, including casuals and contractors?
So Ms Pagora will be able to help you out with that detail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Liza Pagora, Chief Operating Officer of the Clean Energy Regulator. Can I just confirm your question, Senator, was with regards to the number or the breakdown of our staff?
Permanent, casual and contractors, please.
Senator, I don't have that level of detail with me, unfortunately. I do have the number of contracting staff that we've had from January this year until October and the number of FTE, but I don't have the number of casuals or non-ongoing.
Could we get them on notice, please? Thank you. And what's the total wage bill for all of those people, the permanents, the casuals and the contractors?
Again, Senator, we don't carry the data in that form with us, so it's best we take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. What's the total budget, excuse me, for the Clean Energy Regulator, including any grants or programs you administer?
So our departmental funding, Senator, is around 115 million. Our administered revenue, so that associated with programs that we run, is in the order of $37 million. However, I would just note for the record that where we have our greatest impact is actually in the issuance of certificates that then carry value in a marketplace. And so both with renewable energy and also with the Australian Carbon Credit Unit scheme, we issue certificates that are of material value and which are then financial instruments managed through our registries.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that this is not a market meeting people's needs. This is a market to meet regulations, global regulations as well. Concocted needs, if you like. I'm not diminishing your work.
So, no. So, Senator, I probably wouldn't quite characterise it in that way. We administer schemes that are made by government.
Sorry, what was that point?
That are made by government.
What
so, schemes.
Schemes.
And so if you take, for example, the Australian Carbon Credit Unit Scheme, acting in conjunction with the Safeguard mechanism, it then forms both a supply and demand side. Safeguard mechanisms are required through the regulations to manage their emissions to within their baseline or source unit certificates. And then the ACCU generates a supply of Australian carbon credit units, and then they facilitate trade in order to meet their obligations.
So there's no open market as such. There's no clamouring of citizens for carbon dioxide credits. They're a concoction of Malcolm Turnbull and Greg Hunt in 2015, just before Christmas, and bolstered by Chris Bowen in September of 2022 with the extension of the safeguard mechanism.
I think you're asking the official for a sort of, at best, an opinion.
What's your opinion,
the truth, Senator Roberts, is that these schemes are administered by this agency in the best interests of keeping costs down for Australian electricity consumers and efficiently managing the process of reducing emissions across sectors, and it's judged by successive governments to be in the interests of doing that in the most efficient way possible. That kind of capability is retained in the agency who's in front of you today.
So let me understand that, Senator Ayres. We've got a scheme that's been concocted that'll add more cost to energy. Hang on, that'll add more cost, and now we've got a market in place due to regulations to try and bring it down.
No, Senator, no? I don't agree with that.
Okay. Last question then. But there's no one can identify a fundamental need of people. There's no market that's other than the concocted market, the fabricated market.
So, Senator, the only thing that I would note, in addition to the requirement for people to comply with the various government regulatory structures, is there has over recent years been a reasonably strong emergence of a voluntary market, both for Australian carbon credit units and also for renewable energy certificates. So on this Australian carbon credit side, we see in the order of a million units surrendered per annum. And on the electricity side, we see very significant surrenders of certificates in the order of 10 million over and above the 33 million that is the regulated target. And a lot of what has driven that are the various objectives, particularly across corporate Australia, for voluntary emissions reduction and meeting their own targets, and the desire to source credible renewable energy of high integrity to do that. And so the market is performing both its regulatory functions but also facilitating voluntary participation.
So I noticed peppered through your statement there, and I thank you for the statement, that the words regulated, comply, carbon dioxide, you said carbon credits, I call them carbon dioxide credits. These are all to make the best of a concocted market that's only there because of regulations. They're only there because nowhere in the world, as I understand it, has carbon dioxide been called a pollutant, designated a pollutant. So I just make that point. Final question, Chair. What is the total salary package of everyone here at the desk? So, particularly executive level, what band?
So Senator Roberts, as I think other agencies have done, our executive remuneration is in our annual report.
Is that the complete cost, including on costs?
That's the salaries associated with those. If you are seeking other information related to our salaries, we will take it on notice
I'd
and
like
come
the
back
total
to you.
cost that the taxpayer pays for you, for example, not just what you get in hand, but everything and as part of the package.
Again, Senator Roberts, I would suggest that you have a look at the annual report. If it doesn't give you sufficient detail, that you then place a question on notice for further detail from the officials.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Just one final question, building on the last one. Why is there so much reluctance to share the salaries? Because surely you would know what you cost.
Senator, we report executive remuneration as part of our annual reporting cycle. That's the data that I bring to these committee meetings. If there's other information that you're seeking and it's information that's generally publicly available, we'd be delighted to supply it on notice.
But you would know your total cost to the taxpayer?
Senator Roberts,
do you know?
It's a pretty unfair line of questioning. The official has said the official has said that the remuneration details. It's pretty unfair to characterise it as the official not answering your question. Is what I mean.
I didn't characterise it that. That's what you're fabricating now, Senator.
What he has said is that information is now publicly available in their report, which you could have read on the way here. In addition to that, if there's more information that he can provide, he will provide it on notice.
Thank you.
Can't ask for more than that.
No, and I made the observation that I'm surprised that people don't know this or can't readily divulge it. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Davey.
Thank you. Just got a couple of questions regarding ACCUs and current reviews into certain methods that are currently under review. Can you answer?
So I can answer questions relate to the administration of the crediting scheme. As to the development of the methods, that's now a responsibility that rests with the department.
With the department.
So, if you do have those questions, if you want to submit them on notice.
Okay. Just in terms of current accreditations, the methods that were accredited back in 2012. Some of those methods have now closed. So does that mean companies that were accredited under those methods that have now closed can no longer acquire or generate ACCUs?
No, it means that new projects cannot be registered, Senator. So those projects that have already been registered will be continue to be credited on the basis of the methodology that was established. And so if a methodology, for example, has a 25-year crediting period, then they will continue to report against that method and be issued credits based on the performance of the projects.
Right. So, for example, the capture and combustion of methane in landfill gas from legacy waste, that can still, companies that were accredited under that method can still acquire ACCUs provided they meet all their reporting obligations. So that hasn't reached end of life.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, that is fine. And as far as the methods under review, because I note landfill gas generation and landfill gas are both under review as we speak, that is questions to be put on notice to the department. Would a company that was accredited under the 2012 method be able to transition to the new method once it's finalised?
So, Senator, it will depend a little bit on the detailed arrangements that are set out in the new methodology. But having said that, it is not uncommon in the general for people to adopt or transition to new methods if and when they're developed. But it really is a little case by case, if that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
How are you going? was actually going to ask you what the purpose of the Clean Energy Regulator is, but you administer schemes, so that's good to know. But I did like Senator Roberts' term concocted. I thought that's a very apt term. And in particular the carbon credit scheme, because that's something that I'm very interested in coming from southwest Queensland, because a lot of properties are being locked up out there because they want to treat the mulga as capturing carbon credits. But here's the thing, the mulga already was sucking up oxygen before this scheme was ever concocted. So how is it that you can create a scheme around trees sucking up CO2 when they were sucking up CO2 in the first place? I mean, paying someone to have a tree that sucks up CO2 doesn't really change anything, does it? Step one. I'll ask the second part of the question as well, so then you can answer the whole lot in a totalitarian. And the other thing is locking up this mulga is actually destroying the undergrowth, right? So you basically, the more mulga you get above, the leaves drop and the leaves toxic to the ground, so you lose your ground cover. So you're actually encouraging mulga to grow, which I might add stops growing after 20 years, is basically destroying the ground cover and the environment that goes with it.
So thanks for your question, Senator. So the methodology I think you're referring to is the human-induced regeneration method. It's a method that has had a lot of commentary, has been extensively reviewed and been the subject of a lot of questions, including in this committee. Without taking too much time, in order to register a project, a proponent would have had to demonstrate that they were taking a management action that was essentially new. So halting land clearing, reduced grazing are examples. And once qualified for the project, they must essentially stratify their landscape into areas of carbon estimation, and then very detailed processes for accounting for the actual growth are undertaken. And so the removal of those suppressing activities in the Broad will allow for ecological restoration within those areas. The management of that process is ultimately the responsibility of the proponent. Our interest lies in rigorously determining the level of carbon sequestration that is additional and has been achieved.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of that environmental restoration, that's my point, is that you're not restoring the environment out there at all, because a lot of that country out in southwest Queensland was originally grasslands and it's now being taken over by mulga, which is a form of a woody weed. I mean, it's you know, it's a native, but you know, it's fair to say that it was a lot thinner. I mean, I've seen the change in the 35 years I've been out there, from paddocks with next to no mulga to now paddocks with big mulga, and once it gets above a certain height, the sheep can't eat it anyway. So you can talk about reduced grazing, but that reduced grazing, you're just going to end up with mulga forests out there that are going nowhere. And it is not good for the environment, because you'll end up with what's happened is these farms are being locked up, farmers are selling out for big money, so they're no longer managing the farm, so you're getting dingoes, goats, pigs coming in, wild cats coming in because the land's not being managed. The fences are deteriorating. So yet again, I have an issue with how this scheme's being administered and why we'd be paying farmers to walk away from managing the land.
Yeah, so thanks for the question, Senator. It's hard to comment about specific experiences in specific parts of the Australian landscape, but
Well, it's not, because if you're doing your job properly, you'd understand the mulga. And I'm happy to take you out there and show you what it looks like after we've done some clearing, the grass comes up through, and then what it's like when it's not cleared. Because you can see straight away the soil just seals, the red soil just seals, you get more water runoff, you get more erosion.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So, as I was saying, we'll see a variety of responses from the ecosystem and from ecology to a change in management, and the responsibility for managing those changes rests with the proponent. I would note that, of course, new market signals could create a range of behaviour amongst project proponents, our responsibilities are to track the carbon account that result from the change in that. But I would note that we've certainly had feedback from many stakeholders from South West Queensland, New South Wales. I was recently in Western Australia, where the revenue streams that are being generated through Australian carbon credit units are in fact allowing landowners to re-establish on-farm infrastructure. And in those rangeland systems, particularly boundary fences and the management of watering points. So
that's right.
I have no...
I'll neglect one half of the paddock or what was formerly their property, and I'll go and upgrade the other part of the property. But, you're picking sides there because overall you get a deterioration in the environment in the part that's being locked up.
I'm just not sure, Senator Rennick, that these are questions for the officials here. I mean, the approach that a property owner takes, within the regulations, it's a matter for them. They have to make.
Speaking about what the actions they're taking. I'm speaking about the regulations here. They're not achieving. They're not looking after the environment, Minister.
They have to make judgments about whether they participate in the scheme or not.
Oh, they're going to participate because it's huge money. It's huge money for some people, not for all of them. For the neighbours that miss out and get the wild pigs and goats and the bushfire risk, but that's all right. There's winners and losers.
I wonder if a useful question might be, can you talk us through the integrity measures that you utilise, particularly since the Chubb review and the work of Chris Brack?
Thank you.
That might assist you, Senator.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I'll speak specifically to the human-induced regeneration method, but the integrity standards are there and they require a change in management, they require appropriate accounting, they require conservativeness, etc. And the scheme has been extensively reviewed and it has, as we've reported to the Senate previously, been found sound and the CER's administration robust. What we do is evaluate the performance of projects and whether they are successfully regenerating vegetation. And we have multiple points of assurance over the 25 years that projects are credited, and that includes gateway checks and independent audits. In particular, we're just going through the first of a series of 5-year gateway checks and are doing an additional round of auditing. And the key control within the human-induced regeneration method is to ensure that the area that has been identified for carbon estimation is in fact performing. And at the end of the 5-year gateway reviews that have been undertaken, we're seeing a redrawing of the boundaries of those carbon estimation areas of about 5%, which means that 95% of the area is performing. This is a fairly encouraging result, and it really points to two things. One, the projects are performing broadly as we would have expected at this stage in the cycle, and the second is that the projects are actively adjusted to account for the performance on the ground. The final comment that I'd make is that we are also strengthened our external assurance, and so Chris Brack, a specialist in this area, has been reviewing those audit reports and reporting that the projects are in fact being administered effectively and achieving the carbon sequestration levels. I would note one of the key findings that Mr Brack has made, along with the CSIRO and others, is that national remote data sets are not effective at determining regrowth at early stages. And so a lot of the controversy around this methodology can really be built up on needing very detailed on-ground verification at the early stages to ensure that regeneration is occurring, and our processes are in place to do that.
It's my understanding that where there's a doubt, you send in a drone, and if there's still a doubt, you send in a human. Is that correct?
So we rely on some multiple lines of evidence, Senator, and it's again up to the project proponents to provide that evidentiary basis to us, and a combination of LiDAR, drone-based data, in-field verification. As part of our gateway audits, it's I think important to note that in-field verification with qualified ecologists are required. So they will literally go in-field and do transects and count individual trees.
Great. And maybe just wrap us out with, there was an A&O audit. Do you want to maybe talk us through the results of that?
Yeah, so the two major reviews that have been done in recent times are the Chubb review, of course, which found the overall ACCU system to be largely effective. And then the A&O had a very close look earlier this year at the CER's administration, and it was found to be both effective, and there were no recommendations that were made for the CER to make any specific improvements to our systems and processes around the administration of the scheme. So that's given us really strong and good assurance that we are very closely watching this space. And as I said, our primary function is to ensure that we very carefully assess the performance of each project and that the risks associated with each of those projects is appropriately managed.
Thank you. Senator Rennick? You're good? Yeah. Senator Sharma?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Benning. I just had a question. You mentioned the Chubb review. You might be aware of the article that appeared in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 23rd of September where Professor Chubb alleged that approaches by a senior executive, who I won't name, to the CSIRO and the Wentworth Group of Scientists during his review were quote-unquote entirely inappropriate. I just wanted to get I don't believe I've seen a response from you officially to that allegation. So could I please get your response to that?
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for your question. So these issues have previously been considered by this committee on the 28th of November in 2022, I think. In relation to the CSIRO's submissions, I think it's very important to note that we had no access to their submission prior to them making it. I think we have previously reported that CSIRO actually had made prior contact with us on a technical matter related to data. And there was some follow-up, and then there was a discussion at senior level around the generalities of the issues at hand. But I think CSIRO has stated that they made their submission entirely independently, and as far as we're aware, we had no sight of that submission prior to it being made. The final point that I'd just like to make on this issue is that CSIRO has a strong, ongoing and collaborative relationship, particularly with Commonwealth entities. We hold data, we're dependent on strong and robust scientific advice. So we have strong, ongoing interactions, including with the CSIRO. That's entirely appropriate, and it's part of our ongoing functions.
So do you reject the allegation that it was inappropriate, or have you investigated this?
So I think Mr Chubb made a couple of comments. The first was that he felt that the review was unaffected, and his views are, of course, his own. I'm very comfortable from the material that we've reviewed that the request that was made by CSIRO, again, was of a technical nature, and that there was some interaction. Our interest would always rely on the data and the facts that support any analysis. The analysis that CSIRO or other stakeholders make is entirely a matter for them. And I think CSIRO is also on the record as saying that they made their views available fully independently.
So, but you've investigated this the interaction then, and you're comfortable that no further action is required? That's just what I'm trying to understand here.
Yes, as reported to this committee, as I said previously.
Sorry, this is obviously before my time on the committee, so that's why I'm asking about it. So you've investigated, you're satisfied that no further action is required? All right.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. That was all, Chair. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for coming along. We do appreciate your time. We will now release you, and I would ask that the Australian Energy Regulator come to the table. And while we're making the switch, can I please advise that we are releasing from the end of the program AAD and also the Australian Institute of Marine Science. We are running considerably late, so I will just ask senators, given that the AER has spent an awful lot of time in this building in recent times and has been quizzed on a range of issues, that if we could maybe attempt to not re-prosecute, but stick to the issues related to estimates, and where possible, if people could think about putting questions on notice, we would be deeply grateful. Welcome. So, welcome to the Australian Energy Regulator. Ms Claire Savage is Chair. You've been in this building more than most of us in the last couple of weeks. Do you have an opening statement?
No, I don't, Chair. Thank you.
Great. We'll go directly to Senator Cadell then.
Thank you, Chair. Straight to hardship, energy hardship. Do you track that? So can you provide an update, latest levels of energy hardship in Australia, year on year increases, what sort of numbers we're seeing?
Certainly, Senator. So in terms of when we think about customers paying debt, we have there's the class of customers who have got 90-day debt. There's then, of that, there'll be a subset of customers who are on what we call payment plans, and then excluded from those 90-day debt data is the number of customers who are in retailer-approved hardship programs. So you specifically...
Separately,
yeah, in the hardship program numbers. So at this point in time, so we've got data which would be to 30 June 2024. Yep, that's all right. So the proportion of customers who are in a hardship program at 30 June 2024 was 1.9% of customers, Senator.
Is that in all three or just the two you're talking about?
Sorry, what was that?
That's across all three, the 90 days of payment plans and the...
No, that's just hardship customers.
That's just hardship customers?
Yeah.
What about, do we know payment plans or 90-day debts?
So the number of customers who have 90-day debt, which will include payment plan customers, so that would be, I'm just trying to find the number here, 2.9% of customers have 90-day debt, but that doesn't include the hardship customers. And then there's a further 1.9% with hardship.
How many across all three combined?
So the only reason I'm being a little bit cautious here is just because we're assuming that customers in hardship programs have 90-day debt, which is probably a reasonable assumption. Yep. So it would be 1.9% plus the 2.9%, so 4.8%. Yep.
Okay. How does that compare to 12 months ago, 2 years ago?
So 12 months ago, the number of customers with 90-day debt was flat. So it was 2.9% 12 months ago at the end of 2023, and it's still 2.9%. So that's stayed constant. Hardship customers has grown from 1.4% to 1.9%. Okay. And I should say we've been proactively driving retailers to offer more customers hardship programs.
And year before that, 2 years ago?
So 30 June 2022.
Yep.
Yeah, so 30 June 2022 hardship customers was 1.1%. Yep. And the number of customers with 90-day debt was 2.5%.
Okay.
But 30 June 2021 was 2.7%. So it sort of bounces around a little
Understood.
bit.
Yeah. Are there any demographic or geographic factors? Is it more prominent in one state, the other, or do you look at demographics on how
Not so much at demographics. It does change by state, the trends, and part of that will be to do with, so for example, like we've seen with the rebates that have been offered in Queensland, that there have been less growth in customers with 90-day debt in Queensland compared to other jurisdictions. I've got the state breakdowns here if you want me to go through them.
If you could, that'd be great.
Yeah. So if we were to, they're on a quarterly basis though. So I'll just give you the quarter.
Ending in June?
End of June, yeah.
Yep,
so end of June for customers with 90-day debt, it was 3.2% in the ACT, 3.2% in New South Wales, 2.1% in Queensland, 3.3% in South Australia and 4.9% in Tasmania. So did you want me to
Victoria?
give you... we don't collect the data for Victoria because there's a separate regulator in Victoria. I know that sounds weird, but...
Where do I cheat and go and look at their website? What are they called?
That's the Essential Services Commission Victoria.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't know. That's good.
We're the regulator for the distribution networks in Victoria, just not the retail market.
Okay. You mentioned how you're encouraging retailers and people to take these hardship cases. Has there been a change in circumstances or anything, any processes different, or it's still the same, Lod you heard, or...?
So there's, under the national electricity rules, there's two things that apply. There's a provision that relates to offering of payment assistance, and then there's a separate set of provisions that relate to hardship indicators. What we've been doing, and in part, I guess, through some of the court action we've been taking, Senator, is showing the obligation as it applies to retailers to actually proactively identify customers who might be experiencing hardship, rather than waiting for a customer to identify themselves. And so we've had some successive judgments in that space, which has been a helpful reminder to the businesses.
So I'm falling 90, 120 days behind. The company should call me and say, "Oi, can I give you a hand?" So
it doesn't specify in the rules when they have to do it, but that would be an example, or could be an example of a business not meeting its obligations.
Do we look at disconnections? Is that something you guys monitor at all?
Yes, we do monitor disconnections. Disconnections are right down. So disconnections at the end of June, I think, was at about 15,000.
Yep.
Now, pre-COVID, that number would have been more like 60 to 70,000.
Right, and that's because the process put in place of the hardship programs and all that.
Yeah, so I think when COVID commenced, we were actually the first regulator around the world to put out a statement of expectations, and we asked retailers to stop disconnecting people who were confined to their homes.
Yep.
That seemed to have put a bit of a system break in it, so we actually saw disconnections rapidly fall after that, and they've never really gone back to their pre-COVID levels. They've climbed up at some points to sort of around the 30,000 mark, but they're back down at about 15 at the moment, but they've never got back up to that 60, 70,000 mark.
Okay.
Now, some of that, would be about the hardship programs, because a customer in a hardship program can only be disconnected as a matter of last resort.
For real?
Yeah.
Do you ever reporting, do the companies come back to you, or retailers come back to you with their bad debts or their losses because of this, or we'd have to, do you look at that?
Look, we monitor that in a couple of ways. So we do have retail reporting that comes to us both through our role around the annual performance of the retail market. We also see it in the context of setting the default market offer. So we look at bad and doubtful debts in both of those contexts.
Right. Are those bad and doubtful debts increasing, or they're maintaining with a lower number of disconnections, or...?
It doesn't actually correlate perfectly, because we saw lower, it tends to be a little bit more tied to what's happening with rebates.
Who's next?
Yeah. So the rebates have had a fairly significant impact on some of that as well, because, for example...
So they'll play some catch-up football if you're behind, and then see how it goes going forward,
Yeah, so I think what we've seen is you can still disconnect people. So if you're on a payment plan, you have to have missed two payment basically failed your payment plan twice before you can be disconnected. If you're in a hardship program, it's as a last resort. So there are ways, there's a process in place for disconnections. But what I would say is that when you look at what's happened with the numbers around disconnections and bad and doubtful debts, the other factor that's kind of made it a bit different is the rebates, because people's ability to afford things have changed through that.
So that just under 5% of people in different things, we hope that drops in the next 6 months, next 12 months?
So that 4.8%, I would always love to see that drop, yes, Senator. Yeah.
Okay. If you want to rotate, I've got a different topic, but it'll take a while, so I'm happy for you to throw to someone else.
Okay. Senator Van?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, just a quick scene-setting question for you first. We're here at estimates. An estimates is an accountability measure for where large amounts of money are put on the public balance sheet to achieve the public good. So to bigger projects, but it's all transferred to via the government's balance sheet to taxpayers. Is that correct?
It is.
And where else would that, going directly to energy markets, the energy market bodies other than AER don't report through here to estimates, do they?
I'd have to just allow me to check and come back to you, Senator, about which relevant agencies report through which estimates processes. So, of course, in the world of energy, this committee gets to do estimates in relation to agencies that are connected with DQ and DQ estimates. There are, of course, relevant issues that are dealt with in resources estimates later in the week. The case that the AER does come under the estimates processes, but of course there are relevant bodies here, and I can come back to you later, I suppose, that report to the Energy and Climate Change Ministerial Council. So there's a different accountability because their foundation is different. So, for example, AEMO reports to that council. There may be others, and if we can give you something that sums that up, I'd be very happy to. I mean, AEMO's got it's partly responsible to governments, but there are other in our energy market, other energy participants who to whom AEMO is accountable and engages. If I can put it that way.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Savage, as the chair of the Australian Energy Regulator, does the AER regulate AEMO?
So we do have some accountability mechanisms over AEMO, and I might ask my colleague, Deputy Chair Justin Oliver, if he wants to expand on that a little bit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator. So we do have a number of roles in terms of providing oversight to AEMO and the way it performs its functions. Some of those relate to transparency. So, for example, in relation to certain functions that AEMO performs in connection with the integrated system plan, we are required to undertake what's called a transparency review, where we look at the work that's been published and whether they've fully explained all of the assumptions, and we go back with a report which points out areas where greater transparency could be provided. AEMO is also a body, obviously, which performs functions under the national electricity rules, and one of our functions is to monitor compliance with the rules, and in appropriate cases we can take legal action. It's a little different, of course, to other market participants. It's not a market participant, of course, it's a market operator and a system planner. So it has functions it has to perform, just as we do, just as the AEMC does. There are no provisions for any penalties, for example, to be imposed against AEMO were it to fail to comply with the rules. We would not be able to issue an infringement notice against AEMO if we felt that it had not complied with the rules. But there is the option, if we thought a law enforcement response was appropriate in a particular case where we could at least go to court to seek other remedies, might be in the nature of an injunction or a declaration, whatever would be considered appropriate in the circumstances. But that would really be in a case where we thought the circumstances cried out for a law enforcement response as opposed to some other mechanism to either achieve transparency or some measure of accountability.
Thank you, Mr Oliver. I put questions to Climate Change Authority and the Clean Energy Regulator earlier about whether they had any oversight, particularly of AEMO's planning function. And they said they don't. Does anyone have oversight of the planning function in the sense that they're able to test and validify or not the decisions made under that process?
So as it relates to the planning function, the integrated system plan in particular, we have a role in developing guidelines that they need to adhere to. So the cost-benefit analysis guidelines, the forecasting best practice guidelines, they set out, and we've driven in those, the rules require us to provide a level of flexibility to AUMO in those guidelines. What we've done in them, though, is to create transparency mechanisms, so ensuring, for example, where AUMO is looking at risk adjustments within the integrated system plan, whilst they may have a preference for using a least worst regret basis, we'd require them to have a weighted net benefits approach and then to demonstrate the difference between those. That's one of the things that the guidelines would require them to do. We also have a transparency review ourselves, and so we have a role in going through and looking at how AUMO has sourced its inputs and assumptions and scenarios, etc., and that they're transparent, that they're from credible sources. We produce a report both at the inputs, assumptions and scenarios report stage and also at the draft report stage, and that really shines a light on areas where we think there might be further information and analysis required. In every one of those reports, we've identified areas that needed further work, and AUMO's had to undertake that further work. There's also a consumer challenge panel. I don't think it's called that. I think it's called something else, consumer reference group or something. But the purpose of that as well is part of what we see our job is to inform and to arm them, I guess, with that level of transparency for their engagement.
Thank you. But there is no economic oversight. Like there's no body, especially one accountable to this Parliament, therefore to the Australian people, that is allowed to review or test the economic validity of the plan that AUMO puts through.
I think that's probably a fair characterisation.
AER used to have, let me go back a step. AUMO does the planning, it sets the projects, it decides an optimal development path for those projects, the candidate projects, all of which are transmission, am I right? And then it comes forward with a plan, us network providers to put forward that plan. That's not done on a tender process or there's no contestability or competition in that, is there?
There is a little bit in Victoria. So to the extent that there was an integrated system plan project that was in the Victorian region, then it would be subject to contestability. But in the other regions, there isn't contestability in those projects.
And they're allowed to do, and they evaluate the RIT-T, the investment test for transmission.
So AUMO doesn't evaluate. So essentially AUMO would come up with the integrated system plan, which would have a set of candidate options in it. Mm-hmm. The transmission network service provider would then come and pick up the identified need and the candidate options and would conduct a regulated investment test for transmission process. Through that process, they may identify other candidate options, and through that cost-benefit analysis would then select the preferred option. On both the integrated system plan and the RIT-T, there is a dispute framework, so anyone can lodge a dispute about how those things have been done. We would be in charge of hearing those disputes. I'm just looking at Justin. But
slightly different for the ISP, so it's a narrower dispute process in relation to AUMO's performance of its undertaking of the integrated system plan. But yes, at the end of a RIT-T process, any person who's put in a submission is able to submit a dispute to the Australian Energy Regulator, and really we are testing whether the process has been undertaken in accordance with the rules, and we can send it back for further work to be done if that were considered necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. But just to be clear, once a project's identified by AUMO, it pretty much sails through until it comes to, after the RIT-T, it comes to AER for a cost assessment.
Contingent project application assessment.
Which is effectively just assessing whether the costs that they've outlined are the reasonable costs that you would expect to see in a project like that.
Yeah, so if a project has passed a RIT-T, which is a bit more detailed planning than what you'd have in the integrated system plan, it would then have to have gone through the feedback loop, which is sort of the last It's really just a check to make sure that it's still meeting the identified need and that the cost hasn't gone out to a point where it would no longer be on the optimal development pathway. And then it can come to us for contingent project application assessment, which is, you're right, it's an efficiency examination. It's not looking at the costs and benefits of the project.
So at no point through that planning process and through the assessment of it is there any economic analysis done of whether the plan is right, the project's right, or how it's benchmarked against any alternatives?
So AEMO is responsible for that cost-benefit analysis through the...
But that's cost-benefit analysis, which is a lot different to economic analysis.
And I'll get you to wind up, Senator Van.
I would probably just need to understand how you would make that distinction. I think when they are looking at the economic benefits within the electricity system, so to all those who consume, produce or transport electricity. So it's a full economic analysis, but within the electricity system. So it's not a whole of economy analysis.
No.
Yeah.
But it's analysis of it effectively only prioritises which transmission project is put ahead of another one. It does no assessment of whether a different mix of generation and storage would be better than that transmission. It doesn't look at different.
My understanding is it does do that. So it's an optimisation. So it is optimising between generation, storage and transmission projects.
I don't believe it does.
We will need
perhaps
to move
we
on,
might,
Senator Van.
I think perhaps come back to you with a bit of a schematic, Senator Van, about how the governance of all of this works. I mean, there are three relevant bodies here. This one, the AER, that appears before estimates, and the other two, reflecting their ownership structure, who don't. AEMO's ISP, I would not characterise it as narrowly as a cost-benefit analysis. It's an optimal path analysis is the way that I would describe it if pressed, but there might be better language to do that, a much more economic analysis. But they are 60% owned by the governments and other than that owned by the participants. And I always forget it, the AMC, I should say, run by the states. They have different accountabilities. I think the CEO of AEMO took some time to set out in quite a nice paragraph, which I won't bore the committee with, but will provide on notice to Senator Van their corporate governance arrangements and how that works in terms of the kind of issues that you're interested in. But we'll try and bundle that up for you and provide that on notice.
Most kind,
Senator Van, we really do need to give somebody else a go.
One last question. Ms Savage, do you think AER should have a role regulating the other market bodies, ensuring, I know on your website you say you act for consumers. Do you think that consumers would be better served with a regulator that's answerable to the Parliament, oversighting the decisions made by at least AEMO and its planning function?
As desirable as it sounds to have one ring that rules them all, I think probably there is a healthy tension that exists between the market bodies, and I think when I look at the relationship, say, of the Australian Energy Market Commission, they are the rule maker and we're the enforcer. So you probably would be it would be an uncomfortable relationship if we were to regulate them. I think because it would give us the power to regulate the rule maker, which might not be the appropriate balance there. Sort of like judiciary and police, really, in that sense. And not that I like to be likened to police, but anyway, that's the kind of relationship. And then with the Australian Energy Market Operator, we do have a role in their accountability, as Mr Oliver sort of stepped through before. So I think there is already a relationship there in that sense. But in terms of something more than that, I think that's a question for government.
There is enormous amounts of costs being passed through to energy users, consumers.
Senator Van, I'm going to pull you up because you've had quite a long stretch. I keep asking you to rotate the call, so I'm going to rotate the call now. And if we need to come back to you, then we can do that.
Thank you.
Senator Cadell.
On a not similar note than Senator Van's, getting my head around the relationship between AEMO, feedback loops, you guys, costings, projects, RIT-Ts, all this stuff. The timing gets me on specifically the overlap of different things happening at the same time. If I go to HumeLink and I go back there, my understanding is the purpose of the feedback loop is really to check the costings are real costings. Is that...
So it does two things.
Yep.
It does both. It checks that whatever project they've ended up with still meets the identified need, so it's serving the right purpose. So if, transfer capability, etc. And then it also does a double check to make sure that whatever costs they finally come up with by the time they're ready to submit a contingent project application, because that's when they'll have tendered costs, etc., that they still fit within the optimal development pathway.
What ability do you have to peer down into commercial operators for truth-telling, for want of a better word, to ascertain what they're saying is correct? And I'll go to HumeLink specifically on that. I think in about April 23, they asked for a $200 million review of early works.
Yeah.
Take that through. You were looking at that, you're going through that process. On my timeline, and it was looked at in a direction for AEMO to proceed on the 23rd of May. They assessed that the $3.91 billion of the project was equivalent to the $3.28, that it was largely similar, and you signed off on that project. In other words, the project hadn't really changed other than inflation in real dollar terms. So if we go from April to May, we're now at 3.9, and then at a New South Wales Legislative Council hearing in July 23, Mr Redman of Transgrid on that actually says that project's going on, it's more in a 30% increase on the 3.9, it's more like $5 billion. So the sign-off was on the 3.9 when Mr Redman was a month later saying it's more like 5. There's a $1 billion discrepancy within a year's progress. What ability do you have to check that Transgrid are being honest with AEMO of going through this process? When you do your feedback loop, how do we know we're getting the right message?
So by the time the feedback loop is done, it is, and when we got, for example, the 4.279 million, at that
and you
point,
wrote to them in July as well, didn't you?
What was that?
You wrote to them on the 22nd of August.
Saying make sure you keep a check that you haven't had a material change in circumstances.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Because they've just thrown another billion on somewhere in estimates and...
Yeah.
You know what they're saying, billion here, billion there, soon adds up to real money. So
So no, we were very conscious when we saw that number had changed. We obviously wrote to Transgrid and said there is an obligation under the rules for a project proponent, if they think there's been a material change in circumstances, to effectively update the RIT-T unless they think that there hasn't been. So we wrote to them in August. I think that's the letter you're referring to.
Yes, I think so.
Where we said, don't forget about that obligation. Now, when we received the application from them on I think it was the 23rd of December last year, because I remember thinking it was a bit cheekily close to Christmas. When we received the application, there was a lot of information missing. So we spent a lot of January and February going back and saying, well, where's this? And a lot of it was redacted and trying to get further information from them. We had quite a number of information requests, though, to them through the course of that. So through the process of going through those information requests, we discovered a few mistakes. And so there was about $100 million that they took off the price tag through that process as well. But by the time we make the decision on it, and it went through the feedback loop at its original application price. So
at 3.3?
No, at the 4.3 nearly, 4.279.
Okay.
It went through the feedback loop at that price. 100 million came off it through our information requests, and then about another 200 million came off it because we knocked them back on some things. So the project that we approved was less than what went through the feedback loop.
Right.
Yeah.
So where in the process from the original, in that same testimony in July, Mr Redman says the official cost of the project is $3.3 billion, and then he says plus. What is the process for when that starts to look at, to what Senator Van was saying, you guys don't look at it's just the cost of the project being reasonable anymore. Is that still fit for purpose in how it fits into the ISP?
So that is the feedback loop itself, which is AEMO's feedback loop. So AEMO is responsible. So before we can start saying is 4.3 the right number, it goes back to AEMO. They say, okay, so the project now costs 4.3, but we used to think it costs 3.2 or whatever it was. And so they put it back through their optimal development plan pathway analysis and confirm for us that it's still...
But that was the next application. There was a $200 million upgrade request originally on 3.3. That was the one I'm going back to, I think, in April of... on 6th of April 2023.
So in January 22, there was the first early works amount.
Yep.
And then in April 22, there was the second early works amount.
Which is 200 mil.
And both of those went through the feedback loop on the estimate that was around at the time.
Yep.
And then by the time they came for the next chunk of money, it had gone up. And that's when it went back through the feedback loop at its full cost. So it's been through the feedback loop quite a few times, would be what I would say.
How many times?
Well, it would have been through the feedback loop both times for the first stage of early works, the second stage of early works, and then it ended up going through twice on the full amount because we, following feedback from you and stakeholders, put it back through the feedback loop again. So it's been through 4 times.
Okay. I'm slightly...
I'll just check with Ms Jolly, that's correct, yeah.
Slightly less confused, and I think there will be some questions on notice after.
Okay.
Thank you, Tar.
I know it's confusing.
Yeah, because there's multiple applications on different programs at the same time.
And the rules have been changed now too, so that if you have an early works application, it would no longer go through the feedback loop at all. So
what would happen now?
So now an early works application doesn't need to have gone through a RIT-T or through the feedback loop. We can assess an early works application just on the basis of the fact that it's within the integrated system plan and it's an actionable project. So it'd only go through the feedback loop once it's coming for the full bucket of money. I'll just check that's correct. Yeah. So that was a rule change made by the Australian Energy Market Commission recently.
So going back over something you said, so I'm having greater clarity. AER has no program in value for money, in value to consumer or cost for delivery. It just has cost of doing the project, not how it fits into the retail market or the... AEMO does all that. AEMO does...
AEMO does the cost-benefit analysis and the transmission business does the cost-benefit analysis. Both of those pieces of analysis have to be consistent with the guidelines that we write, but they do the analysis themselves. The one thing I would just say is probably slightly different on that, Senator, is that when I referred to a material change in circumstances before, when HumeLink made its proposal or the application for the full amount in December last year, and I said to you we'd reminded them of their obligations around the material change in circumstances, they submitted that material change in circumstances analysis to us in March, I think, and we put that out for consultation. Stakeholders had significant concerns with that material change in circumstances analysis, and so we did do our own modelling at that point in time to test the robustness of Transgrid's material change in circumstances analysis. So because we thought the benefits looked overinflated, and so we did do some further modelling to test that as well, and we put some additional costs or we reduced the costs of some of the alternative options which we thought they'd overinflated, etc. So we did a bit of stress testing, I would say, on the analysis to confirm that they still had the preferred option.
Okay, last question on this. From going through this timeline, when was the first time AER became aware that the cost was no longer $3.3 billion?
I would have to take that on notice in terms of when we might have informally become aware.
When and how that happened? Was it the great National Party MLC Wes Fang doing his job, or was it some other part?
Can I just, do we know when and where, how we first... Yeah, I think we probably need to just double check that because
thank you very much.
I'm not quite sure. Yeah.
There'll be some in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again. Today, we've discussed at length, I think it was with you, Ms Savage, about smart meters.
Yes.
You've regularly touted that they're a good thing, and you've spoken about Australian energy regulators need to have them rolled out as widely as possible, as quickly as possible.
Oh, sorry, that's not us, Senator. That would be the Australian Energy Market Commission who's talked about that.
Okay. What's actually happening is that smart meters are being used to gouge customers. Many companies are not getting informed consent from consumers before changing customers over to incredibly punitive plans. Then those smart meters are being used to pinpoint the exact time someone is using their maximum amount of power, and the companies are charging the customer as if they're doing that the entire period. So what we've heard of is examples. For example, a family might be away on holiday for a couple of weeks. They come back near the end of the month and they throw everything in the dryer, the washing machine, and then their demand goes way up. And they're charged at that rate for the whole month. That's clearly gouging them. Are there no protections for the consumer who wants to have their smart meter removed? And what are you doing to crack down on those predatory power companies?
So thank you for the question, Senator. I think there's just a distinction I'd like to make between a network tariff and a retail tariff. So the electricity rules require network tariffs to become increasingly cost reflective, but a retailer's job is to manage the risk on behalf of customers. So as you can imagine, the price of power in the wholesale market fluctuates every day between minus $1,000 and $17,000. It
does these days, yes.
It always has, actually. Well, the cap's been different, but yeah, it's always been highly volatile in the NEM. And a retailer's job is to package up a product for a customer that manages that risk for them. Networks have a set of cost-reflective tariffs that they show to retailers as well, because the way in which the cost of a network is really about the maximum use of the network. So if all of us in this room decided to turn everything on at exactly the same time, the network has to be built big enough to accommodate that. I'm sure you can appreciate that. And so what the network is doing is giving to the retailer a signal about when they've got more or less capacity available in their network. And then retailers package up that network signal and that wholesale signal and give it to a retailer. So the Australian Energy Market Commission has recognised that with the rollout of smart meters, more and more customers are being put onto tariffs that they may not understand, the sort of tariff you just described. And so they've actually got a draft report out at the moment, which is suggesting that there should be a longer period of time for customers to have, so sort of 3 years, I think is what they've proposed. And Mr Duggan might want to talk a little bit more about this, given it's not my agency. But they've given customers sort of a 3-year window where retailers can't put them onto a time of use tariff. So even if they get a smart meter, they couldn't go automatically onto one of those time of use tariffs. But did you want to add to that?
What, for 3 years?
Yeah, just to add to that. So two additional things, which is that they must also be given, it must be an opt-in. So under what's being proposed by the AMC, you must opt in to a time of use tariff, not be forced on a time of use tariff. And the other element to it is if you choose not to opt in, then you would continue to just face the flat tariff that you would have before. So building in additional consumer protections.
For the 3 years.
For the 3 years, yeah.
So what protections are available in the national electricity rules for consumers against power companies that are using the smart meters you're encouraging to be installed to gouge people?
So this rule change that Simon's just referred to and I've referred to will put that protection in place.
Is that what it's designed to do?
Yes.
Is that why you bring it in? Yeah. Okay. What tangible benefit are consumers supposedly getting out of smart meters?
So it's actually a really great question. I'm going to give you a bit of a techie answer, but in Victoria, where we've had smart meters for quite some time, when we look at the rate of asset utilisation in the distribution system in Victoria and compare it to jurisdictions that don't have smart meters, there's actually much higher utilisation in Victoria. So we see utilisation rates up to nearly 80%, sometimes, high 70s, I should say, whereas the average utilisation rate across the national electricity market's more like 43%. And part of that's because the smart...
How do you measure utilisation?
So how much network is built to meet peak demand versus how much is used, is latent for the rest of the day.
So the idea is to try and decrease the amount of peak network
It's
capacity.
to try and ensure that we've got loads filling up the holes in the day, so that we're not building too much network, that's right. And so what you see in Victoria is the level of utilisation is much greater, so the overall network cost is much smaller. So customers are really benefiting from the reduced need to invest in networks because of improved utilisation. So that's one benefit. We also see...
Is that because, excuse me, Ms Savage, is that because the consumer knows when to utilise the network?
That's part of it, and it can also be the visibility that the network has over some of these assets as well. So I know you and I have talked before about some of the different types of tariffs that exist in Queensland, like controlled load tariffs, for etc., particularly with pool pumps and things like that. So being able to move these types of discretionary loads, not heating and cooling or dishwashers or lights, but some of those movable loads through the day can actually avoid investment in the network, which is a great thing for consumers in terms of keeping bills down.
So last question, Chair. Related to smart meters, I raised at a previous session the issue of air conditioners being throttled by power companies. You seemed unaware of that issue when I raised it. Have you had time to review the article I supplied confirming that actually did happen at an alarming frequency? I think it was 6 times.
So I think, Senator Roberts, that was a question about the Peak Smart device, and you gave it to us on notice and we've responded on notice. Is that correct, Stephen? Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Van, I'm going to remind you that you have an inquiry and a lot of the questions you're asking are going down that same pathway, and that you spent a number of hours with Ms Savage over the last couple of weeks, and ask you to be as swift as you can in finishing up your questions.
Sadly, we only had an hour with I will try to be
briefings as well.
It was a very good hour. It was a very good hour, and we appreciated the input. Unlike any other large-scale cost impost that's put on Australians, which is normally done via the tax system, is accounted for in the budget and is brought here to estimates to be judged. At the moment, the energy system, there is a monopoly planner that decides a path, and once that path is established, all those costs, what they estimate to be $143 billion, is then automatically passed on through to energy consumers on their energy bill. Is that a correct way to characterise it?
I guess, unlike the budget, there are multiple points of consultation with all stakeholders, including consumers. So people do have opportunities to contribute their concerns to that process.
And I think that's an important point. There is an enormous amount of transparency in the system, but very little accountability. And as Senator Cadell pointed out before, that even when a cost blows out enormously, it's only checked back as whether or not it fits the plan, not against whether it still has an economic benefit for Australians enough that they will be charged for it.
So the plan, that checking back on the plan, that process is again an economic assessment within the electricity system, not the whole economy, but looking at the costs and benefits that attract.
But there's no economic analysis of whether a different mix of generation storage would be better suited to meeting needs as opposed to transmission projects.
So that might be a question that's better put to AUMO, because my understanding is it is optimising across generation, storage and transmission.
As I've said before, the reason we got up the other inquiry was because they don't appear here and you do, so forgive me for asking the questions. But I will leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Dunman.
Thank you. You told the nuclear...
So I'm just deaf in this ear, so I have to just be able to hear.
Behave yourself, Senator.
No, it wasn't about making you louder. It was a request to make me slightly softer.
Sorry. You told the Nuclear Select Committee the other week, and I'll quote, "Just today, Mr O'Brien, we got 5,640 megawatts of coal plant off on an outage. That's 26% of the total coal fleet. Now 2,480 megawatts of that is off unplanned. That's more than 11% of our coal fleet off today, just unplanned. That's having an impact on forward prices of electricity." I wondered if you had the numbers as of today, and also if you could comment on or elaborate on what you meant when you said that this is having an impact on forward prices of electricity.
If you give me just one moment, I just have to pull up the daily monitoring email so I can tell you that.
Thank you.
No, that's okay. Look, so today there is 5,404 megawatts of capacity that is offline, coal capacity that's offline, that's in total, and 1,500 megawatts of that is unplanned today. And then in terms of the comments I made about forward prices, the way in which forward prices are formed is effectively because we have a very volatile spot market, so prices can go from minus $1,000 to positive $17,000. Retailers and generators tend to enter into contracts with each other to manage that financial volatility and that financial risk. And those forward contracts are big determinants of what goes into a retail price. Most generators and retailers would be, or most retailers would have contracts to about, and generators to about 80% of their capacity. And so the supply demand of those forward contracts has a big impact on the price of those forward contracts. What we've seen and we've heard from energy market participants is that as the coal fleet is becoming less reliable, the generators themselves are less willing to supply forward contracts, and so that market's becoming tighter from that perspective. We have seen quite a bit of volatility since the market events in 2022. So those 2022 market events were largely driven by global fossil fuel prices, so imported into our market through coal and gas prices, and as well we'd had a lot of plant unreliability issues through 2022 as well. Because the market's experienced that level of volatility, some of that volatility is driven by wind and solar as well, and their availability at different times of the day. But what we've seen now is that the market, retailers are wanting to be contracted against this future volatility. There's less supply of contracts, and the prices for those contracts have remained higher, even though we've had some very low wholesale spot outcomes. And so my comments to that inquiry, Senator, were really saying that, you know, the impact that coal is having in the system and its lack of reliability is actually fundamentally impacting those forward prices, which impacts retail prices.
Thank you.
I'll give you an example. Just today, 1.4 gigawatts of unplanned coal-fired power station outages just today. And I don't think there's been a day for many hundreds of days where there hasn't been a similar result. These are the assets that Mr Littleproud tells us that we should just sweat, I think was the phrase, a little bit longer. You would only say that if you hadn't been in any of them. Anyway, that's the Coalition's plan. More detail required.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Thank you, Ms Savage, Mr Oliver and colleagues. We appreciate your time and we will release you. Thank you. I would now ask that officers from the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commission come forward. Welcome, Mr Sheldon. You are the acting Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner, or the interim?
The interim Commissioner, that's correct.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Do you have an opening statement?
No, I don't.
Okay, we'll go directly to questions and we'll... No, we won't?
Yes, we will when we... Senator will have to just step out for a minute. So
okay, Senator Roberts, did you have questions of this witness? Senator Roberts.
I did. I was expecting a different witness.
Yes, I think just for a point of clarity, I think everybody was expecting a different witness. I have advised them that the new commissioner is not starting until, I believe it's December.
That's right.
Yes, so I think that's adjusted some of the approach of my colleagues.
Okay, I might ask a couple of questions. Chair, is that all right while Senator Roberts comes along? So just welcome, thanks for coming, the Dyer review, if we can go to that. Of the findings of the Dyer review, can I ask what has been implemented so far?
So in relation to the review that was conducted by Mr Andrew Dyer, you know, he was provided that role by the minister, and so it was sort of separate in a way to the role of the Office of the Commissioner. It was like a separate review. The task for implementation is now with the department, Commonwealth Department, as well as the states, and it was considered at the Energy and Climate Ministerial Council on the 19th of July.
Sure.
And at that date, there was a there was. It's been made public in the communique and so on, the approach to implementation. So what I would say about it from my observation is that there is implementation underway. It's really a matter for the responsibility for implementation, I guess, is not with us, but with the department. Sure. In terms of the matters that I can, I guess, comment on, you know, we certainly are involved with recommendation 1, which is the developer rating scheme. There's a, I guess, governance architecture set up to engage and consult with industry, but also landholders to sort of work through the design of that. So that's still underway, and as I understand it, that's being brought forward later in the year. But again, we're not, my office is not actually delivering that.
So, Mr. Duggan, I know other officials may have gone, but are you able to assist?
Yeah, I am, Senator. Very happy to help. So there were 9 recommendations from the Dyer review. You may know the Energy and Climate Ministerial Council accepted in principle 9 of them.
Yes.
3 of them directed specifically at the Commonwealth. One is enhancing the Office of the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner and reviewing the governance model. So we have now transitioned the AIC from what was a contractual role to a non-statutory ministerial appointment. And the importance of that is to enhance the independence of the role. One of the reasons for that, we are very conscious that the Commonwealth is actually quite actively engaged in various elements of the clean energy transition. So being able to have an arm's length, effectively the Energy Commissioner working at arm's length from government was considered to be important for the credibility of that role in communities. The second one, which Mr Sheldon's referred to, is the developer rating scheme. And there we're approaching that in effectively 2 steps. One is working through a consultative body which includes members of the clean energy sector. It involves employee representatives, business representatives, working with us to effectively design what is the right set of benchmarks against which to assess or to rate. Second element then is thinking through then the governance model there, and there are a couple that are under development which relate first of all to practice within communities around consultation, but secondly around the bona fides of the organisation. You know, how well equipped are they to deliver on the projects that they're seeking to progress. Okay. And then the third element is one that really directed to the Commonwealth and the states, which is around strengthening approvals processes. So one of the irritants that often comes to us is when projects are stuck in approvals processes, communities, the uncertainty that creates for communities about whether or not a project's going to proceed. So there, in the most recent budget, the Commonwealth put down some investment, $134.2 million around strengthening approvals processes, specifically around environmental approvals, the prioritisation of renewable energy projects consistent with a national agreed priority list, and then also strengthening administration of complex applications around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander heritage. So, yeah. But all as Mr Sheldon referred to, the remaining recommendations which relate, some specifically to the states, others are shared ones, sit under an action plan that we're working our way through.
So just then to the timeline, predominantly around the rating scheme, and you talk about design and then the governance model. I mean, what sort of a time frame are we working to here now?
Yeah, so we're looking to have, and Mr Sheldon has been assisting us greatly on this, but in the first part of 2025, we would look to have the first part of that, the first step of that rating scheme in place. But John, you might want to add.
I think you're correct. It will be in early next year that this will be worked through. So it's important to get the design right, obviously, and including with landholders. So that's part of what I can bring into that design process is talk to some of the other stakeholders.
Sure.
That in addition to the ones that Mr Duggan just referenced.
Okay. And so when you say first step, are we talking about the first exposure draft or a first...
So the way we're thinking about this, Senator, is, as I said before, you really first of all need to establish what's the benchmark for good performance against which you're then applying ratings. So what we want to do, working with industry, is establish that benchmark, communicate it, and give project proponents the opportunity to voluntarily disclose whether or not they're meeting those benchmarks. The second step would then be to move into more of a frame where there's an assessment process that takes place, where we're rigorously testing, whether a proponent has the bona fides to deliver the project and to actually test on the ground whether they're delivering. So first step, as I said, benchmarks, voluntary disclosure. Second step, enforcement, essentially.
Okay, all right. So, but the standards will be developed and more or less enforced just in that voluntary capacity, and then in a slightly more... Okay. Yep. And just in terms of the governance model that you mentioned, same sort of time frame or slightly longer? Or?
Same sort of time frame.
Okay, so early 2025 and with, first quarter sort of thing, is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, so first or second quarter, still to be determined, working it through with industry and community.
Okay. All right, and just one last question then, and I think that does us for this. Just in terms of the work on strengthening the approval processes, timeline on that?
So that's a good one to put to outcome 2 because that fits with our environment colleagues.
Well, you've just pleased our chair no end as well, so that's an outcome 2 question. So I will come back to you on that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again. Just a second set of questions. My first set of questions was my planned second set, okay, so we've modified the agenda. Your predecessor said, quote, Australia's random renewable energy push needs to be overhauled and a nationwide stocktake is required to determine what should be built and where it should go. Are you committed to that overhaul?
That is an observation recommendation made by Mr Dyer, and I think that's been built into the review that Mr Duggan's just been talking about. So all those action plans and so on are designed to
When's that coming out? I'm sorry, I missed it.
So the action plan has been agreed by the Energy and Climate Ministerial Council. So that's now a public document. So we're in the process now of implementing. So the full response to the review was published on the 19th of July.
Thank you. So that's been included in their recommendations?
Yes, that's right.
That's correct.
Mr Dyer also said, quote, the sort of granular planning required for a once-in-a-generation transformation to secure the nation's energy supply still had not happened. Is that now in the report as well? Granular examination, granular planning?
Yeah, so this was a recommendation to governments, plural. So here, I mean, as you know, a lot of the detail, the specific planning around land use, around specific locations of related transmission, a lot of that sits with the state governments and involves a very big input from the local governments. So that recommendation, a lot of the argumentation around that recommendation was to point to some of the best practice that already exists and to encourage that to be taken up by the other states and territories.
Because there's a lot of pain in the regions now because they're bearing the brunt of solar and wind disturbances.
So what the report highlighted was that certainly where best practice is not happening, there was an opportunity to certainly improve the way projects are being delivered to the betterment of communities. That's absolutely correct.
Because it seems like it's hell for leather, just do whatever you want. And there's a lot of cash flying around which is inducing councils to bypass some of their own ordinances as we understand it. So...
Well, Senator Roberts, the government inherited the last government's framework and commissioned Mr Dyer to do this report because it's in the interests of rural and regional communities and the interests of an effective rollout of generation and transmission capability that we improve the governance and consultation processes and all of the things that are included in Mr Dyer's report. That's what's motivated the government to commission this report, and those 9 recommendations, I think Mr Duggan said 3 of them directed towards the Commonwealth, because there are multiple participants in this process, but they have essentially all been adopted, and it's our job now to operationalise that effectively in a way that addresses, I think, many of the issues that you raise.
Well, are you aware, Minister, thank you for that, are you aware that a coal-fired power station and a nuclear power station have about 40 hectares of a footprint, and that's it, and a very narrow target transmission corridor straight to the main users, which are the cities and the provincial cities. Solar and wind are scattered and away from the main cities, and they take up enormous room. Their energy density is very low, which means that you need an enormous amount of land to produce the same power, and then even then you can't produce it regularly. So that increases transmission costs, increases the amount of land the regions are devoting to solar, wind and transmission, and also now batteries. It's causing a lot of angst. Are you aware of that?
Well, I'm certainly aware, on one hand, that the processes for approval and consultation with these projects were, we were operating with the last government's processes, and we are working to improve those. I'm also aware that you're trying to make a broader point, I guess, about the merit or otherwise of the approach that is being taken by the government and the states and Commonwealth in terms of the building an energy system for the future. I think it's hard, I appreciate you're not one of the coalition MPs here, but it's hard to make, I think, an argument about community consultation on one hand, and then do a press release that says we're going to turn up with 7 nuclear reactors in your neighbourhood, whether you like it or not. We're not going to tell you how much they cost, how many of them we're going to build, but Muswellbrook, here you go, whether you like it or not, nuclear reactor.
I agree with you.
That will be very expensive. What we know, and I think the evidence that you've heard today, and I understand you don't agree with it, I think you've demonstrated over time that impervious to the facts and evidence that are provided by the agencies, and that's your right. That's your right. I understand that, but that the shift to the cheapest form of energy is what the government is interested in here, and claims are made, some of them very wild claims, some of them somewhere between misinformation and disinformation about the scale of land that is required for these projects. I understand people make those claims, and some people retweet them and repost them. Pretty irresponsible in my view. But we have commissioned the Dyer report for a reason, and that is to improve the processes. The Minister believes, the government believes, that adopting those together with the appointment of Mr Maher and other steps that the government is undertaking will improve the effectiveness of the consultation process as we get on with what is, one of the most important nation-building things that government can do, and that is to deliver the lowest cost, most reliable energy system as we upgrade our energy system so that we can have manufacturing jobs and we can have low cost, reliable, renewable energy and storage for households and business into the future. It's a decades-long pathway, and we're determined to do it in the most efficient way possible for the Australian people.
There are 2 things I would remind you of, Minister. One is that the energy density drives the cost, and physics does not change the very, very low energy density of solar and wind, whereas coal, and especially nuclear, have very high energy density. Second thing is that everywhere around the world, every country that has increased the proportion of solar and wind has increased the cost of electricity for consumers and destroyed their manufacturing base. Have a look at Germany. Something that Mr. Dyer was very passionate about was rehabilitation bonds, so that these wind and solar companies have put money away for decommissioning the complexes at the end of life. A coal mine, a surface mine, has to pay a bond for every hectare uncovered each year. And then at the end of the life of the mine, if it's rehabilitated properly to either a superior standard than it was originally, they get their money back. No bond for solar and wind. What work have you done on putting reforms to government that would ensure there is money put away to clean up the environment, not just leave a toxic wasteland? Specifically, what have you done with the government?
So, can I just clarify that question? What work has the AURC done to raise that issue with government?
Yes.
Well, I think Mr. Dyer raised that. It was in his annual report in 2022 that he raised this issue about performance bonds in relation to wind farms in particular.
And what work has been done in following up?
We have. It's certainly one of those issues where it does get raised with us. It's not in the top 10 or so issues that are raised with us in relation to in the complaints that we receive, because we're like a small ombudsman.
Yeah.
We receive complaints. It's an issue that does get raised during the time that I've been in the role, which is from the 2nd of April this year. It has been raised a few times, but it's certainly not the top issue. In terms of what is happening, I think since 2022, when Mr. Dyer raised the issue, what I can see that I've observed in the time that I've been in the role is that in different jurisdictions there's certainly a work done to increase transparency. One of our roles, I guess, in the ARC is to promote more transparency around these projects.
Have you done?
So, for example, it's not our role to implement policy. We've identified issues and we certainly monitor them. So New South Wales, for example, has recently worked on their renewable energy plan, which includes standard clauses and so on around for landholders. Standard clauses in relation to landholders around this sort of issue. So we're monitoring that, but we don't have responsibility for implementing it as a sort of a complaint handling body. And so if we identify good examples, then we'll identify them as part of our role.
So what are you doing specifically to make sure that the bonds come into place?
We don't have a role to implement putting that in place. It's certainly something we can certainly raise it as an issue. We have a range of mechanisms to do that. So one of them is our, the annual report, which comes out. It's on, obviously comes out every year. It's on a calendar year basis, and part of what's always been appended to that annual report is a series of observations that have really been built on the observations of the Commissioner over many years, which is where the observation was made in 2022. And so that's a place where we can raise that with officials that do have policy responsibility for these sorts of matters. So that's generally how we do it. We also have a website where we would raise things. We have reporting obligations to the Minister. So if we identify there's an issue, we obviously include that in our observations or reports.
Senator Roberts, can I ask if you have much more to go?
No, I just want to make a comment to the Minister. Minister, this is a comment, but I know there's no reflection on the people at the table with you right now because they're in interim. Well, you're not an interim, but you're an interim. Mr. Dyer was a thorough.
We're all interim in one sense, Senator Roberts.
Mr. Dyer was a thorough professional who did his job extremely well. We happily endorsed him in Senate estimates. He was effectively an ombudsman, and a very good one. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Sheldon. We appreciate your time. And we will let you go. And I will now ask officers from the Offshore Infrastructure Regulator and the Offshore Infrastructure Registrar to come to the table as speedily as possible. It is our intention, just for people's information, to get through this session and then take a 45-minute dinner break at whatever time that happens to be. So I'd like to to welcome Ms Sue McCary, the CEO of the Offshore Infrastructure Regulator, and Mr Graham Waters, the Offshore Infrastructure Registrar. Thank you very much for making yourselves available. I will just make a brief comment. Ms Carey, you are separately the CEO of NOPSEMA, and Mr Waters, you are separately the Administrator of NOPTA. I just want to remind senators that that is not the purpose of their appearance here today. If there are issues related to NOPSEMA or to NOPTA, I will ask that senators take those questions to the Economics Committee later in the week. Would either of you like to make an opening statement?
No, Chair. I'm happy for mine to be tabled.
Fantastic. Thank you. Ms Waters? No, thank you. Lovely. We will go directly to questions then. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. In the spirit of getting this over, knowing we have a committee on the books that will be looking at offshore wind and its relations,
indeed,
I will save some for a more personal time between us. I got the process of where we're up to on feasibility licences and everything this morning off the department across all different areas. This will be into the feedback and the consultation processes as we go forward, and what has happened in the past and how we go forward on new consultations. Just to be right, when we are told there are 60-day reporting periods, that's a minimum requirement, isn't it, under the Act for consultation?
Are you asking a question of the department or of the regulator? Or the
on this area, I'm not seeing of the regulator.
So I don't think it's 60 days, actually. Senator, I think the minimum consultation period will be substantially shorter than that for the period. I'd have to take that on notice, but we generally extend it beyond what is required, and we often seek, when people ask for extensions, like has occurred in the Illawarra and in Bunbury, the Minister extended it beyond that as well. So I'll take it on notice. But
it got extended after thing. I know there was a phase on it. Yep. What's the feedback the regulators got from the people of the Illawarra regarding the offshore wind development so far?
I'm probably referring to the Office of Infrastructure Registrar, because it's the registrar that facilitates licences.
I don't have any specific details of what feedback was received in respect to the application that we've assessed.
Right. So what role would you get involved in with the community on?
The Infrastructure Registrar's role starts with the receipt of the applications.
Right.
And the assessment of
the feasibility or the application.
The feasibility application.
Right. So there's none. How many are in anywhere, if anywhere, at the moment?
The feasibility licence has been granted for Gippsland.
Yep.
There have been a preliminary decision, an interim decision with respect to, with respect to the Hunter area. The Illawarra.
Yep.
We are currently undertaking the assessment process.
Yep. Preliminary Southern Ocean as well, I've been told.
Southern Ocean. If I could. Southern Ocean, the applications closed on the 2nd of July.
Yep.
One application was received.
Yep.
We have completed our assessment and provided our advice to the Minister. On the 26th of September, the Minister announced a preliminary decision, and this, then the final decision will be subject to procedural fairness processes and consultation with First Nations in accordance with the Native Title Act.
Right. Just on that, or across the whole? That was an interesting thing today, because that was specifically answered. Southern Ocean is just on the First Nations Act and Native Title. That's the only thing we're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a new thing for us, and your roles that we won't refer to that were mentioned in other questions, ask this group, ask that group, this group does that, ocean floor versus all that sort of stuff. We now have this body. Yeah. What's the interaction of the three groups as you see it, with this, starting from this perspective?
Can I have a go at that one?
Yeah.
In the first instance, because it's largely the same as it is for the offshore oil and gas sector. So
Yep.
The department in this instance looks after policy matters, and then when the development of the Act regulations,
yep.
then we go and consult on the declared areas. So there was 6, which we've walked you through. 5 have been declared. Bass Strait still to be done. At the time that areas are declared, that starts a competitive feasibility licensing process.
Yep.
And then the offshore infrastructure registrar comes in and assesses all those applications as they would with offshore oil and gas projects.
Yep.
Provides advice to the minister licenses them. They then get a licence, a feasibility licence, with the ability to go and conduct certain activities in those declared areas, and then the regulator is involved in regulating those activities. They submit management plans consistent with those activities. So there's a pipeline of activities. It starts with the department, then it flows through the registrar, and then the end point is the regulator.
So the regulator wouldn't be doing a lot yet because no one has put in their plans yet, is that correct?
Exactly.
That's right. Yes. We're just chilling. Yeah. Wait for, so with the registrar... That was a very good description. I'm 100% good with that. When we're talking to the registrar, what requirements, what guidelines, what advice do you give to the proponents on with their feasibility applications for information and length of time? Is there a time that an estimation time that you think before they put the finished report back in their feasibility studies? You don't touch that at all. You just assess who you think's best, and then the companies go away and do what they think. Because what's going out there in the world, I can tell you from Hunter and Illawarra, they're worried that these things are going to be turned around in 18 months or 2 years, and that's not long enough. Do you have any role on how quickly they can turn things around? Or what the requirements are?
How quickly the activities, you're talking how quickly the feasibility licence holders would undertake their activities?
Yeah.
As part of their applications, they describe what they see as the timeline for their project, and they provide us with annual reporting each year on the activities they've undertaken and the activities they plan to undertake during the future year.
Right.
The feasibility licence runs for 7 years, so the aim is for them to explore the feasibility licence over the course of those 7 years, and that would involve
They don't have to take all 7 years, they can take up to 7 years.
They don't have to take those 7 years. The idea is for them to do it in the least time possible, which is the process we go through in reviewing their annual reports and engaging with them on their work programs and the work undertaken during that time.
So outside of Gippsland, which may be more events, you wouldn't have an annual report from them yet after a feasibility licence, would you?
As yet, we don't have no one has been had a licence for 12 months for them to provide an annual report.
Are they public at all, the reports, when they will come in?
The annual report is not made public. It's effectively a review document, a regulation document.
Yep.
So it allows us to review whether the licensees continue to meet the criteria to maintain their licence, and should they defer from those requirements, then we provide advice to the minister in relation to their status.
Now,
so it's like a compliance check activity.
And I don't know this, I haven't done my homework on this is me being bad, are the guidelines that they think they'll take and the things they will undertake to proceed, is that public? So
there is a guideline published in relation to the requirements for feasibility licences.
The guidelines for the feasibility licence, but when you said they undertake what they will do and what they expect to do?
Yes.
Is that public from their feasibility licence?
They don't actually make formal commitments as to the exact activities. What we're looking for them to do is to describe how they will explore the feasibility of the project and move to a point where they may make an investment decision on taking that project forward.
But they don't have to disclose that's not publicly disclosed?
No, that's correct.
And then their reports where they're talking about what they've done and what they will do, that's not out there either?
That's correct.
What about the reporting times for when, so on progress, if they're getting close to finishing, there's no report? What happens when they lodge their thing? Is there another chance for public consultation or public comment? Or
so the elements that will be public will relate to the management plan, which is reviewed and approved by the regulator.
Yep.
So those elements will be public documents, and there will be consultation processes involved with those processes across the life of the feasibility licence.
So with the registrar, yes. Okay, first, do you deal with when people are making their applications for feasibility licences, and like I know one's been granted in Allora, but there are other proponents looking at other sites. Are you constantly talking to proponents in industry, or is it only they come to you when they want to desperately have a crack at something that's open? Because I noticed like there's been a few withdrawals from systems publicly at the moment. I know OceanX said they were pulling out in June, but it only became public recently, these sorts of things.
Well, yes, we do. We engage with licence holders.
Yep.
And answering their questions when possible, and through that process happens before applications are lodged and when the regime was first announced, not during the assessment process, but then after the Minister has made an interim decision. Again, procedural fairness practices take place, so there's further engagement at that point as well.
My concern, and it's not many, I accept it's not many, one or two people saying they won't take process in this zone anymore because they missed the first feasibility licence, they weren't interested in different parts. Are we seeing a lowering of competition for feasibility licences going forward in other zones, which, you know, competition drives success? It keeps, when you've got to be better than the next guy, I don't want to get to a point where we've only got one or two proponents having a look at this. Is there a still healthy competition for licences?
Well, certainly there was a lot of applications for the first round in Gippsland, and since then there has been a decline in the number of applications received. Whether or not that is based on companies making commercial decisions about various areas, we don't have visibility over that.
Okay, but is there still what you would declare healthy competition?
We're still certainly getting interest and engagement from companies, yes.
I think there's been the first round of licensing in offshore wind. People are looking at different areas. Different areas have different characteristics, and therefore we'd expect to have different applicants applying in different areas. It's probably too early for us to tell what's the right amount of competition in individual areas.
My anecdotal thing is known versus unknown. The fixed in Gippsland is a fundamentally different thing than the floating in.
Yeah. And I think another similarity with the offshore oil and gas industry is that this is viewed by companies and industry generally as a global industry. And so it's not just local competition, there is competition around the world. So it's very difficult just to segment it.
That's fine. What are we doing with the regulator until we start getting these things in? Just being NOPSEMA.
Senator, we are actually undertaking a fair bit of work.
Yep.
First of all, we're developing our capabilities in that space. We've developed a whole range of guidance material for the industry. We'll do a final change on that once the regulations are in their final form. But we're also meeting, because there are now 12 licences that have been granted for the Gippsland, we're actually running a whole series of workshops and meeting with those licensees on talking to them about our expectations. So we don't need the final set of regulations to be talking about safety, risk management, what we expect to see as a regulator. So we are actually doing a fair bit of work.
Okay. Chair, given that I'll probably see them early in December and maybe February if you don't go too early to the election, I'm happy to leave that there.
I'm thinking Christmas Eve, Senator Cadell. No. What do you reckon? All done?
There's so much more, but I think it's a longer discussion, yes.
Fantastic.
Chair, if I may, I took on notice the 60 days question.
Yep.
Under the Act, it must be at least 60 days.
That's
so that's the standard. In
that is the minimum.
But the Minister has extended it on a number of occasions where people have sought that extension.
You told me I was wrong, didn't you? Yeah. No.
You get to be right just before dinner.
Once,
How nice. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. We will now take a break and we will return at 7 p.m. With outcome 2. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. And I would like to welcome the Honourable Senator Malarndirri McCarthy, Minister for Indigenous Australians and representing the Minister for Environment and Water. Minister, would you care to make an opening statement?
Oh, I would just like to acknowledge that we come together on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, Senator, and just pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging.
Thank you, and it's lovely to have you. I also wish to call officers from the Department in relation to Outcome 2, Conserve, Protect and Sustainably Manage Australia's Environment through a Nature Positive Approach. Program 2.1, Conserve, Protect and Sustainably Manage Australia's Environment through a Nature Positive Approach. Yes, Mr Fredericks.
Chair, like this morning, if it would assist you and the committee members, we're prepared and willing to run programs 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3 together and deal them at once if used to. We don't have to, but...
That would be very helpful.
Yeah, that's just this.
Mr Fredericks, thank you so much.
To be able to just move across the whole outcome.
Yes, well, we will add Program 2.2, Protect Australia's Cultural, Historic and First Nations Heritage.
2.3.
2.3 is that?
Circular economy.
The circular economy, yes. I don't have that down here anyway. Excellent, thank you very much. We'll start with Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Senator McCarthy, great to have you on the other side of the table here. If you end up being the regular minister repping for this session, you'll get used to the themes and topics pretty quickly because they don't seem to change.
Thanks for the heads up.
I first want to go to the topic of the vitronite coal mine. I had ordered some documents to be produced in relation to this mine and the alleged illegal bulldozing and mining at the proposed Vulcan South coal mine. I requested that documentation detailing all communications between the Minister and the Department with vitronite since August. The answers to those questions were due, or the answers to that documentation request was due on the 9th of October, and we're now the 4th of November. Why hasn't this been complied with?
Andrew McNee, Division Head, Environmental Permitting and Compliance Division. Senator, in relation to your request around the order to produce documents, the department has prepared a response that's currently being considered by the Minister's office.
So, sorry, there's just I couldn't hear you properly. Can you say that again?
So the department has prepared a response to the order and has provided that to the Minister's office, and they're considering that.
When did you provide that to the Minister?
I think I might have to check with my colleagues.
Yeah. Graham Grossi, Branch Head, Compliance and Enforcement. I think the due date was actually the 17th of October, Senator. I think you made the order on the 10th of October. So we supplied that to the Minister's office on the 21st of October.
So you provided on the 21st of October. It's now the 4th of November and we still haven't got it. Minister McCarthy, could I ask you that to take on notice why we haven't got a response to that from the Minister, please? Yep, Senator Hanson-Young, I can take that on notice. Thank you. Has there been any other complaints or concerns raised with the department about this particular activity by vitronite since the alleged illegal bulldozing was made public? I mean, aside from my request for an order of production documents, have you received any other requests for information or concerns have been raised?
Yeah, I might have to take that on notice, Senator. I do believe we have received an allegation from somebody else in relation to that site. I just can't remember off the top of my head who it was.
I understand that the illegal I understand that the illegal bulldozing and potentially even mining, which includes the destruction of this koala habitat, is still going ahead. Is that your understanding?
Senator, I'll just be clear, because there's one action here that has been approved. There's 2 actual referrals from, as it relates to Vulcan or Vitronite. It's actually Queensland Coke and Coal who are the approval holders.
Yep. And so the allegations of the illegal bulldozing and mining, is that still happening?
So, Senator, there's been no additional clearing since August. There is activity on the site. It's subject to a criminal investigation, so I can't really go into too much more detail.
So activity on site, mining activity?
It's actually a test sample pit.
Yes, I mean, that's the argument of the company, that it's a test site, but it's being done right in the area by which the application for a permanent site is, isn't it?
So what I will say, Senator, with those sort of matters, at 74AA is the provision under the legislation. When we look at those, obviously we have to go into certain elements of that, like is there a state approval in existence? Is it part of the action that has been referred? How do we collect the evidence for it? And so on.
But there's a criminal investigation underway in relation to this activity on foot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So they've obviously done something wrong.
Well, a criminal investigation doesn't start from the premise that they've actually breached the law. That's what we're trying to find out.
Okay. What do you understand is the criminal activity that is being investigated?
So there could be multiple elements. One is 74AA, which is taking an action before a decision is made. Could be against Section 18 or Section 18 of the legislation. That's significant impacts to a threatened species or ecological community.
Like a koala, like the koalas?
Yeah, any endangered species.
Mm-hmm. Where is the 2 applications that are currently on the table up to? Like, what's the status of them?
I'll just have to hand that one to my assessments colleagues.
Thank you.
Bruce Edwards, Division Head, Nature Positive Regulation Division. So they are in the assessment phase at the moment. I believe, see if colleagues get more granular detail, but I think one is approaching the approval period, but they're in the middle of an assessment, essentially, Senator.
So there hasn't been any halt to that process, despite the fact that there is alleged illegal activity and there's a current criminal investigation on foot. It's just going through the normal process, is it?
Well, they're alleged activity,
yes.
Senator, so we are compelled to continue the assessment process, yes.
So let's speak, so just so that we understand this. Mining company applies to have a mine. They put forward the application. They don't wait for approval. The allegation is that they've got in there, they've destroyed koala habitat. There's a criminal investigation on foot, and the department just has to keep on going on deciding whether to give them approval. I mean, surely this type of behaviour should be a mark against them.
Senator, I think it...
Or at least wait until the criminal investigation's finished.
I think natural justice actually dictates that we don't jump to a conclusion that there's been illegal activity, so we are required to continue. We will, at the appropriate time, consider environmental history, and we'll draw on full information at that time around the proponent's environmental history before we finalise a decision.
So can the approval be given before the criminal investigation is complete?
Yes, it can.
That's outrageous.
Well, Senator, can I just be fair? I think we need to be fair about this. My officers are applying the law.
How about being fair to the koalas?
Senator, my officers are applying the law, as you would expect them to and as the Australian community would expect them to. And so I think it's unfair to characterise their behaviour as outrageous when what it actually is law complying.
Well, what may be law complying, it may not. There's a criminal investigation because they've cleared koala habitat without being given approval.
Senator, I'm talking about the conduct of my officers.
Oh, I'm not talking about, I'm saying that the process is outrageous.
Well, my answer to that is that you're entitled to that opinion, but for my officers, they need to apply the law.
Sure. Has the minister asked for the company to stop the activity that is currently on foot?
So, Senator, again, there's an active investigation underway. So Mr Grossi has talked about that, and I don't think we can talk in any more detail around that active investigation.
Who's running the investigation?
Yep, that'd be my branch, Senator.
And how long have you been running this for?
I don't have the exact date, but obviously we received the allegations in August.
And did you receive those allegations separately to them being made public, or were you made aware when the issue became public?
No, I'm aware we received them internally through the assessment process.
Okay, so internally, there's been a red flag internally as the assessment for the application has been.
Yeah, and as I said before, there is an action and we've taken compliance action around that already, and there's 2 referrals. So as part of that holistic process in the various referrals, they identified clearing, and that was referred to my branch, which is the crime branch.
So is there anything that can be done while this criminal investigation is underway to stop this company from bulldozing koala habitat today?
I'll just go back to what I said, Senator. I'm not going to enter into hypotheticals. There's a criminal investigation underway. We have to go and gather the evidence, and we'll do it diligently and in accordance with our legislative framework.
So there's no way the minister can ask for a stop action?
The available things for that under the legislation are injunctions.
Has the minister applied for an injunction?
That would, not to my knowledge, Senator.
Is anybody else in the department?
And we have not applied for an injunction. Because again,
as the criminal branch, you haven't applied for an injunction?
No, because again, you have to gather the relevant evidence that there has been a breach of legislation, and that's what we're in the process of doing, Senator.
I just, like, anyone trying to follow this would be saying, well, what is the point of investigating a potential crime if the crime is allowed to continue while you're investigating it?
Senator Rachel Perry, Deputy Secretary. As Mr Grossi has indicated, we don't know whether a crime has been committed, and that's the point of the investigation. So there is a course of justice
you would know
that would need to be.
You would know if bulldozers are bulldozing. This isn't something about. This isn't hidden things in someone's spreadsheet. This is actually happening on the land, physically, to bushland, to koalas.
I'll get you to wrap up, Senator Hanson-Young, and we'll rotate the...
Has the minister applied for an injunction?
Not to our knowledge, Senator.
Has the minister sought any advice as to whether she should or could, or how the minister could apply for an injunction?
So, Senator, we'll just have to agree to disagree. That's not a relevant question because, as the evidence is, the conduct of the inquiry is ongoing. And we need to make sure that, according to law, we establish the evidence which would allow us to make such an advice to the minister.
Okay. Final question, Chair, because I know you want to wind me up and pass. If it is found that this is illegal activity, will you give this company any further approval?
Senator, it's entirely hypothetical. So, again, we would have to see...
Okay. Let me ask it this way. If you're found to be illegally destroying the land, if you're found to have conducted illegal activity, does that strike you out from being given environmental approval?
So, again, we would consider that on a case-by-case basis, but automatically it does not. Compliance is about people becoming into compliance, so people being adhering to the law, and it would depend on, I suppose, the magnitude or the scale.
It should be a one strike and you're out rule. This is how these companies get around it. If we don't start standing up to them, if you don't have a one strike and you're out rule, they'll just keep doing it over and over and over again. I'll be coming back to this. This is they're taking you for a ride, is what's going on.
Senator, can I answer your question, which is the law does currently not have that proposal that you are putting.
Oh, but there should be.
That's fine. You're entitled to that opinion. My officers aren't. They're required to apply the law, and that's what they're doing.
Well, the minister should be acting.
Senator,
Thanks, Chair.
I would note that that will be a future provision in the proposed EPA bills or stop work
I was actually just about to ask you about that.
One strike and you're out.
Well, there's stop work orders
Thank
in the
you,
EPA
Senator Hanson,
bills
we are
that
rotating the call.
Are currently drafted in the proposed legislation.
So they're in the draft legislation. So Senator Hanson-Young is well positioned to vote for that legislation to enact those stop work orders.
What's the point if they've already been allowed to destroy the habitat? I mean, you've got to be able to act. Anyway.
And the provision in the bill would enable us to do that, which would be great. So we look forward to your vote on the floor, Senator Hanson-Young. And with that, we'll go to Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I have some questions about the application for listing as a threatened ecological community for both the Macquarie Marshes and the whole River Murray system downstream of the confluence with the Darling River all the way to the sea, and associated aquatic and floodplain systems. Yeah, from the whole lot. My understanding is that both applications were nominated for listing in 2023 for the assessment period starting in October 2023. Can you tell us who made the nomination?
Yes. Senator, I'm Ilse Kiesling. I'm the branch head for the Protected Species and Ecological Communities branch. The people who nominated those two ecological communities are Humane Society International and the University of New South Wales. I will point out that we would not usually share public nominations in this way, but these two nominators have identified themselves, and so I'm at liberty to share that information with you.
So it's the same nominators who nominated back in 2013, is that
I believe so, yes,
correct?
Senator.
Right. Has anything changed since 2013 when these communities were nominated? My understanding is at first it looked positive, but then the listings were overturned. Has anything changed?
Senator, the boundaries of the ecological communities, the descriptions of the ecological communities are essentially the same. Certainly, a lot has changed since then in terms of management of the ecosystems, the water arrangements that are in place. So there's a substantial amount of work that's gone on since 2013. But the outlines, the areas that are covered by the ecological communities is essentially the same.
And a lot of observers would highlight that a lot of the changes in management of the two areas have been for the benefit of the environment and the ecological communities.
From a water perspective, yes, Senator. So there's been a lot of work done in relation to water. I do point out, though, that water is just one component of those ecosystems. There's a whole range of other elements to the ecosystems, including pressures on them.
Including pressures on them such as, I know, grazing is one of the issues that's identified in the advice. Trampling pressures from both cattle and I also note brown hares and rabbits. trampling the ecosystem?
Invasive species and weeds, so feral animals and weeds are amongst the major threats to those ecosystems, yes.
So from your awareness, are these new applications based on those riparian issues rather than water management issues? Do they identify specifically those issues? Is there any acknowledgement in the new applications of the changes to water management?
Senator, the nominations are based on concerns about extinction risk. And so the information that we gather to determine whether or not those ecological communities are eligible for listing as threatened goes to information around various criteria that demonstrates extinction risk or not. And so management practices certainly make a difference in terms of protection of systems, but really what we're investigating is the scientific information that helps us determine whether or not those ecosystems are at extinction risk.
And I think this is where concerns have been raised with me, because they are blanket applications for the whole of the Macquarie Marshes and for the whole of the Lower Murray, including the river, the aquatic ecology and environment, plus the riparian ecology and environment. There's a lot of people scratching their heads going, how can you have a blanket threatened species? What exactly is under threat? Identify the, is it a specific type of fish? Is it a specific type of flora or fauna? When it's a blanket, there's a lot of people saying it's so broad, and what impact will that have on someone's ability to farm, to graze cattle in these environments, the riparian management, cropping, and indeed in South Australian communities like Renmark and Berry, where they're dependent on, they've got pump stations in the river. If they wanted to upgrade their pump stations, there's a lot of people saying, what's this mean for me?
Senator, the ecosystems are not about any one specific species. They're not about one animal or one plant. They're about the assemblage of various plants and animals that make up that ecosystem as a unique system. So the ecological communities are large because they are this particular type of aggregation or combination of plants and animals that makes them unique. I also want to point out that there are a number of existing threatened species and ecological communities that occur across the Murray-Darling Basin. There are many of them. So these two ecological communities are just two of potentially a large number of others that already exist in the system, in the basin.
And there's already existing areas which are protected under other mechanisms like Ramsar treaties.
That's correct.
Migratory bird treaties that we've signed on to. I'm getting a lot of concern that this is another blanket over the ability for people and communities to operate in the way they're used to, and there's concern that this will add another layer of bureaucracy onto their operations anytime someone wants to change how they currently operate or manage their land, their communities, infrastructure.
Senator Dean Knudsen, Deputy Secretary. Just to clarify, because you're getting the point of if someone's a farmer in the area already running grazing and they decide to either intensify the grazing or change out the water pump, that's effectively a continuing use. That's exempted under the Act as it is currently, so there'd be no impact. What this is about is someone was proposing a very large new proposal in the basin that didn't currently exist, then yes, they would need to consider this in that scope. There's a number of ecological communities around the country that are currently protected. That doesn't mean that you can't have zero impact. But it just needs to be assessed and figure out how does that get managed in the most effective way. So I just wanted to, because the intention is not to make people anxious unnecessarily in any way, shape or form, and you're clearly reflecting that that's what's happening. So that's why I wanted to walk through that, Senator.
Absolutely, that's what's happening. Just with regards to the consult, so this was nominated again in 2023 and was deemed a priority by the Minister for assessment in the period starting October 2023. A 6-week consultation period closed on the 15th of October, so that's almost 12 months before the consultation period opened. Is there a reason for that length of delay? Is that a normal delay from nomination to opening of consultation?
Senator, yes. It is normal to have a period of time from when the species or ecological community is included in the finalised priority assessment list for the assessments to be undertaken. So there needs to be a range of information that's collected. As I mentioned before, it's about a scientific analysis of eligibility against several criteria. We need to do a lot of work to pull together expert information, to consult, to determine whether or not there is a likelihood that the ecological community in this case could be eligible for listing. We prepare a draft, and that draft then goes out for public consultation. So the period from October 2023 till the commencement of public consultations on the 2nd of September of 2024, that period of time was taken to put together comprehensive, detailed drafts for public comment.
I'm just concerned, I appreciate that, Chair. I'm just concerned, so in New South Wales, statutory local government elections were held on the 15th of September. That means that most local government areas were in caretaker mode when consultations opened on the 2nd of September. They only closed on the 15th of October. Many of those local government areas had only just had their council results, local government results finalised. Bogan Shire, Brewarrina Shire, Coonamble Shire, Walgett Shire, Warren Shire, just some examples. What allowances have been made for these councils who may have wanted to have participated in the consultation process, but due to their constraints, because they were either in caretaker period or they were still having their results finalised, have not even been made aware of these applications?
Yes, Senator, I can let you know that there were 24 local councils that were contacted prior to the public consultation process to ensure that they were aware of the assessment that was being done and to invite their contribution to that. So that was a number of the councils that you've already identified there, Warren Shire Council, Walgett Shire Council and so on. And I can also let you know that at least 2 of those local councils provided submissions during the public consultation process.
2 out of 20?
At least 2. There may be others, but at least 2 provided public comment during the public consultation process, but that doesn't rule out the fact that a number of the other councils may have provided information prior to public consultation as well.
Thank you. Senator McKim. That may seem strange because no one can see him, but he's on the phone.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've got some questions around the proposal for a development on Lake Malvina on Halls Island inside the...
Senator McKim, we're struggling to hear you. Senator McKim.
Start by asking when and how the department...
Senator McKim.
...aware of an order made by the Federal Court to wind up the proponent of that development, Wild Drake Proprietary Limited, and appoint a liquidator.
Senator McKim, I will let you know we were trying to sort of stop you there because no one can hear you very well in here, and I'm not sure we've quite grasped the full total odds of the question.
Apologies, can you hear me now?
That's better.
Maybe speak as clearly as you can and we'll turn you up a little bit. Okay, would you like to go again with the essence of your question?
Thank you. I'll ask the question again. These are questions relating to the proposal for a development on Halls Island in Lake Malbina inside the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area. And my first question is, when and how did the department become aware that the federal court had made on the 13th of September this year an order winding up the proponent of that development, Wild Drake Proprietary Limited, and appointing a liquidator to Wild Drake?
Senator Bruce Edwards here, Division Head, Nature Positive Regulation Division. I'm not sure we've got the exact time or date when we found that advice out, but we are aware that that company was being wound up, and I can advise you that we've had some correspondence with the person that runs that company, and who we are in the process, and we're sure we might have more up-to-date information, but we're in the process of changing the assigned proponent to reflect the renewed, I suppose, ownership or structure there. So it's a fairly routine thing. We may have companies change hands or different types of entities as proponents from time to time. And in that case, what we'll do is support that person to exercise their right to vary who's the proponent for that project.
All right, I've got some questions around that as well, but before I go there, could you please take on notice when and how the department became aware of that federal court order?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Now, my understanding is that the designation of Wild Drake Proprietary Limited as the proponent of that proposed action has been revoked, and that Mr Hackett, who I note was the sole director of Wild Drake, has now been designated as the proponent of the proposed action. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And did that happen on the 27th of September?
I'll just ask Ms Short to give some detail on that, Senator.
Thank you.
Rachel Short, Branch Head, Nature Positive Regulation Division. Yes, that's correct. The change of designated proponent occurred on the 27th of September. A decision notice was then published on the department's website on the 4th of October.
All right, thank you. I'll come to that in a minute, but on what grounds did the department deem it appropriate to revoke the designation of Wild Drake and designate instead an individual, Mr Daniel Hackett, who is the sole director of Wild Drake, as the new proponent?
So the EPBC Act sets out the requirement. They're largely administrative. And it allows for the designated proponent to be changed.
Yes, I'm aware of that, thank you, and I'll come to that now, but can I just be clear, is it your view, is it the department's view that given all of the requirements of the Act, it was appropriate to revoke the designation of Wild Drake and designate Mr Hackett?
Senator, that's correct. So those requirements were met, the appropriate request was made, and we implemented that request.
All right. Well, the Act requires that there be two people who notify the Minister in writing, that is the person who no longer proposes to take the action and the person who does propose to take the action. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did that happen?
Yes.
And so both Wild Drake and Mr Hackett contacted the Minister separately, is that correct?
It was in the one application.
It was in the one application. Okay. Could you provide that application to the committee, please?
We'll have to take that on notice.
All right, thank you. On the 16th of October, the department responded to an inquiry from Fishers and Walkers Tasmania that the department did not consider the information provided by the proponent of the Halls Island proposal was sufficient to meet the requirements of the request for further information. What were the reasons that the department considered that the information provided by the proponent did not meet the requirements of the request for further information?
The department received a draft of a request for information, and it didn't contain the entire information that we needed to continue our assessment. So we provided that feedback back to Mr Hackett.
Okay, could you please provide a copy of the feedback that you provided to Mr Hackett to the committee?
Senator, we'll take that on notice. I just note that it's a live assessment, so we will need to review that material and make an assessment whether that's deliberative at this time. But absolutely take on notice and provide what we can, Senator.
Okay, thank you. What was the date on which the department informed the proponent that the information was insufficient?
Just seeing if we've got an answer for that, Senator.
Oh, thank you.
No, sorry, we'll have to take that on notice.
All right, thank you. Back to the notice that was published on the 4th of October that one of the officers there just gave evidence in regards to. To be clear, did that notice meet the requirements for the notice in 156F3 of the EPBC Act, and that is, did it include the information, if any, prescribed by the regulations?
Senator, we'll have to refresh ourselves with that notice, but I can assure you that we only issue notices in accordance with the requirements of the Act. So we certainly would support that it did do that, but we can have a closer examination of that notice and provide any additional comments if that's useful to you on notice.
Yes, please. And could I also ask, in regards to the communication from the first person and the second person, which were slightly extraordinarily contained in the same communication, what date was that communication received by the department?
That was received on the 12th of September 2024.
And who was it signed by?
I don't have a copy of it in front of me. I'll take that on
Well, I mean,
notice.
if you could take that on notice, please. And the reason I'm asking, and perhaps you could shed some light on this, is that I'm curious as to whether it was signed by Mr Hackett as the sole director of Wild Drake, or whether it was signed by Mr Hackett as an individual person. So could you take that on notice, please?
Yes.
And you've taken on notice whether you'll provide a copy of that to the committee?
That's right, Senator.
All right, thank you. And when you responded to my question on the reasons that the department considered that the information provided by the proponent did not meet the request for, or the requirements of the request for further information, firstly, again, were those reasons provided by Mr Hackett as an individual or by him as a director of Wild Drake?
We'll have to take that on notice.
All right. And just to be clear, this is my final question. Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, the department asked for further information around a range of issues, presumably, and Mr Hackett, either as an individual or as the sole director of Wild Drake, failed to meet the requirements of that request. Are you able to also take on notice not just why his response was not sufficient to meet the request, but what the request actually entailed? That is, what were the matters that the department asked Mr Hackett to provide in its request for further information?
Yes, we can take that on notice.
All right, thanks. And just to be clear, you've taken on notice that whether or not you're able to provide the notification under 156F1 that resulted in a change of designation of the proponent.
Yes, Senator. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Dunningham.
Thank you, Chair. If I can go to the Blaney gold mine, McPhillamys gold mine, please. Is that you, Ms Perry?
It is.
Lucky you.
And my colleagues who will be joining
They'll
me
be
at the
joining
table.
you on the way. Okay. Well, my first question was, has the Minister been to the site of the proposed McPhillamys tailings dam and gold mine?
I don't know, Senator. That would be a question for the Minister.
Minister, do you know if the Minister's been to... Sorry to catch you mid drink.
I can take that question on notice, Senator Dunian.
Okay, if you could, and I'd be pleased to know as part of that on what date the Minister went, with whom she met on the visit, and for how long, for what duration the visit was. I might ask, related to that, have officers of the department been to the site of the McPhillamys tailings dam and gold mine?
So, Senator, we, as part of the process under AUSPA, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, we do appoint a Section 10 reporter.
Yes.
Who would be on the ground taking evidence. Because of the duration of this matter, some of that, both the Section 9 and Section 10, was done during COVID, so there was
a bit of remote.
There was COVID implications there, but I might turn to my officers to see if there's any more detail on staff.
So the process was through the Section 10 reporter, and so as part of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, and let me first say my name's Michelle Jimazel, I'm the Division Head for Heritage, and so what we do is we get the report and then we go through procedural fairness rounds. So.
Okay, and so there are two parts to this. There was the EPBC assessment, which the mine got through, including the tailings dam. So were there any departmental officers visit the site as part of that process before we come to AUSPA?
So, Senator, different piece of legislation,
yes.
Different,
and you've got a
obviously different assessment
here.
Process. So, Mr. Edwards can answer that question.
And I'll disappoint you, I have to take that on notice. I'm actually not sure. That was some time ago, now a couple of years ago, but we'll take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, if you could. I mean, obviously, the sooner the better. This has been bubbling away for a while. And same questions on notice, dates, times, duration, who was met with. Okay, so back to the AUSPA question, component of this then, the Section 10 special reporter, or is that the nomenclature, is it? Special reporter, whatever it is. So that was the only representative of the department as part of that process, under that Act, that went to site. Is that right? Is that what you're telling me?
So we follow we follow processes,
sure.
And the processes require that we appoint a Section 10 reporter. So that was the main way
yes.
that we gathered information through that process, and then the department undertakes procedural fairness rounds. So that's a desktop process.
Okay. Yes. So, and the Act doesn't prohibit anyone else beyond the Section 10 reporter from going to site, does it?
It can happen.
Sure, but it didn't?
No.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I needed to know. So then with the Section 10 declaration, and given some of the public reporting that has occurred, what is the status of that? I mean, so the declaration's been made by the Minister, the instrument signed, and is as it is before the Parliament. There is no change to that given any of the public debate, or has there been an appeal lodged or anything like that in relation to the declaration?
No, Senator.
No, okay. With regard to some of the public commentary from groups like the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council and some of their assertions around some of the evidence that's been put forward as part of the reasons, the actual statement of reasons that were tabled or provided, has there been any reassessment of the work that was undertaken in the lead up to the making of the declaration?
So I might just start with the process that we undertake, and
sure.
I might then hand to my colleague, Ms Najjar, to run through that further. So as part of the process, we have the procedural fairness rounds, and at each point, OLAC was invited to participate. So if I could take you to the actual reasons document. Actually, I'll take you to the explanatory note first.
Is that the one headed with the Honourable Tanya Plibersek MP? Statement about the making of the declaration?
The explanatory note, if I take you to page 7 of the explanatory note at the bottom, it runs through all the procedural fairness rounds that we went through, and it actually also details who was included, and that runs through to page 8 as well. I'm happy to read it out if it helps.
Oh, we probably don't.
Yep.
No, I'm just wondering if I'm looking at the same document here. I think this is the one.
So, Senator, just to help you, there's an explanatory statement that accompanied the declaration.
Yes.
And then there was a reasons for a decision document. So there's two different documents, but obviously same matter, and both. The contributions of OLAC are recognised in both documents. The explanatory statement, as Ms Dumazel is about to demonstrate to you, goes through the procedural fairness rounds, what happens there, who is involved, and then in the statement of reasons, the reasons documentation, there is an explicit section within the reasons documentation that also goes to explicitly the Minister has acknowledged that OLAC's concerns with the evidence that was provided, but in effect there were 6 rounds of procedural fairness, and while OLAC provided some evidence, at the end of the day the Minister was satisfied against the 2 tests of the Act that WTOCWAC provided sufficient evidence.
Sure. And just
but Ms Dumazel can finish.
Yes, sorry. And just to clarify, on the document...
I'm talking about the explanatory statement.
Yes.
So on page 7 it starts, and it goes through round 1 and the first 4 rounds. And in terms of the information that was provided, specifically is between January 2024 and 19th of January 2024, round 5. The department provided, the WTOCWAC and the proponent and OLAC with a further opportunity to comment and provide submissions. And responses were received from the proponent, WTOCWAC and the OLAC. And then there was a final opportunity to comment and provide submissions, and that was round 6. And that was offered to the applicant, to WTOCWAC, to OLAC and the proponent. And that round ran from the 27th of February until 2024, until the 7th of March 2024. And response was received from WTOCWAC and the proponent, but not from OLAC.
Was there new information in that 6th round that was not available in the previous rounds of procedural fairness?
So every time we receive new information, we provide, we do another round of procedural fairness. So that's
so that is the catalyst for a new round of
correct.
Okay. And did OLAC not? Did they communicate at all? They didn't even respond.
Not to that final round.
So just on this, so the Section 10 reporter is appointed, undertakes their work, which this goes through in detail. You've just explained the process beyond departmental receipt of that report. With the further information, the toing and froing between proponent, applicant and any other interested parties, does the Section 10 reporter get brought back in, given they are the expert, notionally, having been commissioned to do the work, the Section 10 report? Do they at any point come back in, given all of this new information relating to the Section 10 report, and have another look at everything that's been tabled, presented?
So the Section 10 report is the main piece.
Yes.
And it's the procedural fairness rounds where we go through the extra information. So it's not a requirement to have the section reporter come back in, but I just might pass to my colleague, Ms Najjar, around the regular process that we run through, which we ran through for this process.
Well, so just to be clear on that, yes, so I understand the Section 10 report is the basis for the whole assessment under the Act. What I'm interested in is, as a part of this new information coming to light through the procedural fairness, natural justice process, is the Section 10 reporter, who has been commissioned as an expert, invited back to then assess this further information, or is it left to the department and its officials to determine?
It is not. It is not a process that we go through. We have a set of procedures that we go through for the procedural fairness process. So we follow a set routine. We provide the new information to all interested parties. We give them time to respond. We often extend that time if they need further consideration. We then look at the information that's been provided. If there's new information that's been provided as part of that process, then we go back out to all the parties again. It's really important that every person who has an interest in it is given a further opportunity to respond.
And look, I won't labour this point, and there's probably no need to go through the process. The only reason I ask this is we've commissioned an expert who is independent of everything to compile the information to ultimately enable the minister to make a decision. New information's come in outside of the Section 10 report, but the Section 10 reporter doesn't see it.
When the minister's making a decision, the minister takes into account the report and any additional information that's provided.
Yes, I understand that, but I'm just wondering why the Section 10 reporter, the expert, a heritage expert, isn't asked for a view on this extra information that has come to light as a part of your natural justice process.
It's just not a normal course of process that we follow, Senator. I think we can ask Ms. Najjar if you want to go into a bit more detail, but in essence, the minister looks at a whole suite of information. Okay. It looks at the application from the applicant, it looks at the proponent's information, it takes into consideration the Section 10 report, it takes into consideration oral submissions, it forms a body of evidence. So the Section 10 report is one piece of evidence, but it's not the only piece of evidence that the minister would consider.
Okay, and I'm being given the wind-up. I'll just ask, so the final round was in, did you say February or March of this year?
So it was 27th of February 2024 to 7th of March 2024.
Okay, so from March of 2024 to the date of the declaration, what date was the declaration?
August the 13th.
August 13. What happened in that period of time?
So, Senator, we compile all the information. As you can appreciate, there's a lot to go through. The minister did make an additional request that we requested some further information from the proponent, from Regis. We went back out to Regis, requested some further information from them. In essence, then, we go through all of the evidence that has been obtained over that period of time, and we form a recommendation to the minister.
Yes, and I mean, there was over 2,500 pages of information. So when we're preparing our analysis and report to the minister, we take into all the information into account.
Okay, I'm happy to
come back again.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Wish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions about the draft conservation advice for the Morgee Skate. So I understand the potential uplisting was delayed. Can you tell me how many public submissions were received by the Threatened Species Scientific Committee for the listing assessment?
Katrina Maguire, Division Head of International Environment, Reef and Ocean Division. 247 submissions were received.
Thank you. And will those submissions be made public?
No, as a matter of course, the general practice is not to publish submissions by the department, but people who put submissions in generally or often will publish their own submissions.
The consultation doc states information provided through the consultation may be subject to FOI legislation and court processes. So it is potential that they could be FOI'd?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Could I ask, in relation to the extension, so who requested the extension, presumably to deal with the 247 submissions?
The Threatened Species Scientific Committee.
So who in the committee asked for the extension?
It was a committee decision.
A committee decision?
Was that in writing?
It was at a meeting, the meeting of the Threatened Species Scientific Committee. At that meeting agreed to request an extension from Minister Plibersek. From Minister
Plibersek. Okay, so as Senator Hanson-Young said, is there minutes from the meeting, or was the extension request in writing? And can we get a copy of it?
Belinda Jago, branch head for Ocean and Wildlife. So there were minutes taken of the committee's meeting. In terms of whether they're publicly available, I'd need to confirm whether that's something that we would be able to release.
Could you take that on notice, and could you also let me know if there was anything in writing? Like, what's the process here? So the committee makes a decision when it has its meeting. How do they then request an extension for the minister? Is it a phone call? Is it an email? Is there a representative the minister has at a meeting that then relays it to the minister? How does it work?
Ilse Kiesling is in charge of the Secretariat for the TSSC.
Thanks, Senator. So the normal process is that there are, as you would expect, agendas set for each threatened species scientific committee meeting. At the meeting that the Maugean skate was considered, it was a normal agenda item. The committee considered the fact that there were 247 submissions that were made, and on that basis made a decision that they were unable to consider all of those submissions within the timeframe that was available. That was all minuted. And there was
Did
a
you say
request.
that was unminuted?
That was all minuted in the meeting.
And just if I could just stop you there so I don't lose the detail. So the time available was due to expire last week. Are you meaning the time available to when it was due to be, the decision was due to be made last week?
So the original request was that the assessment was completed by the 30th of October. Yep. The public submission period concluded on the 15th of October, as I recall, and so the time that was available for the TSSC to consider all of the submissions was just not long enough, and so their unanimous conclusion was that they needed more time, and as has been discussed by my colleagues, that was a request that was then made to the Minister in writing.
Okay, so that was made in writing. Can I get a copy of that request on notice, please?
On notice, Senator, yes.
How much can I just make a correction as well?
Okay.
Sorry, Senator, can I just make a correction? The close of the public consultation period was 26 September, not 16.
That's right. So the decision was due. We found out through ABC Radio, I think it was, that the decision had been extended. How long did the committee request for an extension? And what was in the minutes? Did you just want an extension, or did you want it for 12 months to October next year?
The committee requested the extension until 30 October 2025 to give them enough time to consider all the submissions and other reports that have become available. But they have said they're very conscious of the impact of this decision and the importance, and they will endeavour to provide their advice as soon as practicable.
And Senator, can I just add a point to that? Can I just make it really abundantly clear that the uplisting process that the TSSC is considering is independent of the reconsideration decision that the Minister is considering?
I'm not ready to ask you questions on that yet, but I will be, Ms. Barry. Thank you. So just in relation to this uplisting, so it was requested for 12 months to consider 247 submissions. It seems like a long time considering you've been looking at this uplisting process. At least the nomination was made back in June or May 2023. And I asked Dr. Marsh, Professor Marsh recently, how confident she was in the science of the uplisting. She said very confident. So why are we taking 12 months now to consider submissions for a species that's one extreme weather event away from extinction, according to the science?
So the Threatened Species Scientific Committee believe that the submissions they received were highly technical and complex, but there are also additional reports that have become available from the University of Tasmania and the EPA that they would also like to consider. But again, to reiterate their expression that they're very conscious of the impacts and importance of this decision, and they will move as quickly as they can.
Are you able to tell me how many of those submissions or how many of those reports that they're now considering have come from the salmon industry themselves or from the Tasmanian government, who clearly doesn't want any change to the conservation advice, including the EPA?
I'm not able to give you that detail today. Senator.
Not able to? Okay. So was there any discussion with the Threatened Species Committee, the chair or any of the committee and the Minister's department prior to the meeting about an extension? It was an agenda item, but surely there were some discussions with the Minister's department about this?
The department or the Minister?
The Minister or the department, or both?
Yes, there were discussions with the department in the lead up to and prior to the Threatened Species Committee meeting on the date they met.
So who did the Threatened Species Committee discuss a possible extension within the department?
It wasn't so much about the extension, Senator. It was about the number of submissions and what the type of submissions were.
Was a time extension mentioned in correspondence or discussions with the department?
It was more about that there would be an agenda item that we would need a meeting in advance of the 30 October deadline for the assessment listing advice to go to the Minister for the committee to consider their position on the information provided through the public comment period, and then if they would be considering. So it was really about the update from the department on the content and the information.
So there was no discussion with anyone in the department about extending this for 12 months prior to the meeting?
It was certainly...
anyone in the department suggest 12 months?
It was certainly understood that there were a lot of submissions and that there were complex, detailed submissions. But that was really then provided to the committee for the committee to consider their next step.
Do you have any more questions on that process?
I'm going to move you on because you're reaching your 10 minutes, but I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Just doing laps. Can I just be really clear? The Minister hasn't requested this extension. Is that right?
Correct.
It's the Threatened Species Scientific Committee that has done this. It's not a request of the Minister.
No,
it's their volition to extend this.
That's right. No, the Threatened Species Scientific Committee had to request an extension from the Minister, who then made who agreed to the extension until 30 October 2025.
Okay, just to be crystal clear.
I'm still not finished my questioning on this, Chair.
No.
Whether there was prior discussions.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and we will come back to you. We're going in little 10-minute blocks here, apart from Senator Dunman, who gets less, because she's from the government. But over to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about Indigenous protected areas. I was wondering if you could run us through how many IPAs there are across Australia and how they contribute to the National Reserve System.
Sure, Senator. We're getting the right staff to the table momentarily, but pretty pleased to say that we've made a significant step forward in this space. The government's invested over $200 million in IPAs. A portion of that is going to establish 10 new IPAs. When you take stock of the full suite of IPAs that are currently being progressed, it adds up to 27 million hectares of new protected areas in the country, being done in collaboration with First Nations. The reason why this is all top of mind was this also featured pretty heavily in the discussions at the recent COP on the Convention on Biological Diversity, and placed Australia, quite frankly, as one of the leaders in terms of expanding our natural protected areas.
And so the 10 new IPAs that you talked about, in what time frame have they been announced? Is that since May 22, or and what's the total number?
Yeah. It's related to the funding that was provided by the government shortly after their election. Ms. Stevens can provide more details if that's helpful, but it's since the election.
Yes. Okay. Hello, Senator. Tia Stevens, Uluru Kata Juda and IPA branch. So in relation to your question around how many IPAs, we currently have 89 dedicated IPAs. But in total, we have 105 dedicated and under consultation under the last round of the program. The new expansion, as Mr. Knudsen just explained, has 10 new IPAs and 12 expanded IPAs under that new funding that was announced, I think, back in 1st of July 2024. I can run through the announced new and expanding IPAs, if that would be helpful, if you want me to list them.
Maybe just quickly list them, that would be good. Is
Sorry?
that okay? If it doesn't take too long?
It won't take too long. So the new and expanded IPAs. Yep. Bringing Jagan back together in New South Wales, Bellinger Valley in New South Wales, Wajah IPA consultation project in Queensland, Wujari IPA in WA, Western Miraka IPA consultation project in the NT, Simpson Desert IPA in the NT. Forgive me for my pronunciation on this one. Manawithara, Alka Bawa and Kalpawa, or MAK IPA in Queensland, and we can provide this with the correct spelling for the record. Pompara, Aboriginal Lands and Waters IPA in Queensland. Nimal IPA in WA. Yindaba Bandi IPA in WA. Mount Willoughby IPA, this is one of those expansion projects, that's in South Australia. And Yan Uwara Sea Country IPA expansion also, that is in the NT.
Thank you. And could you just quickly cover how important are IPAs for providing threatened species management and protection?
IPAs are a really important contribution to threatened species management. A number of the IPAs specifically have responsibility for managing species, a range of priority species in each of those places. Under the program itself, there are a number of criteria that each of the IPAs have responsibility for, and they're assessed against in terms of gaining funding. That includes environmental and cultural values. Of the current programs, (13) of those IPAs specifically have responsibility for managing protected species or priority places that are in line with the Threatened Species Action Plan.
Thank you.
Senator, if I can put this in the scale, though. The size of area that we're looking at is almost equivalent to either, depending on your point of reference, Scotland or New Zealand. Yeah. It's an enormous addition with the expansions plus the new IPAs in terms of the protected estate.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I've got some questions in relation to the EIS in relation to Middle Arm. So there's a document from the Northern Territory EPA that shows the date for lodging and publicly exhibiting the EIS for Middle Arm has been delayed from October 2024, when we were expecting it, to October 2026. Is that correct?
Senator, we've just been made aware of that document. Our understanding is it may in fact relate to the sort of timeframes that they have in the Northern Territory to be able to complete their work, but Ms Calhoun will have a little bit more detail on that.
I'd like to get to the bottom of it, so whatever light you can shed would be good.
Thanks, Senator. Kylie Calhoun, Branch Head, NPRD. The announcement that I think you are referring to, where they're extending it by 2 years to 2026, it's the NT EPA assessing the Middle Arm area, and they're doing that as a strategic proposal on the NT environmental law, so it's separate to the EPBC strategic assessment that we are undertaking with the NT Department of Infrastructure Planning and Logistics.
Mm-hmm. And how does that intersect with the EIS draft that your department has carriage of?
So we've been reviewing the documentation with the NP NT Department of Infrastructure. We've met with them, we've provided them feedback on that. They're currently reviewing that, and we'd expect that to be released in the first quarter next year with public consultation 2025, early 2025.
So you will release the EIS early next year with public consultation on that in early 2025?
The NT Department of Infrastructure Planning and Logistics will release that.
Right. Has there been any concerns about the adequacy of the draft EIS?
We've had an iterative review process over a number of months. We've had robust discussions. We're looking to ensure that it delivers positive environmental outcomes. I guess we've adaptively reviewed and strengthened our approach over that time, and we've ensured that we've dedicated additional resources to make sure that happens. And I would say that's a normal process for an EIS of this size, for that to be carried out at this length of time, because it is complex and there's a number of things that we need to work through across a number of different agencies to get that outcome.
So the delay from the NT Environment Protection Authority has nothing to do with the concerns or the drafting process or the feedback process?
So the review of that precinct, they've got to do environmental considerations under national environmental law as well as under territory law, and the notice, as I understand it, is to do with the NT EPA review process, so they would need to answer why that's been extended, but it's...
how will that interact with the NT's new proposed bill to allow the Chief Minister to circumvent the EPA?
That's a matter for the NT government.
But they could do that? That piece of legislation could allow the Chief Minister just to do what she wants?
So that's a piece of Northern Territory legislation.
Yes, but you're the Federal Environment Department, and surely you need to keep an eye on what is going on.
That's how you're effectively asking for an opinion. So my office can't.
Has your department considered that piece of legislation in the Northern Territory?
Senator, I've had a discussion with the Northern Territory government, I think it was only last week, around their draft consultation paper. They highlighted to me that the EPBC bilateral arrangements were proposed to be exempt from that power of the Territory Coordinator. But they also highlighted that obviously there's more consultation and policy work to be done by the Northern Territory government on the final settings.
Sorry, I misheard. Could you just explain which part will be exempt?
Sorry, they specifically pointed out that the EPBC bilateral arrangements, so where we do joined up assessments together, we're proposed to be exempt from those arrangements because they're essentially the same with the project we're talking about. It's a streamlined mechanism already. It's already joined up, and that's what they're really going for is, I suppose, oversight of something that will deliver streamlined assessment and approval arrangements.
So the federal EIS on Middle Arm, for example, because this is the live option we're talking about, this new piece of legislation wouldn't interact with that?
Well, as proposed to me, the information I have around is our standard bilateral assessments. We have a strategic assessment agreement with the Northern Territory government, and they haven't indicated that they're moving away from that agreement at all.
In relation to the EIS submitted to your department, have you raised any concerns about the destruction of the harbour from dredging?
There's been discussions around dredging. I can't give you the specifics on those discussions at this point in time.
Air pollution caused by the gas and petrochemical factories?
I believe air pollution is a matter for the Territory and government.
So air pollution isn't considered under the EIS that has to be submitted federally?
Correct.
Okay. The bulldozing of 1,500 hectares of critical habitat for the black-footed tree rats?
Yes.
That would have to be considered. Has that been raised as a concern?
So, Senator, at the moment, they're really detailing all their environmental impacts.
I know. I'm trying to get a handle on you know, what is being raised, what is a concern, because this is obviously a very important issue for people, and people are totally confused now about what's going on.
Sure, and so we would have raised all the aquatic and terrestrial impacts that are relevant to the EPBC Act with them. So it's been a good iterative process. Officers were there in October.
So can you answer me whether the bulldozing of the 1,500 hectares of critical habitat in relation to the black-footed tree rats has been raised?
So critical habitat for M&ES is something that is being looked at.
So the destruction of the habitat from the endangered far eastern curlew would be caught up in that as well?
Yes.
And what about the ability or the likelihood of finding an adequate biodiversity offset for the project? Where does that fit in relation to the EIS?
Well, that's all part of the discussions that are being undertaken at this point in time. And that document, the EIS, will become public early in the new year, and that is where public consultation can be provided, and all the issues that are raised that are relevant will need to be considered by the Northern Territory Department of Infrastructure Planning and Logistics, show how they've been addressed, and then that will be considered for adequacy pending a strategic assessment being accepted.
So the EIS won't go to the adequacy or not of any offset. That would be that's a next step.
No, offsets will need to be considered as part of the. It will be considered prior to the strategic assessment being endorsed or put in place.
Are there any viable offsets for this type of biodiversity loss?
So, Senator, it's in development still. So the beauty of a strategic assessment is they get to consider the broad impacts and also the offset and connectivity opportunities in that. So what we're talking to Northern Territory about is everything you've talked about. How do you deal with all those species? How do you look at the best connective landscape? How do you look at the right offset arrangements? And they're the pieces that will come forward in their plan, supported by their environmental impact statement, but they haven't completed that work yet.
How do you offset the disruption of, where dolphins swim, play, eat and live?
So again, I think we're in hypothetical space.
Well, no, I'm not,
Senator.
because that's dredging is a problem, and there's been a already significant impact on the dolphin population. It's not hypothetical; it's very real. Talk to anyone in Darwin. I'm sure Senator McCarthy is well aware of this. So it's not hypothetical.
Sorry, Senator, I'm talking about this project. We're not finished yet, but in species.
Well, I wish it was hypothetical, and I wish we could kill it off straight away.
Senator, please, could you give the witness the courtesy of allowing him to finish his answer?
I feel like there is a deliberate strategy not to answer the questions, Minister Fredericks.
I reject that comprehensively. If the witness has an opportunity to answer the question without interruption, perhaps he will convince you otherwise.
Well, let's have another go, Mr. Edwards.
How about we rotate the call and we just?
I'm nearly done on this block. And
be a bit respectful towards the witnesses.
I'd like Mr. Edwards to answer the question I just asked.
Happy to, Senator. So what I was about to say is that we have statutory documents that lay out established avoidance and mitigation techniques for a range of species. We have scientific knowledge around that, established practice in environmental management, and they're the types of features that the Northern Territory or any proponent will draw on in terms of putting something to us.
But can you provide a biodiversity offset for dolphin habitat? That's what I'm asking you. Does that actually exist?
Well, I think we're rarely in the space of offsets in the aquatic environment. Again, it's about reducing the impacts on the species, but we'll have to see what the Northern Territory put to us for assessment.
Sounds like a no, Chair.
Well,
thank you.
Senator Robert. No, it sounds like a decision that's still to be made for all the reasons that the witness gave you very proper evidence.
Yes, but has it been done? Can you do it?
Senator, we're not even sure offsets are required. So your starting point...
Dolphins are threatened.
If I can finish, the starting point is avoidance, and then mitigation, and then offsetting of residual significant impacts.
Okay.
That's what we're working with Northern Territory, and our preference, don't get me wrong, is avoidance. Like that's where we
Let's stop it then.
Focus the effort.
Let's put a line under middle arm, knock it off, stop it, and then we can avoid the whole damn thing. That'd be perfect. Thanks, Mr. Edwards.
Unfortunately, we have to follow the law, Senator Hanson-Young.
Just bloody
We'll
stop.
go to Senator Roberts.
The federal government
Thank
could
you.
stop funding $1.5 billion.
I'd like to talk about, or ask questions about fire ant treatment, Queensland. Are you aware of the many complaints that have been made about the administration of the National Fire Ant Eradication? Shall I wait?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
Senator Fiona Fraser, Threatened Species Commissioner. Could you please repeat the question?
Certainly.
Sorry, excuse me. Division Head, Biodiversity Division. State.
Are you aware of the many complaints that have been made about the administration of the National Fire Ant Eradication Program in Queensland, which has resulted already in massive environmental damage in the Samford Valley near Brisbane, but also concerns residents in Currumbin, Boona, Gatton, and other places in southeast Queensland?
Thank you, Senator. So the Australian Government lead for the National Fire Ant Eradication Program is the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. So while I'm aware of some of those complaints and broadly on stakeholder interest in this really important issue, some of those more detailed questions, you may get some more comprehensive responses from that department.
I've been in touch with RRAT and I'm going to be asking questions of them tomorrow for the reasons you just mentioned, but I'd like to continue because this is an environmental matter. It's a catastrophe in the making. Is the aerial dumping of toxic insecticide by helicopter into a creek system a breach of the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999? This is exactly what has happened recently into Dawson Creek and Samford Valley, which I visited and cited, and there's no life in the creek.
So, Senator, I'm not aware of whether that's an issue under the EPBC Act or the specifics of that. What I would say is that the treatments that are used in the fire ant eradication program are specifically targeted to those ants, and they're approved by the APVMA, the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority, who conduct a very rigorous scientific assessment prior to those approvals.
I've seen what they've done in Dawson Creek in Samford Valley. They just wiped it out. There's nothing moving in the creek. Nothing at all, no life. And we've had similar complaints in other areas. And these things are... I'll continue. Are you aware that independent water testing of the creek showed massive toxic pollution of the local waterways, not due to previous pollutants or other pollutants?
So, Senator, again, I'm not familiar with the details of these issues. They will be best handled by the Agriculture Department.
Will this government halt the funding of the dangerous spraying of chemicals into our waterways until at least an independent environmental risk assessment is completed? I guess that's a question for the Minister.
Senator Roberts, I'll certainly take on notice your concerns in regards to Dawson Creek. What I can say, our government would never want to pollute any particular area without just, with any ill will. I think...
Oh, I've got no doubt of that, no doubt at all.
So I just want to go back to the assertion in your
There's no
question.
assertion, Minister.
Oh, thank you.
No assertion whatsoever.
Yeah.
All I want to know is, will you stop
notice.
the funding that's polluting Dawson Creek and other areas until an independent environmental risk assessment is completed?
I
Minister,
can take that on notice.
Thank you. There are, according to residents, serious conflicts of interest with the Queensland government, previous Queensland government. Why was the program, Ms Fraser, allowed to distribute huge quantities of poison into pristine environment with no environmental risk assessment completed beforehand? And why is it funded?
So, Senator, maybe to take your last question first, the program has been funded because red imported fire ants are one of the world's worst invasive ant species. If this species remains unchecked in the southeast Queensland area and beyond, it can cover up to 97% of Australia. It would wipe out huge numbers of birds, of mammals and of other species and cause enormous destruction to agriculture industry throughout Australia, to human health and to infrastructure. So it is possibly one of the worst invasive invasive species Australia has experienced, and the overseas experience is those catastrophic impacts I just spoke about. So hence the commitment of the Australian Government and the increased funding commitment by the Australian Government to deal with this pest.
Well, Ms Fraser, could you take it on notice to provide us with evidence of what you just said, please, backing it up? Because what we've got is very concerned residents in my home state, and they have talked to people overseas, including people in Texas, and fire ants are now quite common across the United States, and there's very little damage at all. Very little damage. So if you could just take it on notice to provide me with
Senator, I
the evidence to back
don't
up
need
your
to
claim.
take that on notice. We have provided information on that, including scientific references in our department's submission to the Red Important Fire Ant Inquiry, and we also appeared as witnesses at that inquiry as well. So that information is on the public record as part of our submission, but it is much more broadly on the public record and documented in the scientific literature, including for the United States.
Thank you. Are you aware of the damage to the environment that's already occurred through the mismanagement of this program in Queensland?
No, I'm not, Senator.
Are you aware that 21 years ago there was one fire ant nest, and that was at the Port of Brisbane? Now they're in northern New South Wales and all over southeast Queensland.
I'm not familiar with
the program's
those
failing.
details. Senator, the program has been hugely successful in limiting the spread of red imported fire ants from the southeast Queensland region. The rate of spread in Australia is minuscule compared to the rate of spread in countries like China and the US, where this species is wreaking havoc.
How does spraying toxic chemicals in a valley and valleys with no fire ant nests helping to stop the spread of fire ants?
I'm not aware of those detailed accusations,
Okay.
Senator.
Are you aware of the dead wildlife, including native ants, bees, whole hives, illness to pets, and the massive loss of the marine life yabbies in the creek that has already occurred since baiting commenced?
No, I'm not, Senator.
Are you aware of the threats to human health posed by these chemicals used to treat land?
No, I'm not, Senator, but I am aware of the threats posed to human health by red imported fire ants.
Water tanks. People have water tanks that are not on the reticulated water system. They have water tanks that use their roof. They've got toxins on their roof, spraying over houses with humans in them. This is what's going on.
Again, I'm not familiar with these issues, and I would also not claim that toxic chemicals do not have impacts beyond the target species. However, it's a risk management approach that is taken in dealing with these invasive species.
Does the risk management include sloppy helicopter usage, indiscriminate?
I think, Senator, you're aware I won't know the answer to that question.
Are you aware that S-methoprene is not approved for use in the UK because of high-risk environmental concerns?
No, I'm not, Senator, but I'm not, as I have stated, I'm not an expert in these matters.
What compensation will be made for the damage already caused by this ill-considered program?
I don't know, Senator.
Minister?
I'll take that question on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Why are properties in Queensland and many valleys still being poisoned when it has been established that there are no fire ants present?
So, Senator, a number of your questions go to the implementation of this program, which Ms. Fraser's laid out, Dr. Fraser's laid out, is a program of the Department of Agriculture. We're just not positioned to give you reasonable answers or informed answers on those questions.
This has become an environmental issue, with due respect, Mr. Knudsen.
Right, and what
that's why I'm asking questions here as well as agriculture.
But what Dr. Fraser has laid out is here's the environmental risks, et cetera. But in terms of the specifics on the implementation of the program, that's a matter for the Department of Agriculture. I'm just trying to say, Senator, I think your energy and effort would be best focused on.
Oh, I've got plenty of energy. I've got tons of energy.
I have seen that many times, sir.
So what we'll be doing is going into agriculture and holding them accountable as well. But this is an environmental catastrophe,
right.
and a human catastrophe.
And that's why Dr. Fraser has laid out. We're not saying that there are no impacts from the program, but what we are saying is it's a really significant environmental issue that we're trying to maintain, to contain. And what Dr. Fraser has laid out is that there's a significant evidence that the program has been effective in containing the growth and spread of red fire ants.
Residents in Queensland would disagree because it's gone from a port. Let me ask the last two questions.
If you want to ask your last question.
Last two questions. Why are properties still being poisoned when it's been... OK, we've asked that. Given that eradication of fire ants has failed over the last 30 years in Australia, its eradication has failed, and spending almost $1 billion, is it time to stop this program and try to find another environmentally safe and responsible management solution?
So, Senator, the program hasn't failed. The program has been successful in curtailing the spread of red imported fire ants by any measure, including against overseas measures of the spread of this species.
Final question, Chair. Which department appropriates the money to Queensland? What monitoring and audit measures are there?
There are extensive monitoring and audit measures. Which department appropriates the money to Queensland? That would be a question for the Department of Agriculture.
It's not your department?
No, it's not.
Thank you, Ms Fraser. Thank you, Chair.
Dr Fraser, for the
Senator
record.
Roberts.
Thank you,
We'll go to Senator Dunningham.
Thank you, Chair. We'll come back to Blaney if we can. So, yes. Sorry to bring you back up. Okay, so I just wanted to, moving on from the process we've discussed, so as I understand it, the Section 10 reporter reached a different conclusion in their report than the final decision that was made by Ms Plibersek, and I just wonder what feedback has been provided to the reporter and indeed whether the reporter that was engaged to do this work has worked on or are currently working on other ATSIP cases or Section 10 reports or similar, or have they been contracted for any such work since?
So, Senator, I think we've already laid out to you that the Section 10 report is one piece of evidence that the Minister considers, a broad range of evidence that is gathered throughout the entire process.
Yes.
So I think we've established that, but to go to your specific question about whether this reporter is engaged in any other ATSIPA cases, we may have to take that on notice unless my officials know that off the top of their heads.
We'll have to take that on notice.
Sure. Okay then, so if we go to the statement of reasons, if I can go to, I think in this document, it's paragraph 6.39, which says that the applicant submitted or did submit that many dreaming stories follow the path of the river. So just on those multiple stories, were these multiple dreaming stories each detailed individually to the department and or to the Minister through any of the processes that we've gone through or discussed?
So I think, Senator, how I'll start answering this question and then officials can go into a bit more detail. Where I think we need to just take a step back and understand how the Minister considers the matters at hand against the tests of ATSIPA. So the tests of ATSIPA are actually fairly straightforward, the objects of the Act.
Yes.
And it needs to be demonstrated that there is a series of traditions of significance to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and that that is under threat. So in essence, what we need to establish is significance and threat. So what we do when we ascertain through a body of evidence that we've just canvassed about how we do that around Section 10, procedural fairness, oral submissions, etc., is establishing that significance.
Yes.
In ascertaining the specifics of your questions around dreaming, that goes to the significance of the evidence that was provided, goes to part of the intangible cultural heritage that connects the Wiradjuri people to that particular region. Through one component of that is dreaming, one component of that is the connection to water, another component of that is through initiation and ceremonies, and that is all laid out and how those things are interconnected.
So
as
that wasn't
formed a
my
body
question,
of evidence.
though. I appreciate the background, but I'm short on time. So understanding all of that, having read these documents and had the benefit of the explanation, I was just wondering whether these stories in the process had been detailed to the Minister or the Department, the multiple referred to in paragraph 6.39.
I don't have the application in front of me. I don't have the application in front of me. I've got the statement of reasons, so all the information that was provided.
You knew I'd ask about this at estimates, though.
So I think, Senator, what we can say is clearly what's set out in the statement of reasons here is, in section 6.39, as you've indicated, while that particular dreaming was not mentioned in the application, that the dreaming was raised through an oral submission passed on by a traditional owner who was hospitalised at the time that the Section 10 report was being written.
Yes.
So that's why it was not included in the Section 10 report. He was unwell and he was unable to provide his evidence as a traditional owner of the region of his dreaming and stories that would then form part of an oral submission that we gathered as part of the procedural fairness rounds after the Section 10 report was finalised.
So it's only the additional piece of information, and that was, so there's just one other dreaming story, and that was detailed to the Minister via the Department through these rounds.
That's right.
What you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
Which round was that in, if I can just ask? You might have to take that on notice, I expect.
No, that was in round 5 and 6.
Ah, you knew that. Round 5 and 6. So that one came back up in the last 2 rounds.
Yes.
Okay, and did OLALC respond to... didn't respond to one of those. Which one was it? 6?
It responded to round 5, but not to round 6.
Okay, so dealt with it in round 5. Okay. All right. So, Minister, I just want to ask, just in terms of this decision, and you'd be well aware of the multitude of views held on this, including from members of the Wiradjuri community as well. I mean, do you have a particular view about the concerns that are being expressed by certain traditional owners around the decision that was reached, or is this absolutely fine and there's no issue?
Well, certainly in my conversations with Minister Plibersek, she has followed to the law her requirements as Minister under the Act, Senator Duniam, just as we know that your previous colleague in the role as Minister did the same, Susan Ley. And I'm certainly very aware as Minister for Indigenous Australians the complexities of the different states and territories with their own heritage laws, but Minister Plibersek did follow the law according to what she is required to do.
So my question to you was, do you have, in terms of the outcome that was reached, I didn't ask about whether the Minister adhered to the law, given the multiple views that have been expressed from different TOs and other communities, do you have any concerns about the final decision as Minister?
I'm certainly aware after the Juukan Gorge incident, Senator Duniam, when the Senate then held an inquiry, or both the Senate and the House of Reps looking into cultural heritage, that this is an area that we are looking at very closely, especially with the disparities with state and territory legislation. And when I meet with land councils, and I've certainly met with the Orange Land Council, I've certainly met with the Metro Regional Land Council and the Bathurst Land Council, that issue of heritage and culture is quite significant, and that is a piece of work that I know that Minister Plibersek is also working on, moving forward to learn from all of these experiences, which include Juukan Gorge as well.
Okay. I'm not going to persist with that, but where is our rewrite of the Indigenous cultural heritage laws, just by the way, given that was a matter of urgency following Juukan Gorge?
So, Senator, we'll, and I'll just ask Mr Beswick to go through it. The government is still absolutely committed to the laws, our cultural heritage law reform. It has been really pleasing to see the engagement that we've had over the course of the last approximately 6 months. Mr Beswick can outline the extent of the engagement that we've had. What we've been doing is ascertaining the issues that are really important to both state and territories, to peak bodies, to traditional owners, to land councils, to the 50 organisations that the Cultural Heritage Protection Alliance represents. What we are hearing is that both proponents and traditional owners would like to seek greater clarity around who speaks for country, around greater recognition of...
And you did mention some of this last time, so I appreciate it.
But you asked for an update, so I'm just providing you an update
really where we're up to.
What we're hearing.
Thank you. Given I'm short on time, Ms Parry, where are we up to?
So where we are, I'm trying to explain that to you, Senator.
No, you're telling me what everyone wants.
About what we are hearing from those extensive stakeholders that we're consulting, so that we are in the process of understanding where we need to target our efforts around cultural heritage reform.
Are we drafting?
How we need to work with state and territories. What are the key issues that need addressing within ATSIPA? That is where we are up to, Senators, are identifying those key issues.
So we're still scoping the problem, is what you're telling me?
No, we're not still scoping the problem,
well,
Senator.
Whether we need to deal with ATSIPA.
We are hearing from very clearly...
I think we need to deal with ATSIPA.
We're hearing very clearly from state and territories, from proponents, from peak bodies, from traditional owners, the key issues, and there's a lot of confluence on the issues.
So, okay, are we drafting laws yet?
So we are in the process currently, Senator, of identifying where those problems are that we need to address,
so we're still
that can lead into drafting of legislation. You can't draft legislation until you know the bits of the legislation that you're trying to amend.
But I appreciate all the extra detail. Thank you. I'll keep going. No, I'll move on. I don't have enough time.
Last one?
Yeah, sure. On what date did Ms Plibersek first become aware of or was advised about the Blue Banded Bee story?
So, Senator, we wouldn't be able to have a specific date on when the minister became aware of the Blue Banded Bee dreaming story, but what we can go to is, again, that body of evidence
Yes,
that we
I think
have
that's all
gathered
I would
around the
expect you to
procedural
know.
fairness processes. We can't pinpoint a date that the minister would become aware of that, but that
So,
clearly
sorry,
formed
I'm
a
sorry,
basis
yes.
of-
I'm asking you, as the Departmental Deputy Secretary, to inform me when the department advised the minister who made a decision based on your work of this piece of information. That's all. I'm not asking when she had a coffee to talk to someone in Orange about it.
Well,
You know what I'm asking.
Senator, I'm just trying to answer your question. Your question was, when did the minister become aware of the Blue Banded Bee
Off the
dreaming
back
story?
of the work you're doing or have done. You
So
know
the
what I'm
minister
asking.
was aware, clearly, of the Section 10 application. She's been aware of that through the entire tenure of her, since she became minister, as this process started prior to her becoming minister. She has been aware that the AUSPA application has been unfolding. We've clearly kept her and her office informed, but the fully formed brief went up to the minister, and I don't have the date in front of me, but it went up to the minister in the months preceding her decision.
So could you just take on notice the date on which she received that brief?
Sure.
It would have been as simple as that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. We'll go to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. More questions on this Morgan skate? So, just if I could just clarify a couple of points that were made before my time was up. So there was a meeting of the Threatened Species Scientific Committee. It was I think you said a normal agenda item was to discuss the extension. Was the meeting itself a regular scheduled meeting, or was it a meeting specifically to deal with this extension?
The meeting, Belinda Jago, Branch Head, Ocean and Wildlife. The meeting was a scheduled meeting, but it was focused on the Mudgee skate, given the timing of their advice that was due to the minister.
Right, okay. And just to be clear then, Ms Jago, had conversations with the department prior, or they were aware of the agenda item and the fact you were having this meeting about the skate?
That's right.
There'd been discussions?
Senator, as a matter of course of developing and working with the TSSC on listing advices and conservation planning, we have regular conversations with the TSSC members.
So was it the thing I'm specifically interested in terms of those conversations? You might have them regularly, but in terms of this one, was the extension date discussed prior to the meeting?
No.
No, there were no discussions about the extension date.
About how long you needed for an extension?
No, there were discussions with the TSSC prior to the formal meeting, some of the members, that there were 247 submissions and public reports that were now available. But that was taken to the formal meeting of the TSSC and they made the decision to request the extension for 12 months.
So who came up with the 12 months extension?
That was the TSSC.
All of the committee?
Well, that was the decision of the meeting of the TSSC.
So who put it to the meeting?
The TSSC discussed.
Who put it within the TSSC meeting? Who put the 12-month extension to the rest of the meeting?
I wasn't at the meeting.
Senator, the TSSC is actually appearing this evening, so
I'm
that question
aware
might
of that, but I'm just trying to get an idea of how this process is working. Yeah.
So I don't think our officers would know which member of the TSSC put forward the 12-month suggestion, but just noting that was the outcome and that was a committee decision.
Could I ask you, Ms Parry...
Kiesling what she knows, because she said she was there earlier.
Yeah, so you said, Dr Kiesling, you said you were there earlier. So did you provide any advice to anyone in the Threatened Species Committee that was at that meeting about an extension date?
There was no department officers who provided advice on the particular date, no. It was a matter of the TSSC discussion themselves.
Who proposed the 12 months?
The discussion was an organic discussion. There was a range of dates that were proposed, and so there was no one person who particularly identified the 12 months. It was a number of people who considered a range of dates.
What was the longest time frame?
12 months.
And the shortest?
My recollection was that it's 6 months.
6 months. Okay.
Can I just reiterate?
So some people thought it could get done in 6 months, Pete.
Can I just reiterate?
Smack bang in the middle of an election campaign. Woo.
So, Dr. Keeson, could I ask, was there any discussions between yourself and the Minister's Department prior to this meeting?
In relation to the Maugean skate?
And the extension?
So, no, I had no discussion with the Minister's office in relation to that matter, no.
Did anyone in the Threatened Species Scientific Committee have any discussions with the Minister's office in relation to the date? Or did anyone else in the department?
You'll be able to ask them shortly.
I was going to say they're coming up next.
All right. Well, I will. Thank you. As Ms Parry mentioned earlier, the second decision before the Minister at the moment is relating to a review of the 2012 decision. And you mentioned, Ms Parry, that we don't require the uplisting as part of that process. Dr Fraser, you mentioned to this committee in May estimates last year. Is Dr Fraser? Yep, thank you. Regardless of the uplisting, conservation action still needs to be taken and still could be taken to address the current suite of threats. Addressing that current suite of threats is not contingent on the uplisting occurring or any new conservation advice being agreed. Has there been any change to the conservation advice in relation to the skate as a matter of interest?
Well, the current conservation advice is still in place, so no, there's been no change to that conservation advice. But do you mean in relation to the
to the skate, to the?
Could you please repeat your question?
Yeah, so the conservation advice. This is what I'm interested in. Is it in relation? Is the advice in relation to the uplisting, or is it also in relation to conservation actions that are required? That's my understanding.
Forgive me if I'm misunderstanding your question, but the conservation advice for the skate, that the assessment that is open at the moment, that includes conservation actions for the skate, as well as a consideration of whether it should be uplisted from endangered to critically endangered. So it is confusing because the two documents are sort of in one: the listing assessment and the reviewed conservation advice, which includes the management actions, research, etc.
But you then went on to say there's sufficient information to know that the species is significantly imperilled.
Well,
so has anything changed in that respect since you made that comment last May?
So the species is already considered endangered, and that it's still considered endangered, so it's at risk of extinction by definition under the EPBC Act. So what has happened since then is further information has been included in the listing assessment and the conservation advice that was released by the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, which is the document that we're discussing now, so that there's a raft of new information that's included in that document. I feel like I'm maybe missing the crux of your question.
No, I haven't got there yet. I'm just asking you some background information. So, in relation to the uplisting or being potentially listing the skate to being critically endangered, that would recognise the impact that salmon farming's had in Macquarie Harbour on the skate, correct?
Yes, that was one of the many considerations that was taken into account, but that was certainly a focus.
So, in relation to Ms Parry's point, while it may not actually, the two things aren't directly connected, if the skate was uplisted, that would be pretty hard to ignore in terms of the decision around the referral for the 2012, correct?
Senator, it's not being ignored now. The matter is, as Dr Fraser has outlined, because the skate is already endangered, it's already obviously subject to EPBC regulations. So can I just take a minute and just make it really clear the distinction between the TSSE uplisting process and the EPBC process, because they are getting conflated and it is getting quite confusing. So I'd just appreciate a second so I could just unpick those for a minute. So the first is the Minister's obligation under the EPBC Act to reconsider the 2012 referral decision. That's the three separate reconsideration requests.
Yep.
The legal test that is in front of the minister under that request is she needs to consider whether the action is having, will have, or is likely to have a significant impact on matters of national environmental significance. So in this case, an endangered species, the skate, as well as the heritage values of the Tasmanian World Heritage Area. So she's required by law to either confirm the original 2012 decision, which was not a controlled action if undertaken in a particular manner, or revoke the decision and substitute it for another one. The second EPBC process is what we've just been canvassing around the TSSC uplisting. That was publicly nominated, but they're very separate. So the two, the reconsideration is not reliant on the outcomes of the TSSC's deliberation. But the nuance here, Senator, that I want to emphasise.
But it would influence it, though. It may not be, be required.
Here's a key piece of.
She's about to give you that evidence.
So I just want to give. This is the critical bit, Senator. We've advised the minister that as we're forming our recommendations to her on the reconsideration decision, that there could be some information that is coming forward as part of the TSSC's uplisting process that could be relevant. That could be relevant to her decision. So, for example, the UTAS second interim report on skate population, some of the outcomes of the oxygenation trials. So we are taking that information as well and having a look at that to see if it's relevant for the reconsideration. They're not. We're not waiting, but we are waiting to see whether that's relevant.
So perhaps I wasn't clear enough. So going back to my original question about, which related to Ms. Fraser's, Dr. Fraser's original comment, in terms of conservation action and the advice in place, you're now saying to me essentially that because of this new listing information that's come in the listing process, that conservation